what's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me, rising up above. Feels good, it feels good, it feels good, feels good, it feels so good, and it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me, rising up above, feels good. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Then show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go, 'cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising light. Follow me destiny. Meet my enemy. Seize the victory. Gonna take it all. Always number one. Gonna take it all. I'm a champion. Gonna take it all. Gonna take it all. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. These notes turn dancing in a shower, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stay. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight. Deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on, your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life. I'll bring you a star. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, here I go again. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up above. Feels good.
There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Then show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go. 'Cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising light. Follow me, so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising light. Follow me, so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light
You're coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. a time we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. That's enough of love. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. That's enough of love. Feels good. Starting to believe
touch the ground.
We're always looking for ways to do new, fresh things, especially around holiday-themed skins. One of the approaches that we decided to take was Lunar Revel. We've tried a bunch of different things in the past, and so we wanted to try something wildly new and bring something fresh to the table.
So Mecha Kingdoms is a new idea for us that we're exploring. It's a different way of looking at our League of Legends champions and presenting them as giant mechas that are protecting the world.
For Mecha Kingdoms, we wanted to tap back into the fantasies of this kind of Asian-inspired mythology, drawing a lot from history, such as Three Kingdoms and Chinese history, but also incorporating this really cool futuristic sci-fi twist. So the story is that there were these three kingdoms and outer territories as well who fought to rule across the land. And suddenly, sort of these giant leviathans came up from the sea and they were invading humanity. Just with their sort of normal human armies, they weren't able to defeat these monsters. And so they were blessed by this technology that they're not exactly sure where it came from. And with this, they're able to construct really immense, huge, towering mechs. And so with all the kingdoms united, there's these mechs going into battle against these monsters.
The Mecha skin line traditionally has been for more creature-type characters.
Mecha Kingdoms are piloted robots, but they're not just robots like the Praetorian skins, so we want the pilot's personality to come through.
We went through multiple rounds of iterations on, like, what's the technology behind this, right? Like, what's driving these things? Once we figured that out, then it locks in a direction for how we can build the mechs around them. Aside from that, the actual visual language that we're using, it's a blend between the organic, flowy shapes that we've established in our previous lines for Lunar Revel, layered into not only the silhouette, but also the surface detail and filigree that you see on the mechs themselves.
Some of our biggest challenges were conveying that sense of weight and scale.
Because in League of Legends, you might be coming into lane like a giant mecha, but then there's a Teemo there who's tiny.
And so we're able to kind of tackle some of those challenges in the VFX or the animation. So a lot of it is marrying these elements that ground it in the real world, like dust and debris, and are kicked up by these huge mechs. For Jax, we went into a lot more detail. So for his recall, we see him landing in a small little village, and so we get to see what that town looks like. And same with when he respawns, he's being carried in by these little floating armada ships that are like literally delivering the mech there. When he's running into battle, you got the ships flying with him as well. So all these tiny little details.
Selling the size was the hardest thing. We can't make something sound massive in League to the point where it pulls away from the gameplay, because gameplay trumps all, even in our designing. Since we don't have an established idea of what this sounds like, it was kind of like, let's figure it out. It was a lot of experimenting with different types of metal sounds and a lot of different types of heavy impacts and metal movements and stuff like that. One of the things I wanted to introduce to Mecha Kingdoms is kind of like a magic influence. So when you toggle his ultimate, you get the sparks and the electricity and stuff, but you still feel like there's magic that's kind of influencing the ability. That's kind of like what's helping separate the Mecha Kingdoms from like the regular Mecha.
Because this is such an anachronistic but unique sort of universe, we wanted to see how we could make the mechs feel that they are empowering and fit that mech fantasy while making them feel like they were built in this period that was heavily inspired by East Asian mythology.
We get to really invent that universe together. Artists are working with narrative, we're working with designers, and making sure this all feels like a cohesive package.
I hope players feel like this is something different, and that they also feel the sense of scale and grandeur of these big mechas, and that they see them that they're not just mechas, but because of the way they look, the way they move, so there's something more.
You've been doing cool things in League for years, but now there's a way to track and celebrate your sick plays, mad jukes, and calculated long-distance secured kills. Introducing Eternals. Every champ has 2 Eternal sets, with more to come. You can unlock a basic starter set with Blue Essence, or one that's more unique to your champ with RP. You'll find and unlock Eternals in the new Progression tab, where you can track your journey from Meta Chaser to Master Main. Unlocked Eternals are all tracked in real time, and you'll receive an in-game call-out whenever you pass a new milestone. You can also check your Eternals progress via the Eternals panel, or on the progression page between games. Complete 5 milestones of a given Eternal to rekindle it and unlock your per-game personal best. As for your opponents, they'll get a loading screen preview of your chosen Eternals and a friendly reminder upon death. It's not just about stats. Completing milestones will upgrade your mastery emotes so you can further flex on your foes. Every champion has a unique Eternal designed around their signature plays. It's not enough to play the champion a lot. You need to play the champion well. Eternals are live now on PvE and set for launch soon. Check out the FAQ&/dev article on lol.com for more info.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 yeah. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny
Another beautiful day of the LPL English returns with Hysterics, myself, and Mr. Dagger, who's joining me on St. Patrick's Day.
I know, it's fantastic. Happy Paddy's Day to all at home. I mean, look, I'm over in Shanghai, but still get to celebrate at least a little bit.
Dude, we should have brought the Harbin on desk, the sponsors of the LPL. That would have been a good way to start. However, we are professionals. And ladies and gentlemen, professionally happy to be back here for the third day in a row of the English broadcast. And I got my green jacket ready. I got my representation forward.
I needed to get one. I feel like I came underprepared. I'm not going to lie. I should have like painted this green, white, and orange or something just to get in there. But
yeah, look, we can do that anyway. However, for anyone who missed out, let's start the show off nice and easy. Yesterday's matches, which you would have skimmed past, and that was a mistake to do. Well, maybe for the first one at least.
Well, yeah. First one was the obvious one, the standout one. I mean, Vici versus JDG, we didn't expect that to go into 3 games either. With JDG, we're kind of the expected victor there.
Yep.
But the middle of your screens is where your eyes should be going. OMG! Kick out BLG completely.
What is happening with Billy Gaming? If we go to standings here, I mean, Vici JDG was on the cusp of becoming a Vici win if Vici could actually transition somewhere. But for BLG at the moment, everything's going wrong in the standings itself. They're sitting down with top esports and are not in a good position.
And they're coming off the back of a lot of different things where we don't really know what they're trying to feel out. There was King on Maokai, didn't look so hot. End up losing to Suning. Now they got beaten at their own game by OMG as well.
Yep. And OMG are in a better position. What did you say to me? This is the most wins they've had.
Yeah, so as of last split, they only picked up 2 wins in the entirety of summer 2019. So they've now beaten last split's record.
Shout out to Evelyn on Twitter. You know who I'm talking to. I know you like OMG and you're believing in this team. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe OMG will continue to climb up. But so far you can see E-Star, the new team in the LPL this year, are doing very well. Invictus Gaming as well, still undefeated. And going into today, we're not going to see IG, we're not going to see E-Star, but we are going to see our former world champion. This is the match of the week coming up towards the end of the week against RNG. This was the summer final of 2019.
And I'm looking to see today what FPX can do, because there's been a lot of questions thrown at me as to what the speed FPX are going to play at. And RNG have shown that they're capable of taking down pretty much everyone in this league so far.
And that is going to be such a good game. I love that finals, by the way. So looking forward to seeing it again, but so am I with these matches here today. EDG and Rogue Warriors going to be kicking us off, but later on, both teams sitting at 2-2, the world champions of 2019 versus a WE still looking to find filling in their roster.
Yeah, look, pretty much across the board here, we've got a lot of chopping and changing as to who's playing, where they're playing, even particularly looking at our first series today, EDG, brand new players coming into the roster, same over on the Rogue Warriors side.
Well, let's go into that, because for EDG, their roster has changed. Now, there's a lot we have to talk about this in such a short amount of time. Because we are an online league now, we do not have that same opening segment that we normally get. And to make this long story short, we now have Junjia in the jungle and Xiao Shang in the top lane.
Yeah, Junjia, tank player, loves the Sejuani, Jarvan, even the Nunu in his very debut game brought that pick out. So exciting to see what this guy can do coming into this.
Junjia was in the Challenger Series over in the LMS back last year. Now, I believe because he played there, they cannot run Jinu at the same time because, as you know, Scout import, Jinu import, Junjia over from the LMS also counts as one as well.
Still a very similar playstyle, though. It's let's play around Scout in the mid lane, start to take that towards the top lane. Now, instead of it being Jinu, it's Xiao Xiang that we've seen in the top lane.
Yeah, Xiao Shang, and this is his first competitive split as well. So EDG have a pure-blooded rookie in the top lane. And so far, I guess so good. But this roster will really be tested against Rogue Warriors today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at this roster as well. The funny thing is, we talk about them doing the same things we've seen EDG do. It's actually in the bottom lane where the majority of their damage is coming from.
Yeah.
It's Hope with 33% of the team's damage. This guy's a monster.
Hey, that's right. They've always got Hope, right? I wrote this because I thought, well, one, shout out to Raz, who pretty much came up with this. But two, the shout out goes towards Hope because for Hope, he is the stable part of this roster. He took over iBoy's position when iBoy moved to the Vici Gaming lineup at the start of this year. And Hope came up from the LDL roster. Very, very overdue a promotion, I think.
And he looks fantastic. He has been the staple of this team, the cornerstone that the rest of EDG have built around.
Yep.
And even with all these chops and changes that have come through, you can see in your screen consistently getting the damage out and being the carry for EDG.
I mean, he's so aggressive as an AD carry. If we're just talking about Hope here, really, really confident on things like the Misfortune, as you can see on your screen, but also really confident within the environment of EDG. And My concern was always, well, iBoy and Scout, they worked really well together, and I think iBoy was a core part of what made EDG great and always kind of competitive. Hope is still doing that and is still working really well alongside Scout.
And with Mako in the bottom side as well. These
True.
guys have been doing incredibly well.
Great point.
When you start to get all of these resources dedicated to the top side of the map, you need a strong bottom lane that can contend in these 2v2s and 3v2s that oftentimes, or even 4v2s in some situations. And Hope and Mako have provided that structure for the bottom side.
I love that you put Mako in, because Mako and Scout are the franchise players, specifically Mako, who's been there the longest and is the core identity of EDG. Hope does well there. And so we have to say, okay, you're going up against Rogue Warriors, you're going up against the bottom lane that are largely uncontested with, largely not tested, I should say, in Jungwooji and Lei. The bottom lane for Rogue Warriors is great, but you know what I think is going to make this team? The solo laners. The recipe that's worked with Invictus Gaming, FPX, and also, what team am I missing here? What else has Korean solo laners? EDG, right? The solo laners, the Korean solo laners for Rogue Warriors, look like they're going to become superstars in their own right over time.
And to begin with, I was kind of looking at Ruby going, this guy doesn't really have it for me. But once he started to swap up that style, got him on early game to mid game champions, the likes of this Rumble, that's where he's starting to take over and he can influence the rest of the map. And alongside Crazy, who's put in a clinic in the top side on champs like Connectin and these kind of things, this is a serious duo that you have to contend with.
And I think in this series, this is a great test for them. They're going up against EDG, the team that always made Worlds. Last year was their debut not being at Worlds and not even getting towards or past the regional finals. We are going to see, we're going into pick ban here for game one. It is already, oh my god, we're so damn fast.
Okay, so look, going into this, the big key ones to look out for are the Sejuani ban against Junjia. This guy's an 86% career win rate on Sejuani, so this is why they're target banning him on EDG side. But the next highest win rate that he has is the Jarvan at 80%, so that's why we're seeing the early preference from EDG on that channel.
I also want to point out we have seen Nunu from this jungler on EDG, so we're not going to get it game number one, but it's something to keep your eye on. We are still in patch 10.4 here in the LPL. I will update you when we go to the 10.5, but over on the blue side, Aphelios was left all the way to second pick. Renekton the priority to get away first, which has a 75% win rate in the LPL.
And is both of the main picks for both Zhao Jiang in the top lane and for Crazy. So I like, again, this priority to get that pick off the board and make sure that then you've got the staple for Rogue Warriors in the top side of the map.
Otherwise, for Rogue Warriors, it is pretty staple towards the bottom side. And same can be said for EDG. Hope just loves this Misfortune. Jungwooji goes between Misfortune and Aphelios like every other AD carry does. So we cement the bottom lane, but no support for EDG.
And this is where it gets curious for both these teams, because mid laners haven't been locked in. And these are the two mid laners that are tying for the most played unique champions. So when you go towards that, how do you try and ban that? You have the Jarvan locked in on the side for EDG, so maybe you want to get rid of something like the Rumble so they don't have this big melting pot of the bullet time and that equalizer in the Cataclysm. But other than that, everything is still up on the cards.
Reminder that Rumble that you mentioned has been such a safe blind here in this league. Also, the Zoe's there as well. Rogue Warriors opt to take that one away from Scout, but coming back to your unique champion point, remember, it's tied with Ruby on 8 different champions played. Silas, Azir, Pantheon, Lissandra, Kiana, Cass, Lucian, and Diana. You take one away, but you got 7 to go.
And now, we're curious to see exactly what's going to be going towards Wei Yan. Olaf is off the cards, and this is a really big pick for Wei Yan. He's gone from what was last year's, and even the pick that we saw banned against him earlier on the Karthus of farming camps, to farming champs on the Olaf. He had 393 damage per minute on this champion in their game versus IG, which shot him up to second place in the damage per minute when it comes to junglers. The only person who beats him is Harrow.
Wow. Okay, well, we haven't seen too much of her, and it's funny that they're really on the same team.
Yeah.
But the Olaf is gone, as you mentioned. You've got the Lee Sin, Elise, similar junglers who are very aggressive with their time in the early game. Now we have to look at what is left. Stop it. I love the flex around. We already see the Jarvan, though, so support, solo laner. What's going to come here?
I'd imagine that you're going to see the support. You want to keep the counter pick in a lot of situations. Now, there are some teams that opt to go for the support pick, or sorry, the solo lane pick earlier because you want to lock in something like the Zoe just to get that matchup
or
for
even
yourself,
the Rumble, which we don't have.
Yeah, but that's not going to be the case this time around. We're going to get the Braum coming in. I think this is kind of a call out to go, okay, if you want to go for the Zoe, that blind pick, go for it. We're going to have the Braum there to block it, trying to see if maybe that will force Rogue Warriors into a LeBlanc pick or anything along those lines.
And remember that Scout, he does play the LeBlanc. He also plays the Syndra, but he plays this Azir, so I actually quite like this from Ruby. It takes away from what Scout was doing, which was facilitating that late game opportunity for EDG.
The only thing about this Azir pick that I don't like is that the way Rogue Warriors have been winning their games is having Ruby on something that has push pressure and they can then start to roam out onto the map. Azir is not that champion. Azir likes to sit and farm up and keep that lane there for a little while.
I was having a bit of a chuckle because Wei Yan went past his Karthus and he probably thought, lads, can we do this? We do this, but it is the Trundle in the end. So a little bit of a different story. The Zoe you mentioned for Rogue Warriors actually going to be picked up in the end here for Scout. So the Azir, the Zoe matchup in the mid lane is, I think, what is going to be our primary focus coming through.
Yeah, most certainly is. This is a matchup where Zoe does get a bit of a push advantage because she's able to hit the back creeps at level 1 and start to get that push snowballing. And this is where I'm looking at EDG going. They have a lot of pressure in that level 2 to 3 slot. Jarvan with those early ganks.
Yeah.
You got the Zoe can do a lot of work. Even the bot side, if you're able to get that jump forward as Braum and start these concussive procs, you can really set up these dive potentials.
So what about for Rogue Warriors here? Because, you know, there's a lot of talk about diving with Azir, with the Trundle. You need to run me through how this facilitates, because it looks like there's a bit more scaling with the Azir that always offers a bit more safety for a team like Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, you're right there. You nailed it, Hysteric. Scaling is going to be the name of the game for these guys. You got a Felios, you got the Azir, let them scale up. You got this big Trundle who does a lot better in counter-ganking situations than he does in setting up ganks.
Good point.
So you're looking to see if they can overextend Jarvan and bait him into these fights where maybe they can turn it around. But the later this game goes and you've got a Mordekaiser, a Jarvan that's probably building that Gargoyle stone play, Trundle's going to work wonders there.
Yeah, that's right. And Zoe, the ability to one-shot maybe some of the backlines. So I like that execution's in on this. If we just look at these two teams, for Rogue Warriors, execution has always been a bit sparse. We've not had the same confidence in, you know, Rogue Warriors like we have in teams like IG, E-Stars. But I look at EDG right now with the revitalized roster. Okay, with the changed roster.
The new EDG.
The new EDG. Yeah, nicely done. And I asked the same question because I don't know what to think of this team right now, considering that it is not the team they wanted to come into spring with.
Well, it is definitely a team that looks a lot different. I think Jujunjia has taken a bit of a step back, but they are a team that likes to take a slow-paced early game, hit the mid-game in their stride, and look towards a later scaling comp so that then they can try and work with this. And it's not quite what they've gone for this time around. They've got the to get on board a little bit quicker, but certainly in those early skirmishes around the Rift Heralds, around these dragons, they can take over, and that's where they really like to start snowballing.
Because that's what it's all been about. It's been about this objective control.
Yeah.
And I will state for EDG as well, with this new jungle and top lane coming in, games have gone longer, and I was talking to Lyric, our newest caster, who's going to be on the show a little bit later in the week, coming through from Brazil, or Taiwan technically. Anyway,
America, but like he bounces around a little bit.
Everywhere. That's a much longer story. We'll go to another day. With the difference in top and jungle and the change, picks like Sejuani, these later scalers, EDG have moved from like that well-oiled machine with a strong mid game that we've talked about with EDG in the past to now, okay, successfully scale. EDG are going to be a slower team.
Well, this is the thing now. We have seen him. We've only seen Jujunjia on the Nunu, which didn't work out so hot.
But
and on the Jarvan.
Hey, but it was a big balls pick, you know?
I know, it's big snowballs. But the thing is that the Jarvan has a lot more early game pressure to work with. So we can go for, Flag and Drags level 2, heavy level 3 gank pressure. So this is now where we're giving the potential to Junjia to make these plays early.
I think Junjia is going to be someone I watched throughout the jungle. I've seen the Sejuani, I've seen the Nunu. In a way, I've been impressed that this guy's playing different picks, but now he's on the meta champions. Now he's into game 1, taking on Rogue Warriors as we join Summoner's Rift at the 32nd point. And across the board, I'm just going to do a quick take of runes. And it's the Comet, it's the Electrocute, really aggressive towards the laning phase from both Scout and Ruby.
Well, this is the thing. Ruby, what you want to be trying to do is get little bits of poke off against Scout in this lane.
Yep.
Hit the back line so then you can start to work and pushing that wave back in effectively, but still working with the poke that Comet provides. Whereas Scout, I mean, you're Zoe. You want to go for the all-in. You want to have that electrocute damage there to finish off some of these targets. The other thing to look out for there is the press the attack on Trundle. This guy is looking to get into your face, looking to be a nuisance, and really start whacking you with that ice club.
Keyword nuisance there as EDG look for that invade, but spotted out by a ward in the river. They know Junjia is towards the top lane here, and I think a nice ward from Crazy to stop the potential of this level 2 gank if he chooses to go up to Xiaoxiang.
Wei Yan's also going to solo start, so they won't have a huge amount of information as to where exactly he's pathing, but they will know he started on the top side. So both these junglers will meet on the bottom side. If we see Junjia go for this full clear, or at least this buff to Gromp clear, or he can stay on top side and potentially look for a level 2 gank on Crazy, who's already started to push that wave.
Or even Ruby, look at the pathing here from Jarvan. He's level 2 and Scout gets poked out. The wave shoving. And Ruby taking this much damage, even though Scout doesn't have Trouble Bubble, the electrocute, the trade, pushed off of the wave, and a bit of pressure given over to EDG's mid.
And this is actually just an easy pickup, but I'm looking a lot of trading in this top side for the moment. I wasn't sure if we were going to see them hit that level 2 and go all out. But it's a transition gank for Junjia.
Yep.
He doesn't really care about actually burning any summoner spells there. He just wants to force Ruby back so that then Scout has a little bit more control in this lane. Still going to be pathing towards that bottom side. He knows he would spot it out, so you're not giving any more information across the Rogue Warrior.
We also forgot to talk about summoners here. 2 summoners that you don't normally see in this mid lane. Cleanse against the Zoe bubble, and also, no, sorry, not the Death Realm, excuse me. You need a QSS for that one. But a teleport from Scout instead of the kill threat that comes with Ignite.
Well, this is what we've been talking about. Scout likes to get out of this lane and roam. So as long as he's got control, he can push in the wave. Well, that teleport is going to work so much better for them. Oftentimes, as you said, Xiaoxiang, that's where they're going to be looking, then potentially moving down to Hope later points in the game.
Look at this pathing though. Trundle's moved into the river and Junjia's coming from behind. They think they have the advantage. The flash is going to come through, but first teleport of the game going to come bottom lane, but Mako is dead already. Now they turn onto Hope, who flashes away. Scout comes in, gets the trouble bubble, and in comes the Trundle as well. The extra damage, the heal, and the flash away from Scout, but Gravitum into full effect. It's a full-on LPL fight as Wuji at the turret, but the misfortune damage is there. Lei says, I'll take one as well. 3 for 3, the chaos begins.
And it's only the first game of the day. I love to see this coming in from the LPL. That's going to be 3, as you said, 4-3, but EDG will be able to push in this wave on the bottom side, while Ruby, who didn't come at all, has forced Scout to miss out on so much CS. So when all's said and done, it's a win in the books of Rogue Warriors.
Okay, let's go. Take me through this because you got a lot to do.
Oh, Jesus, do I know. Wei Yan was able to come in through the river, so Mako, who thought was setting up for Junjia, was actually being baited in on his own side. So Scout did have that teleport we were literally just talking about to help out, but unfortunately, with the guns that were available for Zhang Wuji, he was able to turn this right around, and Lei, bloodthirsty support, swings in with the hook.
At that point, he was dead anyway. He has to get that last kill. I want to point out there, Zhang Wuji, at the start of that fight, had the Calibrum, got rid of it, and moved into Gravitum, and that's where the 2 kills came from. So, really good shot calling, really good decision-making overall from Rogue Warriors. And now 2 kills on the Aphelios early. We know how this story goes because we see it every day.
It's 2 kills on the Aphelios early. He had the wave pushing in, so actually end up getting more experience in this state. And look at the levels on the mid laners. 4 on Scout versus the level 5 on Ruby.
Hang on. Well, level 5 in both top lane here. Xiaoxiang is going to take the engage onto Crazy, but his passive's still there. Redemption from Zoe gives him health. This champion is so silly. The flash away from Crazy, response from Xiaoxiang, and a redemption from a mid laner just does everything.
From downtown to turn it around, Mordekaiser will be able to force back Crazy. Although, Rogue Warriors is trying to sneak away this dragon without anyone else knowing.
I think with the death sentence and the lantern, they don't get spotted out. So, sneaky, the key word again.
And the thing is, they know they're safe to go for this. Mako can't look to really engage onto Zhang Wuji because he's got no flash, he's got no way to cover the distance. So this Aphelios is free to just pick up the experience and give the dragon across.
Plus, he's always going to be faster moving. He's got the Berserker Greaves as that first back, so early dragon here for Rogue Warriors. And when we came into this match, we were talking about the potential slowness of EDG. Now, that hasn't been the case, but Rogue Warriors always press the go button, and that's seen here in this first game.
And I'm so impressed by Wei Yan making these calls.
Yep.
When we looked at him last split, he wasn't anywhere near as competent in just going, okay, I can make this play. I've got the confidence to go for this. This time around, though, makes the play on the bottom side, then turns it into the sneaky dragon, and it means that there's 0 response that can come out from the EDG side.
Let's call a spade a spade. Wei Yan was not a good jungler. He was the bottom 3 at the start of last split and continued to stay that way. This time around, I'm willing to change it. He's in the bottom lane. I will just notice we had a big trade in the top lane, but we're going to shift gears again. Wei Yan is level 5, looking for Meiko to push up against Zhang Wuji.
Now is just to give a little bit of safety to Rogue Warriors. They wanted to get that wave pushed in. It looks like maybe faking it back here, so they're going to stick around with Wei Yan.
The turret. He has Calibrum. Does that give vision? I think
does,
it does.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now,
Oh, Zhang Wuji.
that went from 500 IQ back to 500. Cleanse is going to be used, so they still get the summoner. I'll call that worth.
And it could have been so much better, though.
It went
was
from
such a
5 head
bad
to
idea.
3 head back to 4 head. We got the mediocre play in the end.
It was a roller coaster of emotions either way. Junjia, though, is hovering on this top side, looking to try and get in to see if he can steal away the camps. You can see the blue buff has just spawned, but Crazy's coming here.
I mean, he's big. He's got dominance, but Cataclysm is available, and the Mordekaiser's coming down. He doesn't want to turn this into a 1v1 just yet, but Cataclysm slows down the Renekton while Ruby's coming through with Emperor's Divide. Does he try and do the Truffle Shuffle? Yes, he does, but the Jarvan gets out. Into the Death Realm he goes. The 1 versus 1 working perfectly for Xiaoshang, but when he comes out in a second, surprise, baby! He's dead.
They're still going to look for more, though, not quite able to get the pillar onto Junjia, and that is so well played by the side of Rogue Warriors. They move late out of that bottom side once that play fails, but...
Well, is he going to be okay? Good Winter's Bite here, one more hit needed, but Meiko, the trade, sent right back. No Severum to heal this one up, but Wuji should be fine for now.
Will be able to survive for the moment. With Meiko going that low, they're not going to overcommit. Now, though, with the advantages that Rogue Warriors have gained on the top side of the map, they should be in control to go for this Rift Herald. It has only just spawned, but with Lei just making his way back to the bottom side, they may be slow on the tempo play if Meiko starts to roam straight off the bat.
But eyes back up to that Rift Herald. Really good control of vision through Ruby and Wei Yan early. Control ward towards the pit. Trade not going to come through here from Scout, and Ruby just walks out of that one, but with the big item purchase from Ruby in the Stinger, in the Fiendish Codex as well, and with this blue buff, Rogue Warriors still maintain control of pretty much all of Summoner's Rift at this first 10-minute mark.
You can see now Meiko has been the one to make the first move, but without the Moby boost picked up, whereas they were on Lei, he's now able to get to this fight. Ooh, that was a close one.
Now he doesn't have the box available, but he has Flash and Ignite. Wei Yan starts the Herald, but is backing away. EDG are rotating their Zoe into the midst of this as well. Lei gets a nice flay, and Ruby says g'day over the wall. Now, Rift Herald still getting hit.
Not quite the play they want to go for, though. EDG now pushing in here. Hope has set up. This could be the bullet time.
Yeah, but Meiko doesn't have hold. He's going to get hooked in and burnt down. Flashes away, but to no avail. The Herald goes over to Wei Yan, so that's a win in all of Rogue Warriors' books.
I really thought that EDG were going to take that fight there. Go in with the Cataclysm. Everyone on Rogue Warriors was nicely grouped up for the bullet time across the top. Rogue Warriors, though, managed to escape. They get the Rift Herald for themselves as well. And so far, this is the Rogue Warriors we saw against Invictus Gaming that took them to that Game 3 and nearly took the series.
I mean, we talk about Rogue Warriors as an organization a lot, and we mentioned 2018. Now, this is jumping the gun a bit, but the 2020 iterations so far are getting better with time, as they're looking for a gank down here in the bottom lane. Now, Lei was like, hey, maybe Hope flashes all the way back there. Either way, he gets a pass on that one. Wuji even looking for the trade. Just the Gravitum in effect, and Rogue Warriors, the bottom lane backs away.
They need to be careful of where this Jarvan is. You can see hovering down on this bottom side of the map. They don't want to overextend once Meiko shows as well. So far, though, Rogue Warriors, as we said, starting off nicely. We're only at the 10-minute mark. They got a 1.5k gold lead, essentially, for themselves right now.
And my concern, Dagda, looking at that gold, that's a big amount, but also the Azir in this lane is in such a good position. 20 CS up. And it's only going to get worse from here. That Nash's, I guarantee you, is available with the gold in his pocket and then some to pick up the rest of his boots.
And this all stems back to Scout with that early teleport play. Because he traveled down, it gave the Azir the level advantage, meant there wasn't as much. You can see at the moment he even still has that level advantage, where there's not as much play that Scout can do to hold on against Ruby. But now, though, Ruby's the one looking for the roams. Will be spotted out on the Scuttle Crop, though.
Yeah, but at least constantly threading bot, he has so much shove in this wave. He can do this and get away with it at this point. Even starts the Mountain Dragon, and Rogue Warriors is a 4-man unit. They have full control. The bottom lane is actually backing away from EDG. So objective for no response from the red side.
If they spot there's no bottom laner here, though, Wei Yan could just go towards the bottom side here and throw down that Rift Herald. Its only misfortune is here.
Okay. Well, Junjie's in this top side meanwhile, and your play you were talking about with Wei Yan, here he is. No bottom lane. Dagda, you're on it.
Yeah, this is going to be a case of they'll get at least 4 of these turret plates. Don't think they'll be able to maybe take down the last one quite yet.
Well, Hope has rejoined. He has himself the ultimate in his back pocket. At least a bit more gold here from Rogue Warriors bottom lane, so they maintain their distance in that gold gap.
But now we're going to have to look for an answer on the top side of the map. Junjie is moving up. They can see that Crazy started to back away from the tower, afraid of the pressure that can come with this 3-man roam we talked about already towards the top side.
But good respect, really good respect. And I think a lot of the time when we see the trade patterns across Summoner's Rift, we don't always get this top laner slash bottom lane pull away from the turret and then see, okay, good, we're not going to trade anything. So shot calling has to be heightened again here and talked about from Rogue Warriors' end.
I want to bring your eyes, though, Hysterics, to the bottom side of the map.
Where am I looking?
Your favorite champion.
Oh, Season 10.
Season 10 in the bottom side of the map. 3 kills plus a bunch of turret plates now picked up. Zhang Wuji is in the best situation he could possibly be to carry this game.
Why do you think we keep talking about the identity of Rogue Warriors being around this AD carry and the experienced 2014 support that goes along with him?
Well, they always play towards this bottom side of the map. Zhang Wuji has a 70% kill participation.
We're not
and
getting time. We're not getting time. Their sentence not going to land. The pillar goes in between 2. Hope and Mako are fighting on a knife's edge. They're getting bullied, but at least they survived that engagement.
And they have been trying their best to survive in this lane. There's been quite a lot of pressure that has come down between Wei Yan and also Ruby trying to get down into this bottom side. Junjie, though, we talked about how strong his Jarvan has been in the past. Began the game looking very good, but now it started to fall off. Worried about what's going to come in from Wei Yan because he's got that ultimate available and can steal all the stats that Junjie has gone for.
Seems to be struggling to match the tempo of Rogue Warriors. Wei Yan a level down. Cataclysm available here for the Jarvan, but Junjie says not this time. Just getting some positioning around the Dragon in 2.5 minutes. But at this point, it's not going to mean too much to Rogue Warriors. So they can back away, and they're not giving up anything again.
It's the ebb and flow of vision control. You move in at this point to get the deep boards, so then when you get to that 1.5 point, you can move in again, re-solidify that vision, and look towards the Dragon. They do not want to let Rogue Warriors get onto a 3rd Dragon point.
Well, I guess the turret's going to count as vision as well, right? That gives a bit of information to Zhang Wuji. Lei's still going to back 2, and that's the 3rd or 4th time for Junjie that he's tried to come to this bottom lane or through mid, and he's been spotted out in the process.
I don't even know how that fight goes in the bottom lane anymore. You've got the Essence Reaver completed on the Aphelios, not so much there for the Misfortune. As well in the mid lane, you've already got that first item completed. So with that Dragon we were talking about at 1:45, that's a dicey one for them to go for.
But a nice bubble here from Scout. He has enough to make a portal jump, but Wei Yan is there waiting. The Azir with Nash's Tooth does quite a lot of work here in extended fights. So EDG going to have to let that one sit for now. A quick look at turret plating while we have a lull in the moment, or the slash action. And yeah, bit to Aphelios, bit to Wei Yan. It wasn't a big turret plating game.
It all came off of that play in the bottom lane, though. And now they want to solidify that lead fighting for the Dragon. Ruby?
In a good position. They're face-checking this. Mako confident here with the Unbreakable, but there is the Lantern.
Oh, Fisher.
Ultimate wasted from Mako.
That's massive. It means that no longer can EDG contest this Dragon because there's nothing to stop the likes of Crazy or even Wei Yan running down EDG, especially Wei Yan, as we said, with all the stolen stats that he will get.
And that threat disengages well from the turret. The first turret of the game about to be taken here from Rogue Warriors. It's only Hope with his ultimate available that can stop it. They succeed for now, but the minions do their dirty work and put Rogue Warriors in that comfortable 1k again.
And this is difficult for EDG. Because in theory, they're doing all the things right. Junjie got out on the map early as Jarvan, but unfortunately wasn't aware Wei Yan was sitting in the bush, and EDG were able to turn around that first initial gank. Now they find themselves at a deficit where they are against a team that outscales them, and they haven't been able to find a foothold back in this game. EDG need to find these picks using the Jarvan and the Zoe, and get an opportunity to get a 4v5 around this Dragon.
Because EDG's success story, and especially around E-Star, we saw the best of Scout, the best of Hope, and how this team can actually bring us into some good team fighting. And I think the success story with EDG in the past has been around the franchise players I'm going to pause myself because Mako's running in the Unbreakable first, but I don't think that blocks that much damage. Javin's going to go into the backline, and they've found Lei. He's down, but with the Cataclysm there and the shuffle back, Rogue Warriors get a trade. Xiaoshang comes in with the Death Realm, but Ruby just walks away. The flash back over the wall from Ruby means he survives. And nice come over, but it doesn't land, so Xiaoshang is left on his lonesome. The 4th kill going over to Zhang Wuji.
Lei is yet to hit a hook that I've seen so far this game, but it doesn't matter in that situation.
He can play.
Yeah, he's made the play. He's got it working, at least eventually. He will fall for his sins, but it does give Rogue Warriors over the team fight, over the dragon that we were talking about, and now they're setting up beautifully for this soul point in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, a really quick cloud to come through here. So for Rogue Warriors, with that soul point, we've also got another Herald up there as well. 3 minutes until that despawns. And really good start here, even though you're right, Lei missed the hook.
Look, it will be able to turn it around. They're able to disrupt Hope as well. That was something we didn't talk about in Tramp Select, is how successful Trundle is at preventing the bullet time. Because you just pop up that pillar, knocks the misfortune aside, and they can't follow up. That was a big factor there, where Rogue Warriors may have had lower health bars or even gone down if Hope had managed to get the full channel.
I just love that Junjia was like, okay, I've got a good Cataclysm. He gets Emperor's Divided, and then Wuji unleashes an ult into him, but another hook's going to land, and we're going to see Mako caught out here. Wuji has the Gravitum to slow him down the pillars there as well. Active not available, but that pushes them off the Herald, so yet another fight around an objective that goes handedly to RW.
And I'm not even sure why EDG attempted to contest that. You've got Scout in the bottom lane trying to farm up, answer for one of these turrets, but overall you're giving more control over towards Rogue Warriors. If they're the ones that are allowed to accelerate the pace of this game, well, fantastic. You're going to have this Aphelios up to 3 items very soon. You're going to get this Azir to a point where he's able to take over team fights, and EDG will not have an answer for this.
Oh, can't find him out there. Xiaoshang, I believe, tried to pull him to the Death Realm, but the distance was too great in the end. So Ruby just shuffles out of that. And even Crazy, coming back to your point, in the side lane. I mean, this is Renekton in 2 items where he really finds the true core of his damage. Will be unbeatable, especially towards the likes of Xiaoshang.
And I love to see Rogue Warriors doing well, because it feels like this is the redemption arc for a lot of these players. Wei Yan, we talked about already, being bottom 3 jungler, now coming into his own on this roster. Ruby as well, coming over from LCK, was on a Freak of Freaks under Kuro, now getting the opportunity to show off his stuff on this scale.
He never got to play in the LCK, and that's the big thing. He played in Challengers Korea, over on Battle Comics, VSG as well, with some other big names. But this is his time to shine, his first Premier split.
Same with Crazy. Crazy was under Khan over on SKT. These are all people that have studied from great Korean players, and now on this roster, despite the flubs we had in the beginning, are really coming together.
But at least Crazy got to play in the LCK under BBQ Olivers back in 2018. But you're right. You know, he did study under a very notable top laner who, funnily enough, is now also in the LPL. They've come over to the best region. Everyone's
abandoning, to the dark side.
Abandoning ship. And yes, LCK people, I know about the ship, all right? And I tell you what, there's like 2 ships in the LPL, and we're not going to get time to get into that. You're going to have to use your imagination. Xiaoshang is in a lot of trouble. Subjugate's going to be used, but into the Death Realm in this 1v1 right now with the Cinderhulk. Wei Yan can buy a lot of time. He's done the damage. The pillar comes out in real time, and Lei goes in with a magnificent hook and stops Junjia as well. Bullet time does what it can, but at this point, it's only onto the tankiest members. And Rogue Warriors came for the blood, stayed for the blood, and now they've gotten what they deserve.
And they're going to go home with the gold. Able to spend that, put more money in the bank. And unfortunately for EDG, this game is slipping further and further away. Zhou Zhang tries to buy enough time with the Death Realm, but it doesn't give enough. Mako making sure with that Glacial Fissure there's not more blood spilled on the top side of the map.
And all Scout can do is look for the side lane at this point. Try and get some gold in the back pocket of EDG again. But 2,000 behind at 20 minutes. Cloud Soul in 1 minute 20 on a Renekton. Azir also on the Aphelios. Like, why not? It's going to be so good for Rogue Warriors in the upcoming fights.
So difficult for EDG to stop this as well.
Yeah.
With the push that Rogue Warriors will have with mid-tower down, fantastic. Push in the lane. We can start to bait towards sparring, have Wei Yan or even Crazy solo that dragon, and then we're in a situation that EDG are slipping behind. They have Subjugate up all the time. You've got Dominus up all the time. The Shuffle is up all the time. How do you fight this team?
Banshee's Veil and Cleanse against a Zoe, the ultimate counter at this point for Ruby, who is level 13, who with those 2 items is going to be packing a punch. Now, look at Scout, 2 items there as well, so an opportunity. Does land the Trouble Bubble, but can't follow up with the damage. And it's EDG trying to edge their way in while Rogue Warriors look for the pick before the dragon spawns.
So here's the thing. Rogue Warriors can just pretend that they've got more with the hook,
The hook this time lands onto Junjia. He goes golden at half health. Mako takes the brunt of the damage and flash away from Jarvan. The Ophelia Assault almost lands. It was the Vigil set up for their death.
And it was with the Gravitum as well, looking to lock down EDG's jungler. Barely makes it away with their life to fight another day. Dragon, though, is still on the card.
Death Sentence again, very close. Graviton going to proc onto the jungler, which Wuji presses Q straight away. EDG still want to face check, and Rogue Warriors, you can see, they don't want to start this without getting the kill first. And they might have started. Death Grasp onto the Azir, who goes into the Death Realm. He pushes the ult against him. The bullet time and a choke, but it's interrupted into the backline. Crazy sets up that fight so damn nicely. Lei comes in, flashes over with a Death Sentence, and again EDG bitten off way too much. Can't follow this up. And over the wall, Scout will survive, but that was all crazy all the time.
Scaling is on their side. Gold is on their side. Dragon Soul is on their side. Rogue Warriors look primed to take game number 1 of this series. EDG down a jungler, can't even try and get over to this Baron to set up vision control or anything.
Let's call them what they are. They're reworked warriors. They are recharged warriors. They are revitalized. That's right. That's what Rogue Warriors are.
I see we're watching the same ads on TV.
At this point in time, I am a believer. I am like, again to Evelyn on Twitter, like she is with, or he or she is with OMG. At this point for Rogue Warriors, I like what I see.
How can you not? There's there's 4 deaths in this game right now. They've been controlling the tempo from start to finish, reading how EDG are moving around the map, punishing back timings on the bottom side as well. This is exactly what you expect from some of the top teams in our league. And this is why when we said last week, oh, they took IG to game number 3, it was plays like this that put us in that situation where by a miracle play from IG, they managed to close out the series.
And even though game 1 isn't done yet, things are looking pretty harsh for EDG. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to offer you both sides of the story. For EDG, there is still an opportunity through Hope, through Scout. If that Scout can get that miracle pick in front of this Baron, stop this objective from going down, then maybe EDG can also get rid of this Cloud Soul team and finally get some gold and objectives back on the map.
And we've seen Scout do this before. We've seen Zoes do it before. And at any point in time we wanted someone from EDG to step up, that mantle will always fall to Scout. But on the team for so long has been the staple mid laner of EDG. Now he needs to step up. The Baron has started. This is your moment. Can they do it?
We've seen this so many times in this league because everyone picks Azir now, and Azir and the jungler can 2-hit the Baron, but they're going to pull off. Wei Yan will heal that back up shortly. And Rogue Warrior is still trying to find the pick in the choke. Ruby will absorb the Trouble Bubble with the Banshee's Veil, but that Banshee's Veil, that's a decent cooldown. See if Scout can try again.
They are desperate to push in. That Azir turret will keep them in check, though, force them back underneath their own turrets as Rogue Warriors steadily gain vision in this top half of the map.
Well, Calibrum is available for Jung Wooji, and he's using it quite well. There we go again. Are you ready this time? It's going to be Infernum on top. There comes the ult, and it hits everyone, so Jung Wooji gets them low. There's no follow-up from Rogue Warriors, but maybe there doesn't have to be. They've forced them back. Mako is low, goes golden to stop that said Subjugate. So he'll walk away, but they're at a numbers disadvantage, and the wave crashes in.
With that wave crashing, with Crazy on the bottom side of the map, Rogue Warriors have control of the Baron. EDG do not want to let up yet, though. Xiao Shang is leading the charge here.
Oh, hook doesn't land, though. Rogue Warriors have done this around Dragon. They don't want to start the objective. They want to bait EDG in and then take the fight.
Well, they're getting the towers regardless. Look at Crazy here. Pushing in. Nobody here to deal with them. With Rogue Warriors actually backing off of the Baron, there's no pressure for EDG to keep up, and they can attempt to stop this push.
I guess they're happy to come back for another day. They get the vision down, and they're going to reset. Some big item timings as well, I think, for Jung Wooji. Really wanted to go back and get that third item, Infinity Edge, which is going to make him even more unstoppable. Crazy should be in a similar position when he backs here. Looks like a Titanic should be completed. Or the Sterix Gauge. No, okay, we've got a pickaxe there, so we're not quite there.
Look, either way, Rogue Warriors are striding ahead in this game. You pointed out the big one for me is that Infinity Edge being picked up by the Aphelios. Ruby well underway as well into picking up what's going to be the, I'm assuming, Leandri's Torment, or hunting guys anyway, which I think works really well in this situation with the amount of tanks that you want to try and shred through on the opposite side.
Also, let's talk Madness for a second. The passive that everyone talks about with Leandri's. For Nazir, super easy to proc. But Trouble Bubble is going to land here. Scout getting a decent amount of damage. Here goes the engage from Junjia, but the Pillar's going to come back. Subjugate is available if he wants to turn. But all they can do is poke him down and look for an engage later.
I think he should be able to farm up, well, he is going to back, but potentially could have farmed up a decent health bar as well if there was any camps on that top side. But with that not being the case, we'll just back away. Now this is the opportunity for EDG to try and move in this 4v5 and get some control of the vision back, but unfortunately not brave enough to take step into the river.
Easy brave to take on the 1v1, but I will say he's got the level advantage, and Xiaoxiang knows that he's just waiting patiently for the wave to crash. But now that Crazy has priority, he's pathing up towards the top side, has to teleport, but opting to walk instead and be ready for this 5-on-5 in front of Baron.
Elder Dragon is up in a minute as well. This is why Rogue Warriors are making the call.
Yep.
We decided we've had enough of this. We need to get this Baron before that next objective
And it's going
spawns.
down super damn quick. Junjia on the side, no one's zoning him out. A miracle still needed here for EDG. It's getting lower and lower, but now that Crazy's here to zone, it's going to be Trouble Bubble. They're going to go in for the engage. Scout finds a bit of damage and electrocute. Rogue Warriors are taking a lot of damage from this, and finally they get the TP. It looks like they wanted to bait that out, but the Baron's still aggroed. They need to get back in there. Jarvan's in there. Ball Time's in there. And the Azir will get it in the end. Looks like Ruby's the savior as they turn for the fight. Junjia is the first one to go down as Xiaoxiang is in the death realm. And now he's out. And now he's dead. 2 kills for the side of Rogue Warriors with the Baron only narrowly secured.
And 10 seconds till Elder Drake Hysterics. This is not over. They can run straight towards that next objective. No top laner, no jungler for EDG.
Because they're nowhere near the objective either. They don't even want to contest it at this point, even with teleport available. Okay, stop pacing for a second because we're going to see how this came about.
It has to be, this is the play you have to make. EDG need to make some sort of miracle here, and it goes so low. Junjia even gets the smite off, but unfortunately couldn't time it correctly.
I think he smites someone else. I feel like no jungler smited. Either way.
Either way, Azir is the one.
He does now.
Ruby picks it up, and now they've got the smite, as you said, onto the Elder Dragon.
Huh. Either way, I tell you what, cutting it close. The Young Warriors recharged. Apparently that one sits the nicest. Elder Baron. I don't think I've called a game GG with inner turret still standing, but the way this is headed, EDG are going down fast.
It's hard not to. You've got Rogue Warriors with such a large gold lead. The pressure is in their favor. The scaling is in their favor. And now they've got this map split open. And these turrets are dropping.
3 members in the mid lane, or rather 2, with Wei Yan hovering between. And at this point, yeah, look, EDG scared to walk up to the turret. Inhibitor exposed, Azir forward. And this inhibitor will drop with it. And look at the Baron minion in the mid wave. Rogue Warriors can just transition and head down this wave as well.
They're still playing it safe, though. Are wary of what Scout can do with this Zoe. Good amount of burst will shut down this play. But when you've got the Elder buff and the Baron buff, you can't even approach Rogue Warriors right now.
EDG probably just thinking about game 2 here as the final push seems to be coming out now. Ultimate available for Jung Wooji as well, not level 16, but it'll have to do. Scout looking for the Trouble Bubble to save game number 1, but the first Nexus turret is going to go down. Scout walking forward while Rogue Warriors might be looking to back away here or just wait for the next minion wave. It seems like that is the play.
They need to make something happen, but I don't even know how you do this. That Elder Dragon is going to ruin everything.
Junjia in for the engage. Cataclysm there as well, but now he has to back away while Ruby jumps forward, cleanses away, sends them backwards, and the shuffle does it again. Onto the execution time with the Elder Dragon. Oh, don't steal the pentakill. It's a quadra in the end, and a Rogue Warriors Game 1 win.
And they turn that back so well. That initial gank in the bottom lane was all they needed to take over this game. That snowball was immense, and Rogue Warriors looking strong.
I tell you what, that Game 1 tells me that we are going right up the right direction for Rogue Warriors, where we talked them up in their game against IG. They performed here again, and this time wasn't Invictus Gaming they had to go up against. It's an EDG, which has a shattered roster at the moment.
And we talked coming into this game about what our expectations would be. This was off screen. But we said we thought this would go to a Game 3. We didn't think that Rogue Warriors would come out in such commanding fashion and take over this series.
No one did, because Rogue Warriors are expected to be the bottom team. Wei Yan is not a jungler you'd think of for a top-tier spot. Crazy Ruby new in the LPL. Jung Wooji and Lei, sure, a reasonably strong bottom lane, but not stronger than Hope and Mako. I guess we're wrong for Game 1. I guess we're wrong for Rogue Warriors, because they put on a bit of a clinic and got both those big dragon, baron, purple things.
Perfect descriptor.
Whatever,
the thing that stands out to me, though, is when I was prepping for this series, looking at Junji, I was like, this guy's the Trundle player. Maybe they let something through, so then they like give something over to Wei Yan, like the Jarvan, like maybe force him onto something similar to Sejuani, and you can take those subjugate stats. I did not think it would be Wei Yan bringing out this Trundle, nor playing it to such perfection.
But I can tell you one thing I know for sure. Renekton was already like 25-7 or something crazy with a 75% win rate. It's going up. It's going up. Crazy. Sends this champion sky high. And I don't know what to say. I think we're seeing more of Ruby too. I think the Korean solo laners that I expected would take time to develop over the split are already showing signs of brilliance earlier on.
But it's the way that these guys are playing the map. We don't see them on the screen very often. Crazy's off working a side lane. Ruby as well realize, hey, look, I don't actually need to roam down to this play in the bottom lane. We've got this. I'm going to shove in and make sure Scout's losing out as much as possible in this play. Now, it turned out to be the best call possible because he gets the level advantage. No longer can Zoe push this Azir in or even really contend on the wave with them. And now this Azir is in a great spot. Because of the kills that went over, Great Aphelios is in a great spot. This is all coming up Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, the extra bit of turret plating gold on top of that, I think, was a really key factor. But decision-making, you wouldn't call a strength of Rogue Warriors up until now. Up until now, because this was really coordinated out of, again, meant to be a bottom-tier team. I can't state that enough, because Rogue Warriors are meant to be. What did you rank them? What did you rank them?
They were low on mine.
I did
have them.
16th or 15th or 16th.
Yeah, because I always look at old school
with
Rogue Warriors where, you know, they come in second, you've got the likes of Doinby on the roster. I'm like, this is where we want to go back
Those
to.
were the days.
But now we're starting to see, I mean, Korean mid laner coming in, starting to look like good. I mean, maybe we're putting our foot in the right...
recipe's there for a reason. It works for a reason. Does it continue into Game 2? Well, you're going to have to find out right after the break.
威武应该是不好争夺了。银焰的一发平 A 是直接把卢锡安跟蜘蛛都打到了半血。
又是一发通臂，带上副武器的银焰属性。
这波不想给，但是不给不行啊！不给的话，只能是被对面找机会拿完龙之后，威武也阵亡3个人。 小动一下鳄鱼，开启了大灭，要追一下吗？705没有大招的，
3段想闪现 Q 直接将其 Q 死，但是差一点点伤害啊！现在双方都要去抢中路兵线啊，才能把视野做过去。女警的位置好像不太好啊，小地图显示。
交了闪现过来，白白 Q 伤有点高，或许还要再追吗？
还想再追，
还有一想走。
这是交了一个原生闪现去追他，总算将其追掉。icon 这波站了出来呀，
这波带线有点激进，说实话。 你面对一个这么灵活的左移，
那正面塔姆直接开车去留人了，自己吃了一个节俭，能不能开出个白盾？白盾成功开出，他拖延了一下时间。泰坦在正面和鳄鱼双双开启石像鬼石板甲，女强大招被中断了，女强还在被鳄鱼不停的粘，盲僧想去踢，效果并不好。女警的这波输出环境非常不错，一下 A 在了哔哩哔哩的心上。妖姬直接踢了中2塔，踢的稍微有点远啊。红方拿到了这个火龙魂，荒野一个大招开出来，这里登场，妖姬2段坦直接瞬间踩后排，把后排给踩残了，艾波也死了，妖姬跟打野双切后排，将其终结在地。这波妖姬虽然说来的有点晚，但他还是赶上了最后这波2路汽车。
但是排了之后还在这里，
还在这先手盲僧，塔姆一口含住盲僧，同时清寒一个大招给到了一个鳄鱼，效果一般般，鳄鱼被震了一下，同时塔姆已经倒在地上，有一个石像鬼石板甲扛住5个人的伤害，再 Q 技能往后闪一下，盲僧闪现回血踢要回前踢一个金角，女警一枪将其毙灭。看看啊，这波全是一个残局。看看马哥这个输出的环境，马哥还在一枪 A， 有个复活甲，女警放这个夹子，再压他的起身，再给一枪，左一波 double Q， 女警超远距离的狙击，只说没有上照飞天去救他。
There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Better show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go. 'Cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. So come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me, so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Let's go there. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me, so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me, so you and I could be one. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right.
And that's right, we're back in Shanghai because the LPL English continues forward into day number 3 and into EDG and Rogue Warriors, where EDG were just slammed by the rookie Rogue Warriors squad in a big surprise to us. My name's Hysterics, joined by Dagda as usual. And after that game number 1, I'm willing to look at Rogue Warriors as a very different team to what we expect.
And it's exciting to see what they can do now coming forward. Look, they still got game 2 against EDG to contend with.
Sure.
But if this is the spirit that they're going to be fighting with as we start to go on in the season, I want to see them go up against the FPX, against the E-Stars and these kind of teams, and see what they can do.
Because we got the best out of IG. Like, we got a series we didn't expect to be a all-3 game. Against EDG, it looked like a slaughter. Better shot calling, better decision-making all around.
Yeah, overall, this shot calling was on point. The understanding where the map state was at was on point. Even punishing the tempo advantages that they have. This was very strong play coming through from Rogue Warriors.
And you can guess who MVP is, can't you? Now, you would think it's probably going to be Ruby or Wei Yan, maybe. But because Aphelios was played, Aphelios has to be MVP. Sorry, guys. That's just Season 10 for you. He may have done close to 40% damage, and he may have kicked some butt doing it. But it was a very big team effort from RW.
Yeah, look, overall, Rogue Warriors played as a team fantastically. Even one of the people that we pointed out crazy that wasn't on your screen a huge amount of the time.
Yep.
The pressure that this Renekton was putting down was also very good. But Zhang Wuji, 38% of the team's damage, 87% kill participation. We said it, very high kill participation for an AD carry who continues in this.
I mean, the only thing that stands out to me there is he's 3,500 gold over Hope. The AD carry who we said would be high. Yeah, in this matchup, in game 1, I should say, Ruby and Scout were our primary focus because of that mid lane matchup. And coming into the series, on my piece of paper here, I have it's Hope versus Wuji because of how this AD carry matchup could go.
Yeah, and look, Zhang Wuji is a player that can have very high highs if given the opportunity. He used to be an old Vayne one trick, so this is a guy that's used to carrying games where he can.
Yep.
You gave him the tools here. You gave him a bunch of kills early. He stepped up to the plate, and there was, as you were saying, that 3,000 gold lead. Well, when we were in the game, that amounted to an entire Runaan's Hurricane over his lane opponent. He was starting to get even further ahead as the game progressed. It was just silly.
I mean, Zhang Wuji, we're getting flashes of brilliance again here, like we are with WE's Bei Sheng from 2019 Spring. Now, Zhang Wuji came into the league, and it was like, well, Rogue Warriors aren't the greatest team, but this AD carry really is something. The first pentakill of 2019 as well. And the Ezreal was like, wow, this guy makes this look easy. And again, it kind of feels like, well, Zhang Wuji's coming into his stride.
Yeah, and look, it's across multiple different champions as well. It's not only the Aphelios. I mean, when I look back at this guy, it was the likes of the Caitlyn's and stuff that I remember him for. Now, he did try to bring out the Vayne in one of the games. Don't rewatch that as we try to hype him up. But other than that, this guy has really started to come into his own.
Yeah, it really has. But the rest of Rogue Warriors are doing well here. Now, a lot of you out there will say, why have we not talked about EDG? And that's because EDG, they've essentially lost Jinu, they've lost Jie because of everything going on with the world, and because we can't get all players onto Summoner's Rift, unfortunately. So we have Junjia, we have Xiao Sheng. That game, maybe a bit of inexperience from Junjia, and that's the difference that we saw between him and Wei Yan.
And we saw it as well when they were playing against E-Star. Even though they won that game, tried to go for a gank in the top lane with Zhao Jiang, ended up giving over 2 kills to Xiao Bai's Mordekaiser when it should have been a clean sweep in that case. So these guys are still new, still trying to get their footing. So I can't really fault them too much, because coming in to the big stage and having so much pressure put onto in the draft is really putting a bone in the works for Junjia.
Well, let's talk about draft again, because we're into it. We're into game number 2. Rogue Warriors back on the blue side and EDG on red, with the Olaf band straight away towards Wei Yan. But Rogue Warriors, like in game 1, they're targeting out Junjia's limited champion pool. They start with the Sejuani.
Look, Sejuani's going to go. The Rek'Sai is a surprise to me. As you said, it's Sejuani, it's Jarvan, it's these big tanks that Junjia likes. The Nunu as well, but either way, it caused a... And now again, the Olaf hasn't slipped through, but you can still see and imagine EDG putting priority onto that jungle pick, because once you start to get rid of these, with Junjia's champ pool a little bit pinched, we need to get something solid for him.
Now, he still has the Jarvan available, and that was picked up in the first rotation on red side last time. Hope, big MF player, pretty much like every other AD carry. So, a rinse and repeat, same as game 1.
Could still go for something like that Rumble on this EDG roster, though. We were calling for in the last game. No pressure so far on that support pool. Mako, I think, did a pretty good job on the Braum. It was just unfortunate with the way that gank in the bottom lane went.
Yep. It was punished pretty heavily. Rumble could also be pitched here by Rogue Warriors. Let's see. Because it's been such a high priority pick, you'd have to give up the bottom lane. But lay on Thresh again. Hey, in the end, he got a bit more accurate.
And now what do you try and go for? I feel like you potentially solidify something like the Mordecai,
Not in its own right. So we still have a jungler. We still have a top laner, excuse me, to pick up there for Crazy. Well, on the side of EDG, to me, it seems like, okay, let's change around the support. The Brom didn't work out too well. It was punished hard. The Nautilus can counterplay this Thresh a little bit more.
We'll keep him honest in this bottom side for at least a little bit of time. It's when this game starts to progress further, though, we'll have to see how Lei starts to work in those hooks once again. If I'm EDG side here, I'm looking towards those top lane ban. Aatrox, well, never mind. I was going to say Aatrox, Mordekaiser, but with the jungler not locked in either, I think it's the best bet to go for it.
I think you're onto something, though. And if we do see jungle bans, that's fair, but that means that the Aatrox, we don't have Renekton. What else hits up in the top
the
lane?
Mordekaiser is the one that stands out to me, yeah.
There you go. Sit on, rely on you for a reason, Dagda. Rumble going to make its way through to the second ban phase, though, so no Cigar for Scout. He still has the Zoe available, but whether Rogue Warriors want to target that this time around or not is going to be the next question.
Look, I think if I'm Scout, I'm still comfortable to take that Zoe into the matchup. It was because of that roam he ended up falling behind more so than the matchup itself. But last jungle ban, I'm assuming going to be coming through from EDG, although a lot of discussion about what they want to get rid of.
Elise is still there.
Yeah, Elise would make the most sense to me.
Hey.
Getting rid of okay, so I mean, if I'm Wei Yan, I'm still pretty happy to go with something like the Elise here. Or we could see the old Wei Yan favorite of Karthus potentially sneak through. Could work here in this scenario.
Hey, he hovered over that last time around. You know, Wei Yan, after the confidence from game number 1, why not? I mean, you got the Azir on the roster, but LeBlanc going to be the final ban here. So, again, we're set up for that same matchup through the mid lane if they want to go through.
Well, that's going to be the Zoe. Look, this makes most sense. We already said it. You're happy with the matchup. It was just a misdirection in the play.
Wow.
So we'll still lock that one in. Now, I think if I'm on the side of Rogue Warriors, I'd love to see Crazy on the Aatrox.
I was just noticing 32% win rate from Zoe. Sorry to take you off.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's not a... I mean...
That sucks.
Yeah, it's not. But this is the problem I have with some of these champions that do get locked in a lot of the time, is that they don't have the best of win rates, but that doesn't diminish that they're just good picks in general.
Yeah, safe blind like the Zoe. The Aatrox you were mentioning before I rudely cut you off is going to be picked up on Crazy. His most played champion alongside the Renekton, and here we go. Gragas over to Wei Yan.
Yeah, look, this means that...
Ooh. Okay, forget the Gragas.
Yeah.
Now you walk me through this, because the only person who constantly picked Fiora in the LPL is no longer playing in the LPL currently, and that's Khan. So Xiao Sheng, the debut competitive split in his career, not just LPL, in his career, is like, I can play Fiora.
So I was glancing at his stats earlier on today from his career. Xiao Zhang has played one game of Fiora, but he went monstrous on it. He was 7-1 on the Fiora in that game. So now that you've got a counter pick here for the Fiora and the Aatrox, this is where I want to see EDG double down on that style we're talking about.
Yeah, well, you have
Getting up to the top lane, forcing Fiora to get ahead and win through side lanes.
Because top lane was absolutely abandoned last game. We didn't see hide nor hair unless it was in the team fights. Now you have a Fiora up in that lane. Now I'm like, okay, I'm not watching mid anymore. I've got similar matchup. I'm going top. Aatrox versus the Fiora. My eyes are stuck there.
And this was the thing. I was looking at Crazy and going, okay, he's been winning this matchup pretty handily with Renekton. He looks on paper like the better top laner. Well, if you can put him onto the Aatrox, he should be able to have a decent matchup there. And Xiao Shang then goes, well, what the hell do I do? I bring out this Fiora. I take that fight with the gauntlet thrown down, and now it's all on this rookie top laner to perform.
When Hope and Maker have consistently been the shining light or the hope itself of the team alongside Scout. So this is a big shift in gears for EDG. You can see how, not only through draft, but through game 1, EDG have been pressured here. And it feels like, okay, we need to draft this singular winning lane, or rather, our most important lane, into the top side. And that is such a big call for a team that is down, and also without their two shining lights in top and jungle.
And in theory, this should work out. If you look at the way the early game plays out, Zoe does well into Azir. We already discussed on the last game. You already touched on the bottom lane. Nautilus and Misfortune can push in this Aphelios and Thresh. So this will allow Junjia to focus this top side, because it should be the rest of the map having control.
I want to see what Wei Yan does. He's had a good performance so far and has had a pretty good start to the split, all things considered. Let's see how Rogue Warriors push the tempo again against EDG in game number 2. Jayo! We don't have the things on our screen for some reason, and I miss that. Yeah. What happened? I'm going to send an email through. I still got to put that on my Twitter.
Have you actually recorded your own video, though?
I did, but I didn't send it. I was scared.
Just put it on Twitter. I want to see it.
No,
Look, you put up enough embarrassing videos of yourself on Twitter today. That's one more.
I did my makeup and my eyes look so cool. I started using an app, and it's really fun, and I'm just waiting for someone to call me out. But so far, so good. I gave people some sleepless nights. Apparently, it's worse than the Fiddlesticks update. Thank
that
you
was
so
a
much.
very funny tweet. That was very good.
Well, look, either way, I main Fiddle, so me and him go hand in hand. I take that as a compliment, as you should if you were Rogue Warriors Game 1 after their performance. EDG going to be starting on towards that top side with a solo start from Junjia, but a deep ward onto the blue from Rogue Warriors, or rather, on Rogue Warriors blue star.
So this is where they're looking to hide how Junjia starts, because look at where Jarvan's pathing. They're looking for the level 2 gank on Crazy. Already the pressure's coming down on the Aatrox.
Well, at least they know their win condition this game. Definitely hand in hand. But Junjia, the vertical jungle, gives priority to this Fiora whole-handedly, while the Gragas is going to have to shift gears quickly, but a ward to spot out the blue buff take.
And Junjia thought he'd be able to spot out this ward in that top lane brush, but they placed it further back, so good call coming through from the side of Rogue Warriors to look at that play.
They hit level 2 first, but a good flay here onto Mecha, but Aftershock absorbs all of it, and Lei is dangerously low.
You gotta respect that level 2. It's been a while since I've seen a pro player caught out by that, but Lei most certainly taking the brunt of that damage. And now you can see Zhao Zhang with the comfort knowing the Jarvan's on the side, trying to go aggressive on this top side.
Now, we don't see too much Fiora, but everyone knows you've got to play with the vitals. You've got to position around it. So it's about how Crazy matches these trades.
So the reason that this is considered a counter matchup is because you can dash around from the Darken Blade procs, and as well, you get so much of that healing back yourself, hitting off with all those procs. And in the later stages of the game, you can just chase down this Aatrox and kill him underneath his towers.
Yeah, very true. At this point, the turret diving, it's not going to start this early on, but Xiao Sheng is in such an aggressive position. Now, keep track of junglers here, because for the Jarvan, his blue buff was not taken. There's actually going to be a triple buff here, because Wei Yan didn't look for the contest. He didn't look for the cross across river that early on.
So this is because he's more focused on these ganks. Back to get this early Predator, which means he can make about a 340, 345 second gank out onto the map. And eyes are going towards the top lane. Problem is, Xiao Sheng's already backed. He knew he was a bit overextended, decides to pick up a second Storm Blade to double down on this advantage that he'll gain in the lane and keep himself safe.
And he's walking to this lane as well. The teleport's available, but that's going to be the advantage here. As coming back with that double Doran's great trading, Wei Yan very aggressive towards Raptors. But Scout going to go in. He has a smite, gets the trouble bubble over the wall, but Xiao Sheng is here, and it's Fiora. If she gets a kill here, this is going to be dangerous. Wei Yan in a really difficult position, gets the barrel roll, but now 3 members on top of him. As, are you going to flash? Are you going to body slam? No, you're going to give first blood to the win condition of EDG.
And the EDG game plan has part A underway. Gives that kill over towards the Fiora, so Zhao Zhang will now be in the lead. Doesn't even have to worry about that lane because it's slow pushing into him. Should be able to freeze this here and look to keep himself in good shape.
And this is not the jungle start that we saw from Wei Yan last time, with intelligent pathing, reading Junjia. This time around, spotted on multiple wards, gets triple buffed against the Jarvan.
And this is where I was looking towards the IG series and going, look, is this Wei Yan playing fantastically? Well, he's going to tell me right now.
Okay, well, he's got the land, he's got the body slam, he forces the flash out of Mako, rather. Hope, excuse me. Dredge line from the Nautilus, but he's spotted out once again, and he's still falling behind in this jungle.
Junjia onto Crazy here.
Now, Crazy is just going to walk past him. Ships in the night. Crazy's walking to lane, though, and he knows he's going this way. This is Gromp being taken now, but the wave is shoving into the Fiora. Dagda, I'm curious where this goes from here. I will apologize, actually pushing against Crazy right now, but he's in a good position to come up behind Crazy if he stays in the top lane.
Well, you can see right now where, oh, he mistimes the riposte.
Oh, he does. So trade comes back heavily for Crazy. The Fiora has the double Dorans, but also the Executioner's calling here is going to make a big deal.
It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Zhao Zhang to heal up. But the thing is, you can see how heavily these trades go in favor of the Fiora. But the key thing is managing that riposte. You can easily predict when the Darkened Blades are going to actually hit you with the knockup or even that Infernal Chains.
Every
I'm sick
game.
of this. I'm sick of this.
I hate
Come
Zoe.
on.
I mean, honestly, redemption shouldn't be given until you're like level 11 or something.
Redemption shouldn't be given.
No.
It's
He had a
silly.
chilling smite before any junglers even picked up like a stalker's blade. I mean, that's just ridiculous, honestly.
I thought he was going to go over the wall and just smite away the big chicken when they did go on to Wei Yan, but wasn't needed. Able to pick up the kill in that scenario. But either way, this is a very frustrating lane for Crazy to be in. Now having the extra help of that redemption only is a bit of a kick when you're already down.
It was. It gave a tiny bit of health to Xiaosheng, but in reality as well, I think we have to compliment Crazy on that earlier trade because that did push him into a much more comfortable position, and so is the wave. And Wei Yan's towards his top side and says, no, you're not the jungler, get out.
We've been focused on this top side for quite a while, though. Let's take stock of where we are in the rest of the map, because you can see EDG are trying to push their advantage here in the bottom lane. Hope has got the CS numbers.
Good hook onto Mako, Gravitum to come through. There's some great trading, but Aftershock absorbs it as Junjia's coming in for the turret dive, the flag and drag available. They get the bullet time, or rather the Q onto Lei while the Jarvan goes for the dive, and this is messy from EDG, but they complete it with Hope. So some good diving, but now Ruby's in with the Empress Divide onto 3. The heal to come through, but the flag and drag, the thank you man with the flash. Ruby a little bit too late, and he could not get them all.
Ruby, nah, that's not what you want to do. Gives over the kills, does manage to get one back in his favor, but EDG are still in a position here to push in this wave, deny a good amount of gold and experience from Zhang Wuji.
That's right, definitely not worth it, because in the end of the day, I believe the kill went over to Scout. Either way, one for the AD carry, one for the mid laner. This is not the start of the game that we saw in game number 1. This is EDG taking back control.
And I want to go back to the point I wanted to make about Wei Yan, which was he always had jungle control in those games against IG.
Yep.
This is where you're falling behind, and Junjia and Co are able to make these plays aggressively because they know the Gragas isn't there. Jarvan has control of this matchup. He's capable of making these dives, and now we're starting to see Wei Yan exposed a little bit when they fall behind. Ruby, though, doesn't even manage to pick up the
You
kill
can
onto
imagine
Mako.
if Ruby was a little bit closer towards that wall that goes into the turret, he could have shoved them in underneath turret with no wave. Maybe that play works out, but not going to be the case. Xiaosheng, meanwhile, on the top lane, this is a very serious trade, and Crazy can't get much back.
This top lane matchup is not going to get any better for Crazy.
No.
You've got the Tiamat there, so just that extra proc of the trade, able to shove in the wave consistently now and look towards getting some of those turret plates as well. And because you've got full control of the top side, you're able to go for these plays off of the pressure Hope and Mako have created for themselves in the bottom lane.
Now, I want to come back to what we saw in that bottom lane trade, because it's led to one thing to another, right? EDG now on the Dragon. That was because of how successful they are in bottom and mid. Through the kill onto Scout, through the kill onto Hope. Infernal boosts the stats, and we got an Ocean coming up next.
And what's Wei Yan doing? He's stealing away a Raptor camp. This guy has had no impact in this game. And look, this is a big issue. If this is the way that Rogue Warriors needs to operate, having jungle control, well then I'd rather see them give over the Aphelios and get Wei Yan onto the Jarvan, something he has control of this matchup.
Still 10 CS behind at this point. Junjia giving over the blue buff to Scout. Scout really crucial in that bottom lane dive before, with great allocation and trouble bubble, but Rogue Warriors dive themselves, but Xiaosheng has ultimate available. There's a body slam, but ultimate is burnt, and guess what? It's counted. The grand challenge comes down. He's got the healing, and he gets 2. He's still alive. Now for Crazy, the namesake will recover part of it, but you don't dive a Fiora, because she smacks right back.
Zhao Zhang, the rookie top laner for EDG, smacks down the any play Rogue Warriors want to go for. And with that, Junjia is able to pick up the Rift Herald for free. It's a disaster.
The riposte, the parry, excuse me, onto the Gragas ult, and everything turns upside down. 3-1-0. The pickaxe with the Tiamat, and the rest of EDG were just doing their own stuff on the map, while Rift Herald's getting taken as well.
We said the single game Zhao Zhang has played on Fiora. He was 7-1. Right now, he is 3-1, working up towards that Ravenous Hydra. You've only got the Executioners on the side of Crazy that really means anything for this Aatrox. So Fiora dead set on taking over this game, and all EDG have to do in the rest of the map is pop their feet up, clear those waves, and this game is in the bag.
2,500 gold towards EDG. Rogue Warriors falling behind even faster. There's a Rift Herald on the Jarvan now too, so Junjia can push out that lane while turret plating is still available, get more gold onto the solo laner, or look elsewhere and elevate the rest of EDG.
I want to see where this Rift Herald is going to be used. Because there is an argument to use it up in the top side, get more gold into Zhao Xiang's back pocket. But I'd also like to see them now invest in the rest of the map. You know this Fiora is going to be ahead regardless, so let's see if we can get some of this gold shared and be a bit more generous with our allocation.
Well, Xiao Xiang at the moment, where is he? Stuck in that lane, of course. I don't want to look at him. I want to look at Junjia. That's the one. He's actually moved to the mid lane as Hope and Mako do the same, almost get Ruby as well. But Rift Herald going to be dropped here. 4 members of EDG setting out the push while Zhong Wuji isn't joining.
And look at the difference in this lane. When you've got Scout who's able to stay in this the whole time, has been slowly chipping away at these turrets, now has the Rift Herald finish it off in the top lane.
This happens again, grand challenge into the world ender. Xiaoshang, one more vital to be hit, and Crazy is going to get hit. Now the turret dive continues as the full healing comes through. Crazy is out once more. The Fiora has a push.
And he's insane to think he can take this fight anymore. Xiaoshang wins every scrap, and you are not going to get a scrap of CS anymore if you continue to play like this. Potential tower dive set up in the top side if Mako wants to roam.
Well, Crazy, you just saw him burn his ultimate, so he has to back away. Turret plating at the ready here for Xiaoshang. And this next back, that's going to be Titanic. Or Ravenous. No, Ravenous, excuse me.
He can buy
You're
half the damn shop at this stage. This Fiora is so fed.
True.
How do you start to look at this as Rogue Warriors? You've now got someone who has to deal with this Fiora on the side push. You have to deal with Scout, who's got a bunch of gold thanks to that turret push. You've got Misfortune as well for Hope, who's working wonders. And we haven't even touched on the combo that EDG have with the Bullet Time and the Cataclysm yet.
Yeah. Really easy to execute, and a combination that EDG in the past, through their core members, have been able to execute. And that's all that's important. Ravenous Hydra, the first pickup here. Not the first of the game, but the first pickup in that top lane at least. And this is where it continues.
Dragon, in just a few moments, they'll be able to start this acceleration play going even further.
Dagda, I've noticed something. Now,
Tell me.
Xiaoshang, in his brief level advantage, he also has teleport available, and Crazy at the moment does not. 30 seconds to that Dragon you were just mentioning. With the gold lead, the ability to fight with Luden's Echo picked up, Essence Reaver here. Both for Hope and Scout. They're ready.
So there's 2 ways you can play this teleport advantage. You can actually have Zhao Xiang push in this wave and just walk down, then teleport back up if Crazy tries to answer, get the top lane turret. Or they can try and bait Rogue Warriors into utilizing all their CC early on, which means by the time Zhao Xiang teleports in, he can heavily win out in these fights and have free reign as Fiora in the scrap.
Because either way you look at it, both options kind of seem bad for Rogue Warriors.
Yeah. It's not great.
Well, Wei Yan is towards this top side, so to me it seems like they're going to abandon Dragon for the ability to try and put Fiora behind, but Xiaoshang pays respect.
It's bot lane that they got to be careful of, though, because if you're putting all this pressure topside, well, if Elios can't hold on to this tower, Lei has started to roam up, so they get the Dragon, they get the bottom lane turret, and Zhao Shang's got his thinking cap on because he's backed off.
Yeah, all the way off towards red buff. Pings are going down. EDG are not going to play this mistake. And instead, you just get the Krugs and you wait for the wave to come in. I actually think if it's only 2, he could probably 1v2.
But I don't think it's going to be 2. Ruby's on the way. Lei is now the man holding down mid lane. Never thought a support would be able to go that far, but Mako is here to back things up.
Well, walks on in. The control ward going to be crucial here. Ability to clear it out, but they're really looking for opportunities through this top lane and still pathing towards the top side, now going mid. Well, let's just 1v1 with the bullet time almost coming through. Hope's going to get flayed in and looks for the 1v2. The flash away from the death sentence. He now turns his damage. And attention, Wuji, one more hit. He gets it, the ignite, and gets 2. But that's going to be golden until Lei. Get ready. It's G'day from Hope in the bottom lane.
They've always got Hope hysterics, and they have crushed any hope that Rogue Warriors had of picking up a win in game number 2. Fiora's fed, Hope is 1v2ing, and the rest of EDG have the map.
Doesn't matter. Xiaoshang starts with the 1v3 under turret, and now the 1v2 bot, and now the solo kill in the top lane. Jarvan flashes in, Cataclysm's down. Crazy's going to get a bit of healing, and even though Junjia will, not die there. Xiaoshang's a bro. Even gets the healing to survive. EDG are playing so much better.
Wei Yan has the cast though.
And he flashes on in. He gets one. The explosive cast brings back the Jarvan. Good capitalization here from Wei Yan. Big shutdown onto the Fiora too.
They needed something. Delighted Wei Yan could have some play in this game to turn anything back in the favor of Rogue Warriors. EDG, though, are still in control of this game, unless Rogue Warriors could turn on towards this Rift Herald as it spawns. Looks like that's the play.
Yeah, massive hit from the Gragas, though, just to come back. Now, if they take Rift Herald here, get some gold in Ruby's pockets. He's got the Nashes. That could evolve to something else. We've also got the first item wanting here for Jung Wooji, but even though EDG aren't in the area, it's going to take more than that. There's still a 5k gold lead from EDG at 16 minutes. But at least Rogue Warriors, they're not out of this yet.
Well, let's take stock of where we're at, because it's all been a bit hectic and we actually haven't looked at where people are. We've got Essence Reaver and the BF Sword picked up for Hope after that fantastic play in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Luden's Echo coming in from the Zoe. And on the top side, that Black Cleaver is very much underway for Xiao Shang. So crucial items are starting to come together, and EDG are going to hit like a truck off these two items. Actually, I take that back. It's probably not the Black Cleaver. It's more likely the Triforce.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm like, well, at this position, Trinity Force just sounds so much better.
I've been watching Aatroxes and sets and all these for too long. I've seen too many Black.
Well, doesn't LS
well.
advocate for Trinity Force Aatrox? I believe he does.
He does.
He
and
does.
Look,
and I've tried it on ARAM, and it feels good. But do I have the guts to do that in Summoner's Rift? Absolutely not.
So you think that that's what we should see coming out from Crazy here? Is that what we're advocating?
Yeah, no, he just picked up Black Cleaver. We're not talking about that, but I do like the Trinity Force on the Fiora here to further your point. But also, remember, at this point, when he does pick up that Trinity Force, he will be pretty much an item ahead of Crazy. He's already a level ahead. He's starting to build up CS, and to Crazy's credit, he's kept up in this really harsh lane. But I wonder how much longer that goes on as depth charge is available, doesn't use it as Golden from Wei Yan. He blocks, still has that ultimate available. Mako uses it, and here comes the bullet time as Scout comes in with the burst. Crazy now goes, oh no, that's my lane opponent. Get out of there. And the fight is done.
I blinked and I missed it. Everyone disintegrated in front of our eyes.
Ruby's
now the turn's
dead.
gone.
The Fiora just snuck behind and killed the Azir with one flick of the wrist.
That is insane. EDG are snowballing this game so hard that they're coming back and saying, Rogue Warriors, last game was a fluke. We're here to play ball.
This is what I expected EDG to be in this form. And whether it took a game or whether Rogue Warriors have just been shut out so hard this game. I mean, there's so much to dissect from this series already. But at 18 minutes, one thing I know for sure is that when we get into this mid-game, we're not going to slow down. The fighting's going to continue. I expect an all-out brawl in the next 5 minutes.
And we potentially get another one of these. This is only game number 2. This is a best-of-3 series. And with a minute left before this Baron spawns, EDG will be looking to put Fiora on the bottom side, put pressure onto that inhibitor turret in the bottom lane to secure the big objective.
We've got a mountain coming up in 15 seconds as well, but look at this. Xiaoshang used his abilities, summoners, in the last kill onto Ruby, and even though Wei Yan is here, does he want to go back in? He's going to get cornered in the second lane with the death sentence that lands over with the ultimate, but the riposte, you're right, the grand challenge onto Ruby. Xiaoshang could turn this, but the explosive cast says, yeah, you go. We don't want to kill you anyway.
Pops them away. There's no drinking today. Paddy's Day is cancelled for
We're coming back. Rift Herald's going to come through. They want to get the turret. The death sentence weird from Lei. He's tanking. Almost dies to it. Now that Rift Herald's here, though, they have a minion.
Mid lane, though.
Into the back. The riposte's still there. They kill him, and you're right. Meanwhile, EDG say, that's fine. We hit mid.
Will get the back through, though. They haven't fully committed for any of these towers, so might get back before that wave crashes. Rogue Warriors have made the play, but it's a tier 1 for a tier 2.
Yeah. And Scout might even get... Okay. Yeah. He's going to get this no matter what.
Yeah.
So, backs away. Yeah. Portal jump not capitalized. Rift Herald gets another charge up in that top lane. And again, small props where it's due here to Rogue Warriors, who have been really punishing this Fiora lane.
Watch what happens in this spot now.
Okay.
Because you've got tier 2 in the bottom lane down. That opens up that inhib turret now for this Fiora.
Yep.
So even though she's been punished by multiple people, you see it's taken 3 to 4 people to take her down. Xiaoshang has free roam on this bottom side, will only have Crazy to try and take care of him because they need to fight at this Baron.
But I do like the decision making here from the top lane Fiora. Instead goes to the top side once again because doesn't have that teleport available. Baron's up. And the Mountain Dragon, as you saw before, was taken by EDG in that trade. So
I don't even know if it matters now. I think Xiaoshang's so far ahead that if they go for the Baron, concede it, you just take the inhibs.
Okay.
You can just work with it. And even then, what do EDG get off of that play? All they have is one outer turret down. Well, cool, we'll sacrifice an outer turret for your inhib.
Yeah, good point. Everything looking up. Vision control here from RW, at least around that Baron pit. And EDG are walking in. It's time to clear. While the Fiora gets a shove in the top lane and is still hanging around, lurking and waiting for EDG to find something in this enemy jungle.
They try to see if they can catch on to Ruby. Will safely make it back. But this is where you got to be careful. It's only Azir who's hovering around here. Lei might get spotted.
The Scout's in the bottom lane, but he has teleport. Run away, they say. Hope uses the heal to give the movement speed bonus. Crazy uses the World Ender as well, but Wei Yan in a crucial position. The explosive cast sends back the Jarvan, but that's the second time around that his ultimate has done nothing.
They were trying to get the pick before Xiaoshang could set up on either of these side lanes. Not going to come out. Now you've lost the cask for potentially a Baron fight. You'll also keep your eyes towards the 2-minute and 40 mark where we'll have that Mountain Dragon spawning.
And we also have a Trinity Force available now for Xiaoshang. So there's the two items that we're speaking about for a while. Crazy still on the Caulfield's Warhammer. So nowhere near the Death Stance that could compete and outplay this Fiora.
So we got to look at when exactly do Rogue Warriors come into their own in this game. Because when we look at the compositions, yes, we've got Fiora, will always win out on this side lane. But the rest of Rogue Warriors will eventually scale. So if we're holding off on these scenarios till 35 minutes or so, Ruby and Zhang Wuji will be able to win the 4v4. But how far away is that when Xiaoshang is chasing Crazy down at the moment?
Grand challenge is available. Let's see it. The flash away. He doesn't have it to follow up, but he has the movement speed. Jumps into the turret. There's the World Ender, but it's way too late. The healing to come through. The solo kill. And Zhang Wuji says, I can help, but EDG say we can do the Baron while this is going on.
Because Zhang Wuji showed they know there's no AD carry. They can burst.
They don't want to. They see Ruby in the mid lane.
Fair, actually. When I look at the comp that they have, Zoe and Misfortune don't really do a huge amount to this Baron, but it will allow Xiaoshang the time to go towards
Ultimate
boss.
immediately. There's the Emperor's Divide. The depth charge with the flash. Ruby will get knocked up away from the land, and Cataclysm is there as well. Good death sentence with the box. They flay him back, but Junjia has the stone plate. Heals up, but not in time. And the bullet time just sends them outward. Xiaoshang will be pushing this bottom lane inhibitor turret, but Rogue Warriors are still fighting back.
They did get the kill onto Junjia. Goes a little bit too far forward without Hope or Scout to give him the damage he needs to finish people off. Doesn't matter though. EDG cracked the base. They are pushing onto all structures in all lanes. And Rogue Warriors can capitalize off the death of the EDG jungler.
Super curious to see what we get as a back here. EDG still head and goal, but it's now only 7,000. By the way, Mountain Soul coming up in 40 seconds. So good back timing here from the top lane Fiora, who gets a Caulfield's Warhammer. So we should be at about 30% CDR right now. Rogue Warriors trying to head towards the Baron and get some vision.
And this is potentially where Rogue Warriors can force them into a 5v5. How do you position Xiaoshang when you're trying to position for Baron and this Mountain Dragon? In a 5v5 scenario, Crazy, despite being behind, will do a lot more work in theory than this Fiora, but it is a 6-3 Fiora, so don't hold me to that bet.
And the Scuttle Ward's going to do something, but they're starting Baron. Look how quickly they do this as well. For Rogue Warriors, they're not out of the woods. Xiaoshang has TP, but he's looking to start the Mountain Soul.
Baron is going
It's
low.
a 3. They need to get in. Junjia needs to get in. Goes in for the silver. Doesn't get so. Rogue Warriors get the Baron. They'll get the trade-off onto Gragas, but now they need the fight. With the teleport in from Xiaoshang, he has the grand challenge and gets it with ease. Ruby has the ulti available, but it's parried again on point. As Scout steals that kill away from him. And even though they get the objective, this Fiora is running like Flash Gordon. Parry should be available shortly, but Under Turret tanks it out for now. Doesn't die. The redemption to heal up, and they continue forward. Scout is a menace, so is Hope, and he flashes right on into it. One shot, one kill. Nice stretch line, nice double. And EDG don't care about the Baron because they just won anyway.
Caitlyn's 1 shot, 1 kill. Miss Fortune's the double up, the 2 kills for the AD carry of EDG, and they will stride forward, confidently taking this game too.
They've got 10 seconds until Ruby, but he has no ult anyway. Stoneplate used by Junjia to tank up the turret, and they disintegrate immediately onto the Nexus, but a kill first as EDG strike back in the series.
I love this series. EDG fighting back against Rogue Warriors, and we've got a game number 3.
Finally! Woo! We saw EDG come alive in the series, even if it was only game number 2, and one condition, one set pick in the Fiora. And that's all it took.
And this is not something you'd expect. One game from Zhao Chang, way back in the distance, is not what you'd expect to bring him out on the LPL stage, where he's trying to prove himself against the Korean top laner Crazy, who he's been bigging up as one of this major lanes for Rogue Warriors. I mean, look at that damage.
I mean, 26-minute game, 15k damage ain't bad from the solo laner of EDG. And you have to give it to Junjia. That was a really good recovery and really good setting of win condition. EDG were so on board with what they had to do that game. Where in game 1, we're like, okay, you're all over the place. Do you know what the plan is here? This game, they definitely did.
Yeah, look, get Fiora ahead. Junjia split the map on top side. Did a great job of allowing Zhao Chang to take over this lane. And now Crazy can't be blind picking this Aatrox anymore.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the Fiora counterpick or the Fiora pick into the Aatrox has only been seen by people like Khan. No one's been confident enough to pick up this top laner. But Xiaosheng, the new competitive player, hasn't even played anywhere else. He played Demacia Cup and that's it.
Yeah, look, that was enough. That was all he needed. This is what he wanted.
Now
Just a little bit of time to pick up the stats that he wanted. And
that's right.
Now, 2 wins on the Fiora, a hell of a lot of gold and KDAs galore for it as well.
We're kind of looking at the EDG that beat E-Star here, though. I'm just looking at their list. The 2-0 against E-Star was like, wow, that was impressive. Against V5 earlier in the split, in week 1, when we did see Jinnu, when we saw Jie, like it was a very different story. But it was that confidence in the other laners, the jungler especially, that enabled Scout, Hope, and Mako to play so well on their respective side of the map.
Look, across the board, this was EDG stepping up. We saw Scout, didn't need to roam down to the bottom side. Fantastic. Bullying the Azir this time around from Ruby. In the bottom side of the map, Hope and Mako. Hope with the solo double kill onto the enemy bot lane. This was everyone from EDG having the confidence to say, hell no, we ain't losing this.
Because they fixed the weakest part of the map, and I like that strategy. I like that EDG have kept us in this series, and I like that we're going to game 3 right after this.
这波很聪明，好，并没有选择放线，哦，已经放了，已经放了。这个小龙
回血这边勾下勾到，这边人头，这边龙是被盲僧拿了下来。整体阵容 W 血量不是下的有点快，小虎进去收掉了女枪的人头，又回了一口气，还没有阵亡，还是最后一丝血。虽然兰博收了下来，但是 FPX 只能自己逃跑。
3打5的团战，
这波有银焰的大招，
一个勾没有勾到，全面气泡也空了这波。
哎，要留这边先杀了一个上单，剑魔这边是开出一个金身在原地，但是龙的话，我看一下被刘子这边是忽然拿出了一个3杀，
这个烟花炸了呀！而且安吉这边还可以直接接这条大龙，要踢下去吗？直接踢下去，大龙的血量1万，一个全面气泡又没有碎到，而且狼系已经绕过来了，
平 A 一直在
秒掉了。 叫 ADC 过来一起打，
这波不会有了吧？4000血
，4000、3500，但卡萨要被打死了。
队友先打，
他还在打，哎，拼到他过来了，拼到他过来了。
又洗了一波，但是无忌来了，无忌这波进场，青微眼睛打下来，效果还可以。IG 感觉有大龙 buff 没办法一波了，要撤了。
这边兵线被顶了出来 ，IG 没有办法一波，只能往后撤。
还想拆吗？
有点难。 Rookie 那波流好像是没有
用命流，
哎，等一下，这边又偷家，
哎，这位置感觉有点机会，上来硬拆，
点，再点，
踩
最后一下，这都赢了我。
哎，但这边老干爹好像有点犹豫啊 ，Nice 这边被打下了很多血，大龙直接 run 掉了。
感觉超波再追的话不好追了呀，又一个勾的是一个辅助。
踢回去的是谁？踢回去的是一个沙皇，沙皇直接被秒杀。
同时这边小花生是有一个复活甲的，4个人赶紧反向撤退，皇子一个到3个，一个桶子炸的还不错，但这个位置后续老干爹实在是太弱了，根本没有人能威胁到这个大树
啊！这个大招扫的非常的好，把所有人的位置逼残了。
是，帮他砍下一个 triple kill， 后续还能追击，闪现一个 E 起的是一个女枪。
Adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in, feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
Well, when you have a Fiora top that goes that well, you're gonna get game 2 against Rogue Warriors, and EDG played that exceptionally better than their debut here today in the LPL English. Day number 3 for us here, but day 2 of week 3. Dagda, Hysterics, and with an Irishman for St. Patrick's Day.
It feels good.
In a very good form. Australia drinks a lot as well, you know. We're kind of like still, aren't we related? I don't know. Who knows?
Well, technically, there's like a weird mix of us in Backlash. It goes history, fun times.
Somewhere down
but we're not here for that.
No, we're in
here for
China
LPL.
as well. We're somewhere in between those two countries, and we're here in Shanghai to watch the last game of this series. EDG and Rogue Warriors have already come through with good individual games. And in that game number 2, Dagda, MVP, have a guess.
Ruby.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Bring it up to Xiao Sheng, MVP of game number 2. 1v3 under turret and takes down 2 of them.
Look, this guy was 1v5 in the map. It took so many people to kill this guy. Look, he was down for business. He was not messing about.
That was the best game I've ever seen him play, and I haven't seen many, but I tell you what, Now I'm looking at this top lane, set up to succeed, and this was the dive that made his name.
Oh, so sick. So well played, and the healing coming in clutch in this scenario.
Runs back towards Crazy as well. And you can see it, a little bit more time, a little bit more health. He gets 3 there. But from there, just became a menace in this game. And EDG had a strong lane to play around, and their win condition was simple. It involved this Fiora.
And it makes you rethink how we imagined Zhao Xiang.
Yep.
Because we originally thought this guy is a tank player, he's on Mordekaiser duty, he's on the Renekton. Now he comes out on something much more mechanically intensive and puts on an absolute clean.
And the rest of the map was succeeding every time Rogue Warriors committed everything in the kitchen sink towards this Fiora. Hope became a big deal, Scout became a big deal, and just really, really good
the
riposte.
predictions
Yeah.
on point every time. Knowing when to use that riposte to get rid of that extra chunk of damage, to stop the CC and set him up, it was glorious.
It really was. So with the good timings on top of that, and with the good times for EDG, now I'm curious how this draft will shape, because that game 2, it was like, okay, let's change priority, let's keep things the same, but let's leave that top counter pick available, and let's really try and accelerate one of these lanes, rather than let's just trade across the board.
Well, you said it. Look, the good times were there. In the first game, it was for Rogue Warriors. In the second game, it's for EDG. But who's going to keep the good times rolling as we go into game number 3? You're starting to see weaknesses on both sides where you can prioritize the likes of the Wei Yan in the jungle. Didn't look so hot on the Gragas, didn't have the impact that we were hoping for. So now is this going to continue to be a target strategy for EDG, or what happens with Crazy in the
Which
top
makes
lane?
no sense, because Wei Yan was such an impact in game number 1. He just fell off a cliff in that second game. So I guess it's pick related. I guess it's a way EDG were playing through that solo lane. He didn't have a response, didn't know what to do, and couldn't really punish another lane. We'll see, because we're on the same sides again. EDG chose red, and coming into that, or after that second game, you can see why. We've got same bands entering 10.4.
It gives you so much, I feel, on this patch having red side. Look, yes, you get one power pick coming in on blue side, but oftentimes it's the Aphelios who certainly is the weaker of the likes of the Ornn and the set picks that we see come through. And the counter pick can work so much both in top and mid in securing early pressure for objectives, which is in reality where we're seeing these games snowball.
Well, we're just seeing the exact same pick and ban once again. Set already taken. Yep, Renekton and Rogue Warriors are going to first pick Aphelios. Call me
I
colour.
want to see Jarvan. I actually think you leave across the Aphelios here because the Aphelios hasn't been a factor in these games. It hasn't been the winning or losing. It was more the benefactor of other pressure coming through from the jungle. Now, with the Trundle still left up, maybe we just see Wei Yan decide, look, we need to prioritize this jungle pressure.
Because last time around, it was a priority for Ruby's Azir. This Thresh came in the exact same position here for Lei. And pick and ban the exact same until, yeah, we're back to Trundle here for Wei Yan.
And I agree with this. We were just saying, hey, look, if you want to go with this, we need the jungle. We need them to be in a good shape. You get the Aphelios, you get the counter pick in the jungle regardless. And now, the only thing that's really pinched is potentially Ruby in the mid or your top lane. But either way, plenty of picks that are decent in this meta where you can blind pick them and get away with this.
Well, I mean, they've got the most unique champions out of any mid lane. I think Doomby would be up there as well. So
I mean, look, they're on ace at the moment. Maybe we added a 9th there in the last few games.
I think Scout playing Zoe has added number 9, but Ruby's still on 8. So I think Scout wins this one, if we want to be super specific. Going through my notes, where is he? Where are you, Scout? No, never mind. Forget it. We'll be here for years. The LeBlanc is one to ban away, though, as you know, with Ruby. That's one of his champions. But let's continue forward. Rogue Warriors ban away Fiora. They say, we're not dealing with that again. What a pain.
Yeah, look, they don't want to deal with it, but it also says that Crazy's more than likely going for this Aatrox again. Wants to make sure there's no pesky duelist that can go up against them. And Rogue Warriors, potentially with that ban, have secured a strong top side for themselves.
Well, you're about to find out, because it's definitely not going to be the Mordekaiser moving into that lane. Rogue Warriors still have the opportunity here to ban away Scout if they want.
I'm really surprised to see the lack of priority in gangplank in the LPL. Because It's something that we don't see a huge amount. The only one that stands out to me is Gimgoon, who plays that very well. And I think when you're looking at the likes of Misfortune, the opposite side, something like this that really struggles in moving around because of the cannon barrage, this Gangplank works in that respect, but also gives you a strong top side to play around.
And you know what? Seeing the Gangplank, 369, Zoom, and Gimgoon are the ones that play it. Now, 2 of those players are still in the LPL. This is a much larger discussion, but I agree. I mean, I still love the Gangplank with the ability to focus that bottom side, which seems to be so fickle at the moment in its boring laning phase. Aatrox being looked at here, though, dagged up. And that's the one that's left open here for Xiaoshan.
Look, Gangplank does really well into this Aatrox. So right now I think is the perfect time to call for it if we're going to see it come out from Crazy. But again, Crazy has been more of the engaged top laner for this team. We've seen him flash in aggressively, worked well in a bunch of different scenarios for team fights and getting onto the back line. Gangplank's not really that style of champion, so maybe in that respect, they're not comfortable with
What
players.
about a Maokai up here?
Oh.
Yeah! Do you want to see a Maokai top, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you're probably not going to see it. Look, something like a Cannon is available. You were talking GP. He must have heard you, but he's going to opt into the Cannon anyway.
Look, I'm glad he hovered it just to give me a little bit of a...
You got
yeah,
credit.
look, you get a little credit. You get a little star badge in this draft, but if the Cannon works just as well, should be able to play this lane pretty far back. And then look, again, we're talking about creating big team fight impacts. Cannon is certainly that champion.
3rd game in a row, though. Scout is going to be picking up this Zoe. So similar compositions here, yet again. The best of both worlds for EDG, but a very different top lane. One that Crazy this time around I think is going to be a bit happier with.
The only issue that I see with Rogue Warriors now is that they don't really have a definitive engage tool. You've got a hook coming in from lane, maybe a pillar to slow people down, but realistically they need Crazy on a flank to join in and then find the back line. If they can get onto Hope or they can get onto Scout, this is going to look like a great scenario. If, however, EDG are just able to set up their team fight where they jump in with the Jarvan, bullet time over the top, Scout throws in a Paddle Star, EDG should be able to pick off these fights before that Kennen can get in position.
Yeah, really just burst them out so the fights don't go ahead at all. But when the side of Rogue Warriors, if they do get those fights, I mean, just like that, like Shurima Shuffle, Emperor's Divide, excuse me, slicing Maelstrom in there as well. Like, everything comes together so nicely. And I am glad to see Wei Yan back on this Trundle. I think the game 1 really defined him by it and made him look like a top-tier talent. So if it was the pick, we'll see. And hopefully we don't get that game 2. We get a competitive game 3 where it's not so one-sided either way.
And I think this is the game where we will see that more evenly sided matchup. You do still have Trundle to stop the Misfortune ult, which means that maybe that Wombo combo isn't quite there. We talked about how difficult it might be for Crazy to get into the flanks with the Kennen. This is where you really got to knuckle down and figure out all these different avenues of attack your opponent can make and make sure you're successfully defending it.
I'm pretty impressed so far, though. 1 game apiece, EDG and Rogue Warriors both have those individual games to stand by. But for Rogue Warriors, this happened with Invictus Gaming as well. That one individual game that looked so damn good, and then falling by the wayside. Rogue Warriors vanished in that series and are currently sitting at 1-3. This could be theirs. They just need to rinse and repeat game 1. And EDG, with their new roster, with their roster that's had to be built out of this global pandemic, we'll see if they can finally get another win here like they did over E-Stars. We get no Jayos, but we do get a game 3 in this series.
Both these teams will be desperate for a win here. EDG sitting at 2-2 in the standings. They want to be the ones progressing further up the table, even taking over the likes of FPX, who are only sitting at 2-2, meeting OMG on that 3-2 standing after their victory yesterday. For Rogue Warriors, this is them coming back. This is their redemption story, where they're sitting 1-3 at the moment. They need to battle their way each and every step if they hope to make that playoffs, and it starts with this game.
With this roster, never thought I'd be talking about this. Again, we really ranked Rogue Warriors towards the bottom end of the spectrum, but talking about EDG for a second, I'm just looking across the board. Just quickly note that Ruby does have Electrocute. Not important right now. Let's come back. EDG, with the roster that they brought into this year, I had them at 5th or 6th. Where'd you put them?
Alir, look, that was a long time ago. You keep asking us all where we're putting these.
You
we didn't
should
put
remember.
as much time as we did clearly into yours.
Hang on. Look, I put it onto Reddit. All right, you should know. You should have read it and gone, I get the joke. And you should have said, hey, I put EDG 6th. And I tell you what, I put them pretty high because I believe in hope, and I believe that the team was just as good as last year.
I think I had them at 8th or 9th. I think
Okay.
that's where I had them.
Because we put LGD really high. Like, if we're talking rankings of our 17 teams in this league, we put EDG really damn high. So, oh, sorry, LGD. I put EDG really damn high. But with this new roster, will they be able to perform? Now, talking jungle starts here, Dagda, it was top to bottom from Wei Yan, who's setting up for the bottom side, while the Jarvan in Junjia is gone from red to blue as well, but is trying to position around mid for the first gank.
Won't be able to get anything much going there. I'm laughing at the electrocute, though, coming through from Ruby, because this is the 3rd different rune set we've seen come through from the Azir in the same matchup.
Yeah.
It was Comet to begin with, Conqueror in the next one, and now we're seeing the electrocute. But unfortunately, as Azir, you can't really trade back that well.
Nope. But under the turret, if Scout takes the turret shot, you can almost get him. Ignite's going to come down, but Ruby has teleport, forced out a lane with an early summoner burn.
Yeah, that was not the trade that he wanted to take there. Wasn't sure if Scout was confident enough to go for the Flash Ignite to finish him off, but would have probably gone down himself underneath the turret. Either way, though, the Zoe full control of this lane now.
But the Jarvan is near as well, so you say full control, it could get worse. Hang on. Don't take that. Ruby gets ignited with the real Ignite of Scout. The one he picked up before was fake.
He only just came back to lane!
And he's already at half health. Consumable potions used twice over, and Wei Yan will be spotted out trying to shadow his mid laner and keep him safe.
You can see Junjia making the way up towards the top side of the map. Potential with the way that Crazy's pushing in for him to try and make a play here before the wave crashes fully.
I will say, just quickly before any action happens here in the bottom lane, is that really good warding from the side of Wei Yan and co. Spotting out the Jarvan multiple times here. And EDG know exactly where he is. Another good ward that spots out Junjia. Cannon's just going to walk down, threaten him away, while you can see the invade came through from Wei Yan.
Yeah, we'll give him the level advantage as well. Has cleared a couple more camps, so this Trundle getting off to a nice start. And it does mean that with EDG not potentially realizing that the Gromp has gone down, could path towards bot, waste time with no camps there and available, and give a little bit more breadth to the rest of Rogue Warriors.
While Wei Yan goes up towards his top side camps, there is a lot available there and the ability to maybe make something happen in the top side. As Crazy's got some really good harass down here early.
And I like the way Rogue Warriors are playing this early game again. All they're trying to do is waste time for EDG. Azir will start to scale up, the Aphelios will start to scale up, because I've said this in every 3 games because it's the same mid and the same bot lane.
We do scale. Yeah, scaling is a word we do repeat a lot here. I just want to notice a bit of a tangent. Junjia has walked over a ward once again. Second time Lei has done some deep vision and it's panned out nicely. They know he's on Dragon, but there's not really too much at the moment they can do about it.
Look, it's not the end of the world, it's just a Mountain Dragon.
Might be if Mako gets caught up. He dredge lines in, but he has Gravitum on top of him. He's just outside of turret range, so Lei will take the full-on trade with Ignite. Now, definitely, the Dragon looks pretty good for EDG.
Yeah, definitely feeling that deja vu from the last game. Wei Yan!
Steal time. Flag and Drag dodged away from the Dragon, slowly going down, but they're looking for Junjia. He does steal it somehow. After sitting right in front of it, the bottom lane have joined in as well. But Wei Yan's like, I'm going to wait to flash. Burns it, gets out. No first blood, but first Dragon stolen away.
And this is because they spotted Jarvan's only level 3. They'd wasted so much time in trying to clear that Dragon. Wei Yan hit the level 5, goes in aggressively with the smite advantage, nearly kills Junji in the process, and picks up the Dragon.
Everyone who plays Salt... No. Hang on, just wait. We're going to pause. He's okay. All right. Hang on. Yep, okay. Now he's okay. But let me just say one thing. Warding saves lives. Warding is what you need to do if you're playing solo queue.
Well, Ruby isn't going to be saved by wards in this lane. He's been hit with every single paddle star that has popped up on our screen and very much struggling at the moment. Levels are still even, but Scout certainly putting the pressure down on this Azir.
Yeah, he is even right now in CS though. So much to Ruby's credit. Still dealing pretty well in this lane after the earlier trades coming through. After that Dragon, I want to drag attention back over to the Trundle, who's pathing towards the top side. Look at where Lei is. Mobility Boots rushed again here, while EDG trying to make a play around the mid lane, but Lei has matched it.
There was also a Poro in that bush that just died, but Wei Yan wants to fight.
Early damage. Emperor's Divide on the other side. He flashes around the other way. Scout now joins the fight with the pillar. Junjia can't get out and dies to first blood. Mako comes through and gets a trade, but now they're looking for the jungler. Even Lei's great hook can't save the day, and Scout suddenly starts with a double kill.
I actually think it was EDG who picked up first blood just about there in that scenario. And this is, again, one of the EDG specialities. 78% of first bloods in their games. They add another one to their roster, a double kill for Scout. And now this Zoe lane is starting to get rolling, Hysterics.
You want me to hurt you? I bet my house that it was a Trundle first blood with his big face right in the middle of my screen.
Use my stat.
But either
I forgot to use it
I
earlier
don't
on.
care.
Just let me use
Your
it.
stat doesn't work. Throw that in the bin, you know? We burn the book
Wait, here we go. Hang on. Wait a sec.
But you got to tell me at the same time what's happening, all right? That, by the way, was really nice
sick.
timing.
Yeah, look, they're catching out Junjia all over the place. All they're doing... Okay. I'll give you that. Color
Apathetic
Apathetics
strikes
is here.
again.
Apathetics is here. But either way, they're spotting out where Jarvan is positioning. This is where they're looking to punish this greedy jungle path from Junjia, where he's looking for ganks. Yan steals away the Gromp, means there's no camps on the bottom side for EDG to go for, forces the Jarvan onto the Dragon. Dragon goes disastrously. Now they have vision control in his topside jungle, and they're punishing again.
Still with a level lead here on Wei Yan. The water's cleared out. They know they're doing Rift Herald, but again, nothing that EDG can do about it. So for Wei Yan, more farm, more gold, a Rift Herald on top of that as well. And the lane swap means that Wuji and Lei can push this out relatively fast, and the level 6 Trundle could just drop this right here and now.
And we've seen how quickly these games can snowball. Now we're seeing it again from Rogue Warriors. As he said, they want to use this Rift Herald on the top, but work through these plates first because of the way these turret plates work.
Okay,
the extra armor is the true damage on towards the Rift Herald, and they just want to race EDG in the bottom
Something
side.
Clement talks about quite a lot, the Bulwark bonus. Will not be able to get the turret trade at the moment.
The 1-inch headbutt in the top side will get the tower. Now gives them the opportunity to rush towards this mid lane as well. You see Scout not in position.
Good positioning here. Ruby has the ultimate available.
He
for
wants
no flash.
him.
The pillar's there, but sends him on the other side. Good little trouble bubble here, but the paddle star doesn't connect, and Junjia does not give away his position. But Rogue Warriors, that doesn't stop their movement. There's 4 of them here. And Mako has to be careful that he doesn't look for an engage.
If you listen closely, you could hear Raz shouting, "Get him!" as Ruby tried to close the distance, but couldn't quite get onto Scout in that scenario. Now EDG will have a bit of a push advantage here in the mid lane and look to use Mako to at least ease Scout back into this lane.
But at least as an Azir, who almost has flash available, should be safe here just receiving the wave. And everyone from EDG now going to back as well. And that's a great time to look at the items here. No first item on the side of the carries of EDG. But if you look around the other side, you've got a Cutlass starting to build here for Crazy. Did he just take the blue? What kind of jungle monster are you? That is not your blue buff. That belongs to Ruby.
Especially when Ruby's struggling. Scout has so much push pressure in this lane right now that Ruby's completely out of mana. You just took his blue and means that he's got no opportunity.
As far as I'm concerned, if you're a Trundle jungle, that's inting. All right? I would report you the moment I see that happen.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? EDG just pinged the blue.
Oh no, they saw. Oh no, because they're like, why doesn't Ruby have blue, but Wei Yan does? Anyway, he flashes in.
Do it
Wants
again.
to steal it, but this time he can't. Comes to about 40 health, but he's in the pit with Subjugate. He's tanky, and it takes all 5 members to kill him. But it's the Dragon, it's the kill, and it's Wei Yan getting smacked for his discretion.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. I mean, they're not going to let that one happen. So EDG are able to go in, get the Dragon for themselves.
And add insult to injury, the blue buff gets taken away from Wei Yan too.
Oh, no.
If Ruby had it, the Trundle wouldn't have given it over. So, you know what? That just hits him where it, and it goes on to Scout. Now that is insult to injury. Really nice trouble bubble here. And it's going to be struggle sweep for Ruby, who still doesn't have that flash available.
That's one way to clip this bird's wings. Now, Crazy in the top side. Curious to see what he is going to go for in this build, because when you've got the Conqueror, you've got a couple of different routes you can go.
Yep.
We've seen the AD cannon come out before. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Would prefer to see him tend towards this AP heavy stall and go for this flank gank pressure we were talking about in these team fights.
Well, has himself an amplifying tome, so Gunblade on the horizon here for Crazy. We haven't talked much about the top lane, but a 20 CS advantage here on top of Xiaosheng. And everything available there for that top lane. But meanwhile, Wei Yan trying to clear the vision that was established by EDG around the dragon. Wei Yan doesn't have the flash, so if he gets caught out with the trouble bubble, Scout could kill him.
Is it Wei Yan who's getting caught out, or Scout?
No, maybe it's Scout now. He has his flash available. He uses it to dodge the death sentence, but almost goes into it. The Shurima Shuffle dodged by Scout. What a portal jump here from the expert mid laner of EDG.
Oh, Mako trying to see if they can get in to help out Scout, turn that play back around. Very well played by Scout to avoid all that pressure. And because he hasn't given anything over, Hope is picking up these turret plates in the bottom lane.
By himself, the gold solely going on this AD carry. So Hope is sneaking his way up a gold lead, and he also has a 20 CS advantage.
And Junji is sneaking into this bottom side of the map as well. They want to try and catch people going for this turret.
Well, he's got the Gravitum available, so maybe he can stop the Java and goes in for the Smite, and it's stolen away. Gravitum to come through with the Crescendo, but now caught between the Trouble Bubble, has to take the Lantern away. EDG are exerting their force, and they get the turret in the meantime.
Now they can start to rotate Hope around the map. The Rift Herald is going to be up in just a few more minutes, so you'd imagine with Scout having that pressure in the mid lane, 3 kills to his name.
Yeah.
Essence Reaver now finished on Hope.
And another blue buff. It's just raining for Scout at this point.
It is the ocean map, you know, it's fitting. Although Ruby seems to be on deserts on the far side with very little mana to work with to keep Scout in any order.
Now, all things considered, and in all seriousness, still the Azir at this point with the pressure on Ruby, still within arm's reach of 10 CS. He's got the shove here, and the rest of Rogue Warriors are waiting nearby. They're trying to bait Mako in for a hook so that they can turn and get the kill.
They need to be on the opposite side, though. Rift Herald is what everyone's looking towards. Nobody on EDG is going to start walking bot lane.
But this time, maybe if they walk into this brush, Lady only one spotted, Wuji walking forward as well. Death Sentence, close. But Rogue Warriors now have the priority through the mid lane, and it's a 4 versus 4 in the making.
Quickly, you can see on your bottom half of your screen before it disappeared, gold between these two AD carries, an extra place going over to Hope, so a nice little bit of gold going over towards the Misfortune, who's got the 2 assists plus a 30 CS lead for herself.
Bubble though from Scout, not going to have the confidence to jump on top. But for EDG, it just goes right on back. The priority is theirs, and they can zone them out with Scout too. Don't forget that this Zoe plays so well through extended mid lanes. So for EDG, they get the shove, they back away to Herald, they still want to bait in the rest of Rogue Warriors.
Trying to see if Rogue Warriors will take that one step too far. Junjia on the side. Scout though, not really pushing too far forward. Still wary of what Rogue Warriors can do.
I think at this point, he just doesn't care. Look how confident this man is. He's landing every trouble bubble. So we're A-ramming. This reminds me of EDG.
We're nearly A-ramming. EDG have Zhao Zhang at the top.
No, apparently we're fighting. Good shuffle back, but Mako, he will click the clock for now. As Scout goes in, bursts them down. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungle on the side of Rogue Warriors, and EDG might back away, but still bursting through Scout.
And this is the problem you have with Zoe. Even in these scenarios where you should have the man advantage, she can poke from so far away that it feels unfair. It feels like you can't do anything. And for EDG, that's exactly where they want you. Aatrox working on this top lane tower. Kill for a kill in the mid lane. And a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret.
All the kills are going to Scout, though. Level 11 means accessibility to portal jump so much more regularly.
And this is who you want to step up in these last games of the series. There's a couple of names on a couple of teams that you look towards. Scout is the one on EDG. Again, bullying Ruby in lane. Now stepping up when it comes to these team fights to hold the fort for EDG. Rogue Warriors, though, don't respect him. They're going to start up this Rift Herald.
Well, 2 control wards in the same spot here for Rogue Warriors. is going to negate vision for now. Xiaosheng is backing, but he has to teleport to re-engage. Right now, I think EDG, they're just going to have to give up the Herald. It's too far gone. Second one going over to RW, and that is the objective that was fought around for mid. That finally goes over.
And this is a pretty big win for Rogue Warriors, as long as they don't lose
So
mid.
is this, though. So is this. The bullet time to come through and lay. Disintegrated. Zoe and Misfortune do a great job of cracking the whip. Ruby zoned out as he walks back into mid. They can't get the turret, but that kill means that EDG have the map to play with.
And now you're forcing this Aphelios back. You've got your men coming back onto Summoner's Rift after the purchases. They can look to pick off this tower and anyone else who's underneath it.
You can't walk towards this Ruby. Scout has bubble available. Wei Yan not going to tank it. That means it's the Azir. They jump in. They cataclysm down. Hope doesn't have ult, but he has the damage to take the turret and turn around. Paddlestar not going to connect, and Mako is going to survive with his life, but the objective's taken, and EDG have a firm grasp on that gold lead now.
We have to see, though, what's going to happen with these backs coming through. Ruby's on the way home, looking to see where Wei Yan is going to position, because he still has that Rift Herald. It's about halfway done to a third at this point. Needs to get that out onto the map.
I was just noticing here, to change topics, we are going to have a look at replay in the bottom left. Sometimes I don't know why we get the bottom left. Just bring it up, you know.
Because we need to look. We haven't had... Crazy hasn't had his moment in the light.
He had a moment in game 1, all right? You don't need to be selfish. And he's a split-pushing cannon. He's got the dueling gunblade. And right now, yes, he's got a bit of a lead over the solo lane of EDG. But Scout's so damn big that I think this game, I don't care. I take the CS discrepancy on my top laner by even 40 CS for the 5 kills on Scout.
It's a big L Zoe. You can see working up towards... Next time, it looks like it might be a Spellbinder. Am I... No, that'll be one that will certainly hurt if any of these guys connect.
That's true. That ain't avoid stuff, so... Spellbinder would be a lot of fun. Crazy, meanwhile, though, working his magic on this bottom lane turret. That's the power of the split-pushing cannon. That goes relatively quickly, gets a bit more solo gold, so I will start caring about this cannon if things keep going this way.
Oh, Ruby, you're going to be holding dear life
turret.
to this tower.
No, the minions, stay with me. Oh, they're autonomous. Okay. Ruby is in a whole pile of it. And meanwhile, Wei Yan is epically low. Rift Herald for a bit of pressure, but the bullet time with the depth charge. The full channel comes out. Ruby shoves him back into his own turret. Crazy comes through with the slicing Maelstrom. A 1-for-1 in that situation. Not too bad. And Crazy didn't sacrifice anything teleporting in.
Nobody's pushing in this mid lane, though. You drop the Rift. Ruby or Lei even and Zhang Wuji move up to help out Ruby in the top side, which means they don't have anyone to help this charge.
Yeah, that's right. So it gets a charge, and it's simply that. By the way, just want to point out, Scout, some reason, has a teleport. So Zoe now has 3 summoners just about. Stupid.
What's wrong with
champion. A teleport? Because
I love how tilted you are by this. And you don't even play mid lane.
And I know, but I do. I play Orianna and Zoe. And I'm now playing Aphelios. You know why? Because I need to experience how annoying these champions are. My Zoe's actually pretty good. Just self-proclaimed, by the way. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah. KDA doesn't actually represent it, but
KDA's
what
just
I
a number. But I'll tell you one thing. If I think it's good, you just have to trust me on that, all right?
Okay, all right.
Fantastic. I know Scout's Zoe is good. I know that this game, people will be talking about Scout Zoe. Again, 5-0, 40 CS lead in the mid lane. I want to bring your attention to other CS leads in different lanes because it does feel like I've been talking about Scout for a little while. We've got the Misfortune lead there for Hope, who's about 30 CS and has the solo lane time.
Nice little mirror on the scores as well.
Yeah.
5-0-0-0-0-5.
Yeah. I'm all about symmetry. I'm all about that top lane CS lead as well, by the way. Crazy with the Oblivion Orb. He's not starting any riots yet, but he does have a 50 CS lead over the Aatrox. So there are some winning lanes here for Rogue Warriors, and the gold lead is not that out of proportion in our third game.
There's nothing symmetrical about what Hope has available and now wants to use with this bullet time.
He's in a lot of trouble. Bullet time comes through. Lei will press the stopwatch, but Scout now in a bit of trouble. Ruby's trying to 1v1 him. His lane opponent, he was winning until Nautilus makes it unfair. They kill him, and he pays for it. And now has to get out of there because the slicing Maelstrom almost hits the mark, but Crazy has to disengage, and Wei Yan almost gets flashed on. It's a messy, messy fight. A 1-for-1, a 1-for-0 towards EDG.
And somehow Ruby's the only one that went down in that situation. I thought Rogue Warriors would be able to pick off 1 or 2 members, but Crazy, not having the Hextech Broda belts, means he can't close the gap to get onto anyone on EDG.
Jung Wooji doesn't have the ultimate, but he does have a Felios. On top of him, they now jump as Wooji goes back with the lantern, almost does the dirty work. That bounce is Season 10 all over it. Hope now has to chase after Crazy, who avoids the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but not the Misfortune movement speed. The bullet time not there, but she will make it rain. Crazy escapes, but EDG get the dragon and another kill on the list.
Rogue Warriors are being shut down by the rookie Warriors of EDG, getting the 3rd dragon, putting them towards that soul point, and making sure they've got complete control for this Baron, which is next on the cards.
Man, that was just such a big opportunity if Wooji had his Moonlight Vigil. We'll go back to the start of the fight because the Trouble Bubbles from Scout again, pushing EDG.
And look at Ruby trying to solo out Scout here. This is not a fight you're going to be able to quite win without the support from the Moonlight Vigil.
Oh, he got the last auto, but Scout survives. Ruby has done a good job this game for just living. But Scout survives on the back end. 6 kills now.
Sad times with the Azir in this matchup. Getting blue buff taken off you. Being pushed out of lane at level 2 to only teleport back and be half health again because of 2 ignites.
I tell you what sucked in that fight. Hope's bounce onto Wooji. I think we need to go back and look at that because that was like a 90-degree bounce that in no book should ever count. Like, that was so bogus. And Hope, by the way, 3 levels above Jung Wooji on the Aphelios. Has the same items, but it's just the time he spent in lane by himself. It's the ability for EDG to play around Scout that Rogue Warriors have had to respect with all members, while Hope has had a solo game, and now solo dies pretty much with the help of Wei Yan. Ruby teleports in as well. That's a really big pick. 40 seconds. They're turning this. Where's this action coming from? Cataclysm on the backline, but Ruby's going to do the damage. Jung Wooji will die meantime, but I think Rogue Warriors still don't mind. 2 for 1 across the map in front of Baron.
I don't care if Aphilio goes down. I'm looking at Ruby. This is the carry for Rogue Warriors right now. With Hope down, with Junjia down, they can at least get these waves back in their favor. I think Baron, bit of a stretch at the moment. They don't have the damage to force off Scout.
Especially, yeah, the Zoe in the back of Baron Pit is always scary. From the red side into that Baron Pit, very different story. He's got a Rabadon's Death Cap, by the way, as his second item. Yeah, definitely not bad. Xiaoshang going to be stealing away the red buff and getting out over the wall. And Rogue Warriors, again, still in this game despite the fed Zoe, but you can see the impact Scout is having on this mid-game.
EDG now are starting to feel the brunt of the damage that is capable of Rogue Warriors in the later stages of the game. The problem is, though, we've still only got 1 item for Ruby coming through. The 2 items are there for Zhang Wuji. The problem is no Infinity Edge and a heap of levels missing as well.
Yep.
We are going to catch on the replay here how Hope gets caught out, and this is what Rogue Warriors need to do. Hide around, see if they can make picks, just slow down EDG. Because when this game gets to the 30-minute mark, the 35-minute mark, Rogue Warriors will be able to bring it back in their favor.
Notice as well, Crazy off that, got a massive shutdown from Hope. And so that's crucial here. Able to pick up Morellonomicon. Good dodge from Jung Wooji meanwhile, while Mako sends out the dredge line. Hope, Scout, and Mako is a 3-man unit, conversing around what seems to be the setup for Ocean Dragon in a minute 20.
And Crazy is on a revenge story right now. 4-0 on this Kennen, wanting to make sure that what was given to him in the Fiora Aatrox matchup is now felt across the board on EDG. We already said a lot relies on him with these teleport plays to get the Maelstrom in the right spot. Now it's all on him to potentially turn this game around.
But you would say he needs Flash here. He's got the ultimate available, but he needs the Flash, especially against the composition of EDG. When you have Mako, Junjia, and Xiaoshang, that is a front line that is hard to deal with. And teleporting position seems crucial. And Crazy almost with his Flash available.
There is the opportunity for Rogue Warriors to try and corral people up for Crazy, though. You've got the flays, the hooks, everything that you've got to respect coming through from Lei. You've got the potential for the swoop and boop from Ruby, as well as those pillars coming from Trundle.
Yep.
Maybe they can work this into a position where EDG are all in the one place, but they've got to do it soon, because the longer they leave it, the more Scout's going to hurt.
The poke continues to come through. Lay, I'm looking at who needs to punish it. Maybe with the flash death sentence, we'll see. But Scout half health with one combination, and the Ocean Dragon with the wave shoved out will be the start.
Watch where Crazy is, always positioning over the wall, just out of distance.
I don't mind this though. You have an Azir, you have an
Crescendo.
Aphelios. Baron for Ocean Soul.
They know this is now going down, though. EDG have realized their mistake, but they need Hope. Hope can't stay on Dragon.
Yeah, that's right. Still doing it, though. He doesn't care. They want Ocean Soul, and they want to take the fight. It will be successful in getting it, but Stone Plate to start the fight off on Mako. He's buying time. Onto the backline now. Xiaoshan comes up with a cannon ult. Only hits one. Junjiao will go down with Baron secured, but for EDG, it looked like they were okay to take that trade.
Baron is still there. Now
True,
they started
true.
up once again, so they pushed them back. Still the Crescendo available for Zhang Wuji, now swapped over to the Sephiroth.
Then this looks like it could definitely be worth for EDG as Lei gets burst down, flashes away, Hope's still here, but Mako finally burns. The bullet time only zones, and Rogue Warriors are walking away with no Baron in hand. So to correct my point for EDG, even losing 2 for the Ocean Soul, they might call that worth.
It's a hard call to make. Ocean will help them out, but it feels like if you're already in a position where you've been dove on in this composition, Ocean Soul might be too late. Zhang Wuji trying to put the damage down, but you're really feeling those 3 levels that are missing.
We're going to get a taste of it at least in this next upcoming fight. And since Baron is still there, if EDG get that full 5-on-5, then at this point I start fearing for Rogue Warriors' chances in this series. Only a 1k gold lead here for EDG on the red side. And Junjia is just resetting vision here, looking to see what he can make happen.
I think Crazy made a mistake in that fight, though. I think auto-attacking Mako and giving away his position was the wrong decision. I think if you're playing this Kennen, that sneak attack is so much better for the mouse than anything else. So if you're able to get on, if you can move EDG into position where you can actually get that big engage off, it means so much more to Rogue Warriors. Now, though, we're looking at items above board being completed for Rogue Warriors, potentially being enough for them to carry these fights.
Well, we've got a BF sword, we've got a Cloak of Agility, IE on its way. I think Zhang Wuji, that's going to be the most influential item here in this next engage. The ability to crit and burst out before anyone from EDG can get that Ocean Soul off. Shove still here in the mid wave. EDG relying on Scout to help clear it with Hope.
Crazy spotted, knows he's into the Aatrox on that bottom side. EDG back away.
Problem is Junjia is very tanky at this point, even without a Stone Plate available. Mako pushing in with the rest of EDG, and this is what Scout does. Lei walks into it. The Flay's not going to do anything. Ruby dodging away from the trouble bubble as well. Xiaoshan caught out here, has to flash away. Crazy ulting for one target means no. We could just get Baron as EDG.
And how do you try and control this push? Even if they don't go for Baron, they can look to poke over the walls. No one to deal with Scout. Rogue Warriors have lost this inner turf.
Hope just walks forward, takes it. Priority over mid and priority towards that pit. Vision getting cleared out with it as well. And Rogue Warriors could have made the biggest mistake of the game.
The good news for Rogue Warriors is that EDG don't do this Baron particularly quickly. So there's the potential for them to try and slow this down, use the blue trinkets that they have to spot it out, and not actually move into a position where a Scout can pick them off.
Still surprised we're at this point. I mean, we did ask for a competitive Game 3. We got it. And each Game 1, Game 2 respectively was one-sided. And we're at a point where one play could really define who wins this series. Both Rogue Warriors and EDG, let's just remind you, Rogue Warriors are sitting at 1-3 with a series win over Suning. And that's it. They took IG to Game 3, but apart from that, not too good. And now they're trying to end it here, but it's not on Rogue Warriors' side. Wei Yen gets caught out, has to pop the Stone Plate, the subjugate, and flash away.
And that's the go signal. EDG realize now we can turn towards the Baron. Jungler low, although that Maelstrom is going to be up in just a few moments for Crazy.
Flash teleport with it too. Crazy almost level 16, but he's pathing upwards. It's still a 5 versus 5. Wei Yen coming out of base now.
Ruby locked up by the trouble bubble. Can he start to pick these members off? You can see EDG, just the threat of Rogue Warriors approaching, pushes them off. But it is trying to pick people off.
Well, Wuji has heal and flash available. Wei Yen's like, is he coming? Is he coming? Scout is still the biggest deal on this map. And these trouble bubbles stop landing them. Scout in position now as well. Here comes the paddle style. Gucci has to flash away. And the play does okay, but Lay's dead. And Scout jumps forward. A double kill for the carry of EDG. 2 members dead, Baron alive.
And every time, Scout is picking off members from way down in the back. EDG will pick up the Baron. They've picked up the Ocean Soul. Elder Dragon is in a minute. And regardless of how competitive this game has seemed, it looks like EDG have got Rogue Warriors number.
Well, game 2 was Xiaosheng's time to shine. Game 3 is back to the roots in Scout. This mid laner who people would know once upon a time studied under the roots of Faker. Many years later, he's still got it. And he might have had EDG's game 3 win on a platter with Baron now in hand.
The better SKT understudy will win out in this one, it looks like. Scout versus Crazy. Crazy trying their best to be the carry on this Kennen, but the Maelstorms have not been on point. Potentially one last fight to turn it around for Rogue Warriors.
But remember, the Ocean Soul is going to be massive here. And to kill EDG is going to rely on a miracle ult combo. Oh, combi, I like that. Between Crazy and Ruby with the Moonlight Vigil on top. Execution, everything here, and Lay may have done it. Here comes the Flay on top of Mako. He's forced to flash away, but remember, Stoneplate is almost available. Scout comes in, misses the trouble bubble, and the full 5-on-5 will have to wait. Dragons here, reset or recharge.
Subjugate was used by Wei Yan, though. They wanted to burst down this Nautilus. They weren't able to do so, so now they're relying pretty much solely on either a big ultimate coming through from the Aphelios or the Kennen.
But let's look at his items that he has. Calibrum, he has Crescendum. He needs the Infernum, he needs the Sephirum, and Infernum's now available. Scout looking for the pick. Crazy caught out here a little bit. Uses the Gunblade, but the level 16 Kennen still has his ulti and flash.
Scout trying to poke over these walls. Rogue Warriors, the longer you stay in this jungle, the more opportunity you have for one of those paddle stars to hit.
They can just do it. They can just push mid. Look at the positioning here of Rogue Warriors. EDG can just push down the mid lane and look for the inhibitor turret.
Baron is still up for another minute. These
oh
minions
my
are going to die
Scout
quick.
is 1v2ing Lay at half health once again. Inhibitor's going to be opened here, and EDG are making Rogue Warriors run back, but in the position in chaos, here comes Xiaosheng. The trouble bubble onto the AD carry has done everything World Ender to make him go a little bit gold on the side. Xiaosheng ignited, but Crazy's here, gets the solo kill. The Kennen strikes back, while the rest of EDG say, screw it, let's get the inhibitor.
The sides of the map have been reversed here. EDG, they're calling different directions. Some are going for Dragon, some are going for the base.
Yeah, what are they doing? The backs need to come through. Zhong Wuji is going to stop it here for now. Wei Yan with the help of the defense too. So Hope tried to be frisky with it, but the game goes on.
Did force Rogue Warriors on the recall, though, to get back into position. EDG have bought themselves enough time to now set up again. The hook!
Caught out. What a death sentence, and the Kennen ulti to come through. Junjia will survive, but EDG are on the back foot with Infernum in hand. Scout has to watch as his team is disintegrated right in front of the Elder Dragon.
Junjia is still in base. They can burst this down before the jungler gets there. This could be the turnaround from Rogue Warriors.
This is everything to them. The Elder Dragon denied from EDG with an Azir, with an Aphelios, and a pretty big cannon.
Holy crap, Rogue Warriors. When we tried to knock them out, the hook from Lay, the setup for Crazy, and they ripped through health bars on EDG. And now with Elder Dragon, how much can they get?
20 seconds till Hope comes up and available. Baron's not there. The fight for Rogue Warriors evened out against the Ocean Soul, and the gold only 3,000 at 35 minutes. Now, at this point, we're waiting for that one team fight. A lot of structures to be taken here from Rogue Warriors. That's the only downside. But Rogue Warriors know that this is on a knife's edge, because if they lose that fight, even with Elder, then EDG will run it down mid and win the game.
Rogue Warriors can take these structures incredibly quickly, though. Once they get the waves there, you've got the Aphelios, who we've seen before. Ruby does an incredibly good job as well. The problem that they're having, though, is because the onslaught from EDG has been going on for so long, they've got to be on wave clear duties in the side lanes. So this buff is not going to last very long.
Teleport through the mid lane. In comes Ruby, the Azir, ready to to part ways with Shurima. In through the mid lane turret, they're looking to poke them down. Actually, both teams doing the same thing. Trying to threaten, but Rogue Warriors really trying to get into that fight.
It's hard for Rogue Warriors to approach this. Without the Baron, Scout can clear out these waves pretty quickly. Hope could even throw down the bullet time just to dissuade this push.
Okay, waves going pretty quickly here from Rogue Warriors' side as well. Finally, the turret is hit hard, and EDG have to respect the damage. Looking for a hook from Lei. Bullet time to clear the wave. There's no Baron buff on the side of Rogue Warriors, so it goes down instantly.
Now they've set up base in this mid lane, trying to wait for this next wave to waddle its way in towards the mid. They need to be careful though. Scouts still looking for these paddle stars.
Look at where Crazy is though. A flank off on the side with the Azir turret. That means they have a choke in between two standing objectives. But spotted out by a ward here. EDG pushed off yet another turret.
18 seconds left. Rogue Warriors are going to back away. They know they can't keep pushing for this mid lane. And maybe, just maybe, EDG, this is the goal putting. But this is the time.
Look at the overlapping time here, Dagda. Baron is spawning soon towards the end of the Elder. EDG are resetting for now, but Rogue Warriors are still looking for the pick. Lei not going to find the death sentence onto Junjia as he runs away. But pings are going down from Rogue Warriors around this pit. It's coming up in under 20 seconds.
Crescendo and Infernum is available for Zhang Wuji. The Rogue Warriors AD carry can burst it alone, but imagine this is Zir in the back line as well.
One face check, one moment that brings this game to a halt. EDG Mako might be caught out. The stun's going to come through from Kennen. The bullet time to save his life and the stone plate. With the help of the Ocean Dragon, that might keep him healthy, but that's a big burn down.
It's not only the Gargo stone plate, it's the bullet time from Hope. They use nothing from Rogue Warriors. Now you've got to try and approach this pit. Scout, you need to make the magic happen. This Zoe needs to find the pick.
The trouble bubble to land. This time it does not. Rogue Warriors have Crazy around the side, but look at where EDG are. If they choose to pull the trigger while this Baron's being started, they could run it down mid, but they want to take the fight instead.
They need to try and stop this Baron.
Wow.
The recalls would come in too quick. Scout on the side.
Double Aphelios turret does some damage. Over to Mako. Trouble bubble lands into the pit. It's secured here by Rogue Warriors. They turn for the fight. Onto Junjia. He's pulled back. Has to flash away, but we disengage. Mid lane in a track here for EDG, but it's so dangerous with Baron. Rogue Warriors have enhanced recalls.
Yeah, the enhanced recalls are going to be too quick to get them back in there. Now they've got Baron for 244, and you were talking about this overlap in timers. This is going to happen again. Baron buff will be up as the Elder Dragon spawns.
I hope my boys in the chat, we got that Monka W coming. Scout 8-0, by the way. Void Staff picked up. Also has a stopwatch in his back pocket, level 17. Ruby's caught up 3 items of himself. GA now available for Zhang Wuji. We've got 3 items on the top lane cannon with a needlessly large rod and stopwatch. We're preparing for the last fight.
There is nothing needless about any of these items. Every little bit of damage is going to count in these scenarios. Rogue Warriors beelining to catch that wave in the top side, start knocking down these inner structures. Remember, only 5 to 6 minutes ago, there was still a mid lane outer. EDG were riding on top of the world, but that's when the 35-minute hit. That's when these items started to come in for Rogue Warriors, and EDG were tossed to the wayside.
They challenge Invictus Gaming. Now, EDG are on the cusp of the same situation, but this time Rogue Warriors are in a much better position. Towards the top lane turret with Baron, the poke comes through with triple gravitum. The threat and the hook that comes in as well pops stone plate. Scout does a bit of damage on the back end, but because no stone plate on Jarvan, Rogue Warriors get another advantage.
Crazy hasn't been able to push this wave fast enough either. Scout's doing a good job of clearing them out. So it means this disjointed wave management, Rogue Warriors can't get the top lane turret. They can't crack open that inhibitor to put pressure for the Elder Dragon.
Also means that EDG are able to push out and head towards warding this next Elder Dragon. Number 2, by the way. And Rogue Warriors setting up for that win condition. Look at the pick trying to be set up here. Lei looks for a hook, has to flash away. Cataclysm lands, and so does the Trouble Bubble. Meanwhile, on the top side, look at Wei Yen trying to dissuade Hope and Mako, and Lei will survive. The most crucial thing is that Lei doesn't get caught out because he needs to get the hook.
Where are the wards? Crazy's just backed. He's looking for a teleport. If he can get in behind EDG, this could spell disaster for the new EDG lineup.
Oh, Scout trying so damn hard to find that pick. We're at 41 minutes. This game is insane. EDG still pathing around. Vision is everything. That triple bubble lands onto Lei, but Scout will not find a follow-up. Dredge line. So damn close too.
This Elder has been stopped and started so many times by Xiao Xiang. Scout
doesn't miss onto Ruby. The Ignite dropped down. He thought he could burst him, and he would have. But the Paddle Star was a bit to the left.
Connection is not there. Now you can see Rogue Warriors trying to see if they can keep these waves in control towards the mid lane.
Dredge line onto the jungler. Scout tries to get through to Jungwooji, but he kites away. Meanwhile, look at the Felos hitting around, but Lei is dead. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't connect, but Junjia will go down. A 1-for-1 trade support for jungle. And that's it for now.
Lei managed to get the hook onto Scout in the backline. He couldn't
Another
commit.
double bubble lands here from Scout. He can't get the poke down either, though. Ocean Dragon coming into fruition. Hope tries to poke them out, but Rogue Warriors, they're not committing to Elder. They're like, hey, we gotta go mid.
EDG don't do objectives quickly. They can't contest onto the Elder Dragon. They're going to lose their base if they try to take it.
They've got really slow back timings as well. So with Crazy, with Ruby, with Jungwooji, they're onto the inhibitor. They're pushing this, but the flank is coming through.
They're still going to try and go for the Scout. He's got the connection onto Wooji.
And there we go. The cleanse comes out immediately. Crazy looking for the one-on-one with Scout. Jumps, flashes in, but Scout goes golden. This time with the bullet time. In come EDG. Ruby has hit the blast cone, but Hope tries to carry this fight back. The Aatrox gets reset and is onto the Aphelios, but Season 10 says no. Rogue Warriors left with 3.
Lei is moving up towards this mid lane, though he needs to get over here to help Zhang Wuji. This AD carry is in so much trouble.
He has Severum though. Severum and Infernum. Slowed on down. The Aatrox looks for the knockup. Finds him at Lei. You hero Hope. He flashes over. He's like, where did he go?
The magic trick comes in full success for Rogue Warriors. They make the mid inhibitor disappear. Zhang Wuji disappears, but it's still this Elder Dragon on the cards. The big objective is not gone yet.
When Ruby comes alive, 25 seconds, he has teleport. Can they delay this long enough?
The longest 25 seconds ever. I don't think they can. This is going down too fast.
Jungwooji moving into position. Crazy doesn't have the ultimate or the flash available. 5k. Jungwooji running in. He gets knocked up by Junjia Xiaoshang. Turning for the fight. He has World Ender once again. The bullet time. Lay it on top. And Lei even gets hit by Hope too. A great death sentence onto Junjia as Wooji kites his way back and heals up. But
there's
no
the teleport. There's the teleport. Ruby's made it to the fight. 4,000 on the Dragon.
They're hitting it hard. Wei-Yin's right there, right in front of it. All they need to do is hit it. He gets stunned up. And the Shurima shuffle with the Elder. They blow them to pieces. Rogue Warriors are looking to style over Edward Gaming.
Rogue Warriors are looking to start their path to victory. Crazy is in the base. Zhao Zhang is low. And now they're marching towards the Nexus.
Boom! Goes the Dragon from Crazy. Gets the GA. And Rogue Warriors run it down mid. Not only do they style on IG, but this time around, they take it all the way to the Nexus. Rogue Warriors are the young warriors and the young blood in the LPL.
No pesky Tam Kenches this time around. No hope for EDG to bring it back. When it got to the late game, that's where Rogue Warriors were strongest, and that's where Rogue Warriors bring it back. Woo!
EDG and Rogue Warriors, let me just say one thing. A series that I didn't expect to be that bloody exciting, but it hit the...
Gotcha.
I'm covered with makeup now. Not a bad way to end the first series of the day, huh?
That's what I like to see. That's what I wanted to... And it sets us up so well. This is, as you said, first series of the day. We still got one more to go, but look at that on your screen.
Scout really tried to bring that across the line, and he almost did. Props to Lei for the hook that set Rogue Warriors up for success. And for the last fight where Ruby is that Korean mid laner, we did not expect.
No, and especially when Zhang Wuji, yes, fell to the wayside early, was able to bring it back, but Ruby was the big carry. He held the mid game together for Rogue Warriors long enough for them to find the victory when it got to the late game objectives.
Aphelios and Azir, I think these two as a pairing, you just get towards that 40-minute mark, and it's undeniable that if they're in the right position at the right time, really nothing can go wrong.
No, there was zero that could go. Well,
Yeah.
let's take that back. There was a lot that could have gone wrong
True.
that game, but they did manage to navigate it correctly. And what a series from both of these teams. Now Rogue Warriors adding their second win. That cannot be understated enough. This team is looking to rise through the ranks with plays like this.
Yeah, and on new players as well. Let's not forget that Rogue Warriors, this we constantly say, is that like people like Wei Yan, no expectations. A jungler that could not find his path in 2019. This time around, I mean, Trundle is his pick. Olaf is his pick. Certain picks where he really excels.
And he's the only one that's brought out this Trundle into Jarvan, and look how well it looked. Even when you're not seeing these super tanks like the Ornn or the Sets in the top lanes that are picking up all these extra stats, he's still looking fantastic on this pick, finding the disruptions with the pillars for the hope on the misfortune. Wei Yan stood up and was recognized in this game.
I'm curious as to who we're going to give MVP to on Rogue Warriors' side, because it's not like the LCK, we don't get to vote. We sit here and listen and wait for who it gets given to. Crazy had good time in the side lane. Some impactful ults. Wasn't the greatest team fighting cannon we've ever seen. But Ruby on Azir, I have to say, even if he just wants to narrow his champion pool, it's fine by me any day.
And this was such a strange series to watch because there was very little changing when you look to the bottom half of the map.
Yep.
Thresh, Nautilus, Misfortune, Aphelios. You got the Azir and into the Zoe matchup over and over. It was that top, the jungle, and that was all that changed in this game. That was what made the difference from series to series. And I love to see how everyone went back and forth. We saw great performances from Zhao Zhang on this Fiora.
Yep.
Then to turn it around for Crazy to bring it back on the Kennen, being 4-0, 5-0 on this pick. Overall, both teams showing how capable they are.
I think Xiao Shang, even in that last game on Aatrox, I mean, through team fighting, that was looking pretty grim for Rogue Warriors at one point. EDG had the numbers advantage. We moved towards that dragon. And then suddenly, Wei Yan is there. Azir gets a teleport off just in time. And it turns from a smite fight into smite dominance from Rogue Warriors jungle. And he always had a lead. I mean, we go back to that game where the Jarvan was behind in levels earlier on. We talked about how Trundle was 2 levels up and how he had been farming. He had been having focus towards his camps rather than trying to push it to the limit like Junjia.
And this comes down to so many small things. Like you were talking about that Jarvan being behind. But remember, Jarvan was the one in this game who's controlling the dragons. Wei Yan got in and smited one of them away to flash out. That crucially delayed that Elder, delayed that Soul to that little bit later in the game, so they had the items. So there's so much in this game that could have gone different.
Aphelios MVP, by the way.
What?
Now, I don't know who's voting for this.
Get away out of that.
I don't know who's voting for this, but stop it. I get it. Aphelios is good. Give it to Ruby.
Give it to Ruby, give it to Wei Yan, give it to Lei. Anyone. Zhang Wuji was 3 levels behind Hope.
He didn't do anything. Well, no, he did. That's you know.
That's disingenuous, but
I'll
still.
give him credit.
Come on. Come on.
I don't know. That's the biggest robbery I've seen since, you know, the Cookie Monster went into McDonald's and did all that, whatever. That wasn't McDonald's. Anyway, that's a robbery. That's highway robbery. Lei won them that game with that hook.
Lei won them the game. Ruby held them into it. Wei Yan secured the early game for them. You've so many different players to pick from. And look,
they like Season 10 here. In Shanghai, they really like Season 10. And they say, we got to give it to Aphelios because we need to see more Aphelios. But you know what? You were talking about it in draft. And just to come back to that point, the priority on Aphelios first pick, even though there are other things they could have gone with, even though like the Jarvan priority, etc., at the end of the day, the solid pick of this meta and the pick that consistently pops off, even if it goes even or down towards the late game, works well for RW.
And I think the biggest takeaway for me in this is having strong junglers for Wei Yan, a winning matchup for Wei Yan, because we could see the difference. It was night and day, game 1 and game 3. And this is where we got to look at if he ends up going back to this Gragas pick. Well, is this now just Rogue Warriors being found out?
I don't know, but from here, I think Rogue Warriors, I'm not going to put him in top 8, but I'm going to make this team my team to watch. The dark horse of the LPL. I don't know if you guys agree. However, that was one series. We've only got 2 today, and I am very glad because I almost broke my voice. FPX and WE, a lot of changes in both these teams. We're going to tell you more about it when we come back after this.
be the one that will find you lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. From the
beautiful night in Shanghai after a beautiful series from EDG and Rogue Warriors. Now that we've recovered and reset, we're back and ready to look at WE versus FPX. Hello, welcome to the studio. My name is Eric. I'm joined by Dagda. On to the second set of WE and FPX. And a good reset here because this could be a slower game depending on how FPX go and also how WE are looking towards their new members to fill in for the 2019 loss.
I think we need a slower series. I can't go another 11 rounds like we just did. This was a tough one. This was a great series, but I'm fine if we take a step back now and look more towards FPX and how they like to play.
Let's talk a little bit about them because this is going to be very FPX focused. This is a World Championship team and we're wondering what's going on. Let's start with the jungle because Tien does not look like 2019 Spring Summer and the world's MVP. He looks like Tien, who's just at a loss for words.
And especially when you look at the champion pool there on the left-hand side of your screen, the likes of Lee Sin, Jarvan, Rek'Sai, you should be the one aggressing. That's not what we see from Tien. Instead, falling behind on jungle pacing, caught out on the bottom side of the map when Baron is up. So many mistakes coming through from the jungler that honestly, it's making him look like a rookie.
And maybe it's because of the way FPX are changing. And there was something I really wanted to coin here, that FPX are changing lanes, they're changing styles. When Khan joined this team, it was like, okay, cool. We've got the SKT top laner, but FPX have been focusing more towards the top side and we're not seeing the bottom 4v2 that they were known for at Worlds.
And you'll see it in this replays here. Once we do have Khan in and he's on these carry picks like the Fiora, well, that's the way they want to play. That's where we'll see Doinby teeter up to. But the big difference you'll see when we look at our last replay here is going to be the pressure exerted once Gimgoon is back in the roster. Crisp is up into the mid lane. They're the ones making the plays. And it is this very different style from potentially going towards LW and Crisp. This was the style that won them Worlds. It's the style we've seen E-Star doing well with. It's the style we expected from FPX, not what we're getting though.
And isn't it incredible because essentially it's the same thing top lane, just different lanes, right? Doinby will join in the dive and Tien will still do the same thing essentially, but one lane versus the lane of LWX and Crisp, who are now being hung out a little bit to dry. We're still seeing the FPX who like to skirmish, who now like to play around objectives, but it's a very different look to the world champion roster.
Yeah, and it's a look I'm still up in the air about. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think when we've seen how successful E-Stars have been with these bottom lane dives, I'd like to see FPX go back to the draft that they expected, especially when we look towards that draft. We look at them and go, this is a team that will on red side give that counter pick over to the likes of Doinby, and Doinby's done great. He's on 31% of the team's damage. The thing is, he's going for these much later scaling champions. The Kassadins are coming in and not that pushing mid we expect.
Let's look at the positivity though. Let's bring it back to the core of the argument, which is Gimgoon versus Khan. And also, side note, welcome back to Gimgoon, because Gimgoon coming back on this roster, ever since FPX haven't lost a series, they go back to the World Championship lineup. And even though they're still focusing top for Gimgoon, it does feel like with this roster, their ability to open up the map and also play a bit more around draft is there again.
And this is now where I'd like to see them stay. When you brought in Khan was demanding those resources in the draft. When it came to giving him the counter pick like we saw in the Fiora, you're seeing Gimgoon be able to play a stronger, weaker side. When it was Khan in the Ornn, wasn't quite able to play to the same level. That's why you're opening up for more picks. The likes of the Gangplank we were talking about in the last series, more of these picks that are Gimgoon's speciality.
Because he is the best weak side top laner in the world. That's what winning world title did. They showed that Gimgoon is still a team fighting threat, but in the laning phase, his ability to play weak side is so exceptional. People gave him flack because they thought, oh, he's nowhere near the Shy. They should put the Shy on FPX. But the truth of it is, the Shy gets resources, and in the past, Gimgoon did not.
Yeah, and look, we're even seeing it if we look over at IG. Rookie getting no resources. That's not what you want to do for Doinby. Doinby is the staple of FPX. He's got LWX on the wings, but you're always looking towards what can Doinby do on this roster.
Bit of a new versus the old here, and old in FPX as to what we know. But for WE, let's shift over, because for WE going into the FPX lineup, WE have been surprising us a little bit recently. V5, Vici Gaming, some clean wins, but against these top tier teams like JDG, RNG, it has been a little bit more difficult for them.
And it feels like they're still trying to find their soul in this. How do they try and play this game? Because you've got Morgan, who's starting to fill the shoes of, okay, we can play towards him to then teleport to bot lane to make a play. But it's still a bit shaky on how they want to move forward in these games.
All right, we're getting a bit of a lineup here. This is nice. This is new, but looking mainly towards the new members of WE. For those out there, you would remember Xie, Mystic, core components of this team. But of course, as we're talking about before, Fun plus Phoenix, the world champion roster, are back together.
And now I want to see how they do fare against Team WE. As we get into this draft, there's a couple of those picks that are eyeballing, and it's already seen 2 of them banned by FPX, the Renekton and the Set, which have been so crucial for Morgan.
Red side for FPX as well is super crucial, Dagda, because remember what we talk about, the potential of either the counter pick or last pick, either towards the top lane or to Doinby. So a bit more priority there, and the availability starts in draft when we see the Renekton ban. We also see Aphelios. FPX have learned from the last series, I guess.
The only ban we've seen come through towards Tien, though, is the Lee Sin.
Yep.
And on the red side, FPX will oftentimes rotate the jungle pick first. It's generally the likes of the Rek'Sai or the Lee Sin. Potential to shift into Jarvan here as well if they'd like.
Now, Kalista first pick. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see going around your solo queue games, which I bet you hate, but also around a member of IG's top lane, that this is...
Want to try and play this. Are we going to assume that this is going bot and pick stuff that can do well into it, or think that this is a top lane pick that we can deal with later on in the draft?
But you notice how straight away it's into the Varus. It's no shenanigans here. LWX and Chris played a great Varus Tahm Kench lane, and Frostgren said this best on the world stage, that in the LPL, Tahm Kench is not a defensive lane. Tahm Kench is used for diving and much about FPX's playstyle, but so is their Aatrox, which they picked a lot for Gimgoon in the past.
I like having Gimgoon on this Aatrox, because the thing that people seem to forget is that just because Gimgoon's a weak side top laner does not mean he's a weak player.
Yep.
Gimgoon can most certainly control these lanes, and Aatrox is the pick you take into the top lane when you want to go aggressive.
All right, we see one comfort pick, and it's another here for Crisp. This is the FPX draft of 2019 already set up. While for WE, Plex on some comfort here in the Zoe. I do like seeing the Zoe blind, especially for a player like Plex, who's had weaker laning phases.
Junglers have not been selected, though, and when we're talking about FPX liking to rotate that on this first pickup, not having that is a very different style here. So I want to see now if both sides are going to prioritize jungle bans and where we land on our list.
Well, Olaf with the first one. The second one, what else is available, Dagda? What am I thinking of here? Jarvan, as we saw in the last series.
Look, Doinby's Rise is still up if we want to still be looking towards mid lane bans and stuff, you know. But I think as well, yeah, look, Elise is still on the board, Rek'Sai is still on the board as well.
Okay.
But it looks like they've been watching that last game from Zhao Xiang, and they're going to ban away the Fiora to make sure there's no pesky Fioras.
Yeah, let's not have that matchup again. That's very fair of Gimgoon and limits options here. We still don't know where that Kalista's going, but we can make the assumption of bot for now. Rumble, the final ban of WE, and towards Doinby, who has been spamming that alongside Rookie. That's another one off the board.
So Jarvan and Rek'Sai are the two that are still up. Could potentially see the Jarvan locked in here. Funny enough, FPX are the only team to really play Rumble without that Jarvan in the lane as well. Yep. So it's just a Doinby special. But we are going to see the Jarvan locked in anyway, despite the Rumble being
Yeah, now it's the Jarvan without the Rumble.
Never one without the other.
No, that's right. I would one day again like to see Tien's Elise. I think that was actually exceptional. Now, you're pointing at this Echo. Don't be cheeky. Just tell me why.
Because Beishang has played Echo before. This has been this jungle. Oh, come on. I was getting
you shouldn't
excited.
have turned your head. And now we have an Irelia. So I know that you wanted to talk about what works well with Sejuani. Let's pause on that because we will have a quick discussion about the Irelia pairing with Sejuani, as we saw a lot last year and the year before, I believe. Doinby's been playing Kassadin. This is not a drill.
I got nothing to add on to that. It's not a drill.
It's literally not a drill. This could be a hover any other draft. But Doinby has played a lot of Kassadin. Yeah, 100% win rate because he and... Who else was it? Was it... Who's the mid laner? Suning. Angel.
Angel, yeah.
Angel played it. Hello, I got there in the end.
There we go.
So, Dagda, it's your time to shine. Tell me FPX's draft.
Well, look, FPX are all about these side lanes right now. You've got the Varus to help clear out waves. If you find yourselves in a man advantage scenario, you've got Tien to try and be that engaged tool to set up for Doinby, for Gimgoon if they want to play these flanks, but they can always just go to the sides. They don't even have to look for a fight with the whole composition if they want. On the opposite, for Team WE, they're very much going for these team fight scenarios, and I like what they're pairing with here. Most of the time when we go towards Sejuani, you want to have a bit more of those melee champions there, so that's why we're actually looking at it potentially for Junji in the last game, because Scouts in love with the likes of Silas's and Kiana's and all these, and even the Pantheons, that can work quite well with it. You've only got the Aurelia here to try and proc that.
But I mean, I was doing my notes on Morgan, and I wanted to know a little bit more about him. He does have a very large champion pool for a top laner. Things like the set sit so well with him. I mean, the Fiora is definitely not out of his grasp. So I think new top laners will be going, okay, Morgan's a real threat. Even established top laners like the Shy and Gimgoon. So I like to see that there's priority towards banning him out in this series, but also that Aurelia is going to be a new champion for him up in that top lane.
And now it feeds in again to, hey, look, if we get Morgan ahead, this guy can work. This guy can get those plays down to the bottom side that we've seen 2 or 3 times now, or even just look to take over the lane himself.
And you're right, the ability to focus top side with Aurelia and Sejuani. Gimgoon, I think we call him weak side again here, Dagda. What's the usual? Where the ability to focus bot is set up again for FPX. This is Gimgoon in the roster. Khan not available. Let's see if FPX return to their roots or if WE can slam them where it hurts.
Returning to roots is a bit of a hard one for FPX in this. We talked about the reason Doinby was able to make these 4-man dives happen was because we saw him in picks like Nautilus, like the Rumble, where he could push in this lane and start to make the roams happen.
Very true.
When Plex is on this Zoe and Doinby's on this Kassadin, no way he'll be able to push in effectively to make this happen.
Hey, let's talk runes though quickly, okay?
Okay.
Let's start with Doinby. Fleet footwork on the Kassadin.
Pretty staple.
Now, let's talk LWX. Halo Blades on Varus. Now, we're going to talk about a couple of Varuses. We've seen Lethal Tempo, we've seen Comet, and Halo Blades is a new one.
So the reason Varus has gone Halo Blades of this is because of the trade pattern that comes through from Callista. Callista is very quick trying to get in your face. She wants to stack a couple of Ren stacks into a minion, come up to trade with you, and then have her own Halo, well, usually Halo Blades proc to win out the trade, make the rend happen, and then you've got the rend back and available because you killed that minion you previously set up.
Isn't it kind of funny? Because it's like they've swapped runes.
Yeah, exactly. And now that LWX has this, he's looking to just get that really quick burst of trades, 3 autos off, and proc his own passive using the likes of the Hail of Arrows. Now, with this swapping up a little bit, I think Jomung won't be able to trade as heavily into this lane as he would have liked to, but already you can see Missy.
Wow, okay. Halo Blades and Halo Arrows. Yeah, pretty right about that one, Dagda. Missing is at half health.
And now he's going to be a little bit more scared about how he tries to approach this lane. You said already, Tam Kench much more of an aggressive pick here. So potentially, if Missing is low enough or Jomung is low enough, they just go for the dive with TN, LWX, and Crisp and say, Doinby, you just stick mid.
But meanwhile, things are happening the same here in 2020 Spring, where TN first side to path is top, looking for Morgan up in this lane. And took a path over the Rift Herald so that it wouldn't be spotted by a potential tri-brush ward. So TN, not having to get into that lane, or rather wasn't able to, will go back to clearing his camps.
Watch where the lane will be positioned though. Gimgoon is slowly pushing that in against Morgan because he's been using the Darkened Blades, because he's trying to trade with this Aurelia. So when Beishang finishes his 3rd camp here and hits his level 3, as you can just see, he can go up towards that top side with Morgan freezing the wave here.
Okay, well, into the turret. At least this trade here will add a bit more pressure. Good trading from Gimgoon. Morgan at half health, Corrupting Potion used all the way, and Conqueror's available. Means Morgan has to respect this wave.
And now you should be able to crash this if you're Gimgoon. No real worry about Beishang coming up, because honestly, you just turn onto the Aurelia alongside TN.
But he wants to challenge this, runs right into Beishang. Flag and Drag is still available, but Permafrost is there. Plex right behind him with the Flash and Ignite. The Trouble Bubble is too high, and Gimgoon with his added threat in the top lane will just force away Beishang.
Tien shouldn't be trying to contest these scuttles up here, though. The problem that he's going to have for the remainder of this game is Plex will have control of this mid lane when it comes to pushing, can rotate first, so everything river forward is in WE territory.
Chris going to get hooked in here. The play came through before. Rend available, lethal tempo now activated. Chris jebaited. Flash over the wall. Ren City, and Missing says it's my first blood.
See, LWX isn't even going to bother using the heal, knows that Crisp is going to fall, and we just said it. Everything river forward belongs to WE. Tam Kench takes one step too far. The river is no longer for the Tam Kench.
With a double scuttle on Sejuani, Beishang has a 10 CS lead in this jungle, and all Tien can do is watch and continue clearing his wolves. First back here from Beishang, net Stalker's Blade with a control ward in hand. So not too bad of a start here from WE, up 1,000 gold.
And usually what you'd like to see is FPX taking over from this jungle. Jarvan has more pressure early. Beishang will eventually win out when it comes to these team fights. But Tien can't because of Plex in this mid lane. Now because they're losing out on the bottom side as well, makes it far harder for Tien to have the impact we would like. It goes back to our story. FPX not playing to the standard we saw them last year, and struggling as a result.
I mean, the World Championship team comes back, and they're not the same. Meta changes, there's a lot of time off. FPX did have a lot of time off. Remember that at Demacia Cup, FPX ran their B-tier squad. None of this World Championship lineup played in that event. They then came back, a week of play, 0-2, and then COVID-19 happened. And then we had a month and a half, almost 2 months off.
And you'd imagine that would give them time. You think that would give them the opportunity after that first bit to figure it out?
Here's my argument here, is that nothing is the same as an LPL stage game. You can have scrims, but do all teams really play seriously in scrims? They try new things out, and sometimes, let's be honest, they just muck about.
We cast them. Not all games are even when it comes to
We saw a Zed.
LPL.
I mean, that just tells you one thing. Yeah, we saw Knight Zed.
Yeah.
So my point is that for FPX, their stage time has been super limited, but as has everyone else's. So everyone has the same argument. And WE with this newer roster, that should affect them more. But so far, in the past couple of weeks, or the past week of returning, we have seen a much better WE that's synergizing alongside Beishang.
We're seeing it on your screen right now. Pressure all across the bottom side. Nets the Dragon for WE. Doimby, as this game goes on, will start to take over. But that's a long stretch away. Only got the Crystal available at the moment. We'd like to finish off not only the Rod of Ages, more than likely a tier item as well.
Now finally has his ultimate available to run away from Trouble Bubble, but Plex still dominates the lane. Win lane, win game here for WE. We just come back to those win conditions where it does seem like WE are winning all across the board. Even that death sentence, nice. Chris will gobble him up, but the aggressive Tam Kench Varus lane seems like it's looking like LCS right now. They're on the back foot, and FPX are trying to rush forward.
They don't spot Plex in the bush here.
Doomby here, right on top of Beishang. Aftershock with the passive from Sejuani, but wow, Missing doesn't miss the hooks this game. Plex jumps forward, burns down the Kassadin, and WE don't even lose a trade.
Missing did not hit the flay though. Wasn't able to finish off LWX in that scenario. We're going to be able to pick up the blue buff, and you can see FPX already on the back foot.
Isn't it incredible how WE, with this gold lead, are pushing FPX, who were known for their early games? And this is already set up for another fight. Flag and Drag's going to come through. Tien's going to get ignited, but the burn comes through. Missing is choking down, and Tien will trade it back on top of Missing, and FPX get out.
Too far for WE, bite off more than they can chew, and it means that FPX are able to turn that around, and they desperately need to right now.
Hang on. Wow, exhaust, chains of corruption, LWX hit 6. Here comes the burn from Hail of Blades. Joe Mung should not have been there.
And in a space of a minute and a half, we go from praising Team WE to FPX answering back up that goal deficit. And now they should be able to pick up a pretty terror plate for themselves as well.
Missing is going to be here, so LWX just has to back away. But that's a kill onto the Varus. 10 CS after the wave crashes in, and Callista nowhere nearby to pick it up. Means that Vamp Scepter turns into a Cutlass. Should see Berserker Greaves here as well.
Where does Crisp go? Bot lane is the answer right now, which means that overall, FPX are fine giving up this Rift Tower. We're going to see a replay of this play in the bot side of the map. I thought off of this play, Crisp would return to his base, start to move up towards the top side to get control on Rift. But with them moving down to the bottom side, and with this wave collapsing, it's potentially Missing who's going to roam first and help out Beishang on this big objective.
I just love on that last play that there was only enough mana for one ability and Crisp lands it. So pretty crucial moment there. I know before you're about to talk up WE and, you know, say, well, when they have a gold lead, they normally win these games. From early game Dagda. Would you like to tell me anyway?
Well, I was going to say I like when my stats get ruined. This is the second one now.
His hand signal was, no, don't talk about this. But I'm actually wanted to talk about it more.
But yeah, Team WE have a 100% win rate when they're ahead of 15, and
Oh,
I'm not going to finish this.
Gimgoon's going into World Ender. There's a Fall Stewart, lands on 2, but the Flag and Drag comes in first. Easy kill here for the jungle of FPX, who now has 2 under the belt.
And a 0% win rate when they're behind at 15. So this is adding to my story.
You still got 6 minutes. That's right, for FPX to further that gold lead. And at this point, the early game set up. Flag and Drag still gets out. Trouble Bubble does connect, but how do WE follow this up? Doomby in here with the choke. The flash forward from Plex, the ignite. The coordination is there. Plex with a shutdown, but Doomby jumping in for the rest of the fight. Permafrost locks down Doomby, but he does have an ultimate to follow this up with Gimgoon already trading onto Plex. Here he comes with the flash immediately, and the Aurelia's nowhere nearby to help him out. Doomby says, jump, and I'll jump with you.
Every time Doinby gets on this champion, somehow teams manage to gift across kills. 1-0-2 for the Castellan off of that play, and Morgan abandons all hope, TPs to the top side of the map because he's got to pick up that wave and can't help out Beishang.
And now all elements of the map are in a good position. The lane advantage means hardly anything anymore for WE after the Zoe started with a 10 CS lead, Jiao Meng started with a 10 CS lead, and Morgan was in a favorable position. Now Gimgoon with the Phage, Kindle Gem, now Doinby with this back should have the Tear or the Rod of Ages so damn early.
There you go, Rod of Ages at the 11-minute mark. Doinby's going to be very happy with the way this one has gone. And again, WE tried to push their advantage too heavily and get burned. Still, this Rift Herald is up and available though, and if FPX have the opportunity, they can turn to grab that or the Cloud Drake in just a few moments.
More interested in the Cloud, it seems. Tien clearing vision, has to be careful. Trouble Bubble and Permafrost means that Tien is just dead and has no Cataclysm to follow up on the fight if anyone from FPX wants to join.
Crisp is starting to move across, looking to see if they can get control here. Plex off in the wings. This is perfect scenario for Zoe, where she's free hitting with these trouble bubbles over the wall.
But you can see what a different situation this is. WE have backed away.
Look at where Gimgoon is. Gimgoon's walked down for this, so Morgan, they're bigging him up saying, look, get this guy a lead, translate that to the bottom side, but hasn't got that lead, and is no longer helping this bottom side of the map.
10% cooldown reduction though here for FPX early. Infernal Rift has spawned. Morgan with the turret plating as response. 120 gold, we're only on patch 10.4, but that means we're going to see a fight in the bottom lane. Chris here can only just use grey health at the end. He will die. Good ultimate combination here from WE.
This is going to be Jarvan going straight towards the top side, though. Jiao Meng and Missing are going to be looking to take plates here, so then they can answer for the trade when the Rift Herald comes through. Although as I say that, Tien is looking like he's going to path over towards those Raptors instead.
Yeah, okay. He's like, nah.
He's good, he's good. He got the right call.
Jiao Meng and Missing hitting away on the turret plating here. Sejuani stays nearby to add the presence here for WE, and Doomby has no sight of leaving this lane. Good trouble bubble here from Plex, and the trading. Yeah, that's about how it looks here for the Zoe in the early levels.
Well, with Beishang stealing this blue buff, this is going to be a bit more difficult now for Doinby in the mid lane, because chances are when that next blue spawns on the opposite side of the map, it'll go across towards Plex, bar some pesky jungle item shenanigans. Although, Crisp in the bottom side, I was a little bit worried there for 2 seconds that Crisp would go over it forward.
That's true. But LWX doesn't have ult, so Chris was like, okay, I'm not going to take this. Instead, they're going to take the fight in the mid lane. Cataclysm's there. Plex gets the trouble bubble out to the turret. Back in for the paddle star. The ignite helping massively as Beishang's nearby. Has the Arctic Assault, but not the ultimate available. The Glacial Prison will have to wait here as Plex will just get out alive.
LWX answering on this bottom side, though, off the back timing. So now again, we still see that even though it was WE that made the play in the bottom side to get the turret plates, Well, they've been answered on LWX's side. Rift Herald is up and available, but with only 25 seconds left before the plates fall, everyone is scrambling to get the gold they can.
And look at him, he's hightailing at mid. Pings, I'm coming, here we go. Doomby's going to get trouble bubbled again. I got to say, the Cassidy shield from Nullsphere, or whatever the Q is,
Yeah,
it looks like Morgana's Black Shield. They got to change that. Turret plating goes down in a second, but Doomby gets the rest of it in the mid lane.
Exactly, more gold going over towards this Cassidy. Missing and Beishang looking for picks here.
It's so hard to catch Doomby this time, right? He's got 3 stacks of the Rod of Ages and almost level 11. You have to say the Cassidy you'd think in this lane would have been punished more with WE's early advantage, but this bottom lane play is rippling through, and FPX have just benefited so much from it.
Especially when you imagine that Doinby hasn't taken the cleanse. Oftentimes in this matchup, you'll see people take cleanse because of how obnoxious it can be with jungle pressure. But Beishang ignores Plex, and this is something that's actually come around quite a bit. Plex is one of the lowest gold shares on any team. The only person that beats him is Rookie, but 19.8% of the gold on that team goes to Plex.
Wow.
And it's because they're not getting help from Beishang and any of the other members on the squad.
Plex doesn't have the greatest laning phase. When we look at mid laners and we say who actually comes out ahead in their individual laning phase, Plex near the bottom of that list on top of the gold. We will showcase a little bit with the trouble bubble, but again, Beishang can't capitalize. It's so hard to get Doomby with flash at this point. I want to come back to your cleanse point. I just looked across WE's lineup. Wait. No, Chris was like, I'm not dying here. I looked across WE's lineup, and everyone there essentially a cleanse would be good against.
Pretty much, but Doinby gets away with it. Nobody wants to make that move to the mid lane. This is something that we've seen teams that do prioritize mid. We even saw it in the B-roll we rolled earlier on where Crisp roamed up to help mid lane.
Yeah.
If you had Missing, you had Beishang start to make these moves when Jomong and Missing were being forced back. When they weren't being forced back, you potentially could have made this play.
Fate's Call is available. Crisp is going to go ahead and QSS that one away with an early item upgrade. LWX under turret gets himself the Chains Corruption onto Beishang, who's overstayed. 2v4. Easy. Jomong even gets hit hard on the way out.
Missing needed to flash in that play, get the hook onto LWX, who was locked up. Instead, they turn onto Crisp, who still got the grey health, and now they got Tien here to help.
With Cataclysm, LWX gets ignited. Ren Spear comes through with the pierce from Jomong, but they survive. Turret stays, Doomby gets mid. WE trying so hard, and Beishang just can't get anything working.
Disastrous for WE in this early game, and now we've crossed that crucial 15-minute mark, and you can see the results. WE desperately trying to get control back in this, but FPX are very quickly snowballing.
Turret will go down eventually after the trade, but a lot taken. Tien now posturing around Morgan, but WE, they have other things on their mind. The Infernals here, they want it. Gimgoon going to be trading the top lane turret while this is going on. He has teleport, but FPX, with no Chris Bolt, they're just going to let this one slide.
And this is actually where FPX do a lot in their games, is trade these dragon objectives for the structures. Because at the end of the day, the only time that this dragon really matters is when you're getting up towards Soul Point. And FPX make sure that teams that pick up these early dragons don't have a chance to get there because they're winning elsewhere on the map. They're actually one of the teams that has only got a 42% dragon control rate, which is insanely low for a team that you'd expect to be winning.
I hate Tom Catch.
This is the second game we've cast now that we've seen. We got the blue buff the other day as well.
Yeah. Because remember, I think it was at the end of 9 point something or other, where Tom Kench got the ability to gulp neutral. Like,
objectives, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he can't eat Baron.
Neutral monsters.
Yeah, but like the red and blue buff, which I think was just such a great ad. I mean, like, I said I hate him, but I take it back. Tom Kench, he's one of the boys.
Well, that boy's got a QSS for himself here, making sure that as
really
you talked
early
about...
buy, yeah.
Look, you already talked about it. Plex, Missing, Beishang, Morgan, everyone has something that you've got to deal with the QSS can help out with, and all he needs to do is sit beside LWX here and keep this Varus safe. So if he's able to tank that CC, that's a thumbs up, and if he's able to get out of CC to help LWX, even better.
I mean, at this point as well, remember that Crisp and LWX as a duo, they have been together for the longest time out of any bottom lane in the Premier League. Go and look it up. LWX and Crisp have been around for like 5 years together. And Crisp is like the big brother to LWX. This game especially is level 8 to his level 11. But you look at the bottom lane, Jeomong is 2 levels behind LWX right now. And that's a very big deal. I mean, LWX with the kill down bottom with the trade that went before onto Beishang. A lot of experience taken by himself.
And the funny thing is, if Jeomong had actually gone for this Hail of Blades, these trades would have been working out so much better for them. But because LWX is the one with these short burst trades don't work out quite as well as they were hoping.
Onto the Rift Herald now, though. FPX move up 4. Pings are going down for assistance from WE. There's just so much control. Herald's already done. And the ability from FPX to turn from an objective to a fight is there. WE have to back away.
I love that they gave the Doinby as well. This is where we're looking at this 1-3-1 starting to set up. So if you've got Doinby on the top side of the map and he can toss down this Rift Herald at whim, well, now it makes it difficult for Plex to deal with this side lane push.
All right, we've got 2K gold though, Dagda. 20 minutes in. Now, your stats said WE, when they're behind gold at 15, they lose all their games. Not some, all of them. WE are now looking confident to take down mid lane turret. That's a bit more gold in their back pocket.
Did you just have me use my stat because you could use it at a better time?
Yeah. I did indeed. I have sniped your stat, but hey, I mean, you're coming out with some good points here today, as you do every day. Doinby, level 13, Herald's here, gets the solo gold. And that's just a quick bit of money in the back pocket.
Plex, as he walks around, though, could feel Doinby pushing on here.
He's like, is he there? Well, FPX, the rest of them are. Flag and drag flashed away from Cataclysm comes through. Exhausted is the Jarvan, but Gimgoon has popped the World Ender over the wall. He's ready to fight. Pulling the trigger a bit hastily, it seems, here for FPX.
Look, he's only just come back into the roster. He's anxious. He's ready to get going again. But unfortunately, not able to get over the walls that are in the
While
jungle.
we're on that note, I will say this publicly. I think FPX are much better with Gimgoon than they are with Khan. Now, I know you don't have to necessarily agree with that, but Khan demands a lot of respect, but it can also go south very fast, as we saw in the first week against IG. With Gimgoon, you get Mr. Old Reliable, Mr. Consistent, that can play a quieter side of the map and still look successful.
Well, FPX as a whole are going to be going to the south part of Summoner's Rift right now. 43 seconds on the Infernal Drake. You've got Doinby pushing in.
I love how you didn't want to touch that with a 5-inch pole. You're like, I don't want my opinion on public record.
I'm new here. You built up a year worth of respect
people
and
can still
reputation.
hate me.
I know, but at least you've got something to build on.
Okay.
I'm just starting to get myself out there. I'm not going polarizing directions for at least another 6 months.
Raz left me, and the fighting words were, be strong in your opinion. He didn't actually say that, but I feel like that was part of his message as he left me. But I tell you one thing. I mean, if we're talking strong direction, FPX either with Khan or Gimgoon have had that after the early game for WE was so damn strong. And we're at a point where, okay, we're into the mid game now. WE are looking for more of these objectives, but 2 items coming out of the core carries of FPX. And they're teleporting for this bottom side, maybe trying to set something up.
2 teleports, both on the same ward. They will force WE back. It's on to Beishang.
Oh, he's over the wall. Miss Piggy wants to go home. Spike comes through, but it's Jarvan who secures. Tien with the dragon, Varus with the kill, Morgan with the death it seems. Gimgoon flashes forward and Crisp is coming. He brings himself, no one else. Doinby jumping forward, and that's it. Not enough mana to follow up the chase. FPX objective and kill.
That dragon sat on 380 health for so long. I thought it was going to go across, but Beishang couldn't get the smite in time. Tien does manage to pick that one up in the end. The jungler down. FPX can move in towards this top side and start to keep the pressure towards the next objective of the Baron.
Really luring WE in this series. In this game, I should say. We've only just begun. But Tien with a quick secure and a 3k gold lead now. As you can see at the top of your screen, an Infernal to boot. Infernal on this team, the burst that will come from the Kassadin will really heighten that if they get the soul.
And that's who I'm looking at. It's the Kassadin.
And he's stacking up the Rift Walk. He's stacking up the Rift Walk. He's done this 4 times already. He's running out of mana, but if he hits Morgan right in the face, that'll really dead.
I'm not so certain. Aureli's still pretty tanky at the moment, so maybe not able to burst her out in the same way. This is why I'd actually prefer to see Morgan go up against Gimgoon, because Gimgoon, you just trade evenly in there, but the Kassadin will beat out on the Zoe.
Now that you've said that, I want to see Morgan 1v1 Doinby. Now you had my curiosity. Now you've got my attention. He's got 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. He's got himself a Fiendish Codex. Gromp just had the time of his life there against Gimgoon. I'm not sure what that was. But if he does go up against Gimgoon, we've got a Death Dance. We've got the 2-item Aatrox. So you're right, you're very right in that regard. We've also got ourselves a Guinsoo's Rageblade on top of LWX. So he's going to be attacking first 3 attacks, definitely going to be coming at the speed of light.
And now working what I'd imagine is going to be the Runins next as well. In this scenario, you're going to be trying to force Beishang back. You've also probably got Morgan to contend with as well. So the more people you're hitting in these fights, the better. And Jomung as well, really short-ranged AD carry.
Yep.
So there's a chance that LPWX can position to hit multiple members here.
We mentioned it before. There's been the potential of flexing the Kalista to the top lane, but Jomung picking this up, this is very much like him. He's one of the few AD carries in the LPL at the moment that are looking at Kalista with very serious intent. Kalista goes down the priority list, but it was a first pick here purely for the threat of, you know, maybe saying, well, Morgan can play this. It doesn't have to go to Jomung.
We are coming back to, though, another champion that we've seen a lot more on the Rift, which is the Zoe not having the biggest of impacts.
Sure.
You called it out earlier on, 32% win rate, then proceeded to lose that game.
Well,
so
we're at 30. We're at least at 30.
Yeah. And now Plex hasn't been able to get the trouble bubbles that they'd like. It's going to find it difficult as well with FPX going to be able to play the map in a bit.
Because they're confident right now. They're taking the engage. 2-man Cataclysm. Doombeat. Realm Wolf's right on top. Missing. Gets Fates called away. Beishang takes the Lantern as well. I'm not sure how that works. But the Lantern inside the Fates call means WE don't get fully caught out in the end.
Still a lot used there. You've got the box down, you've got the Fates call down, and now FPX with those teleports coming up in just about another minute and a half should be able to start taking back over these sidelines.
This Kassadin, Mr. Doomby himself, Mr. Worldwide, I guess, is almost level 16. 3 items, Zhonya's Hourglass, 20 CS lead over Plex, and he only has 1 kill. But the problem is, as you stated earlier on, when we get in this 1-3-1, who the heck is going to match him? Who the heck is going to match Mr. Gimgoon?
It's one or the other that Morgan has got to deal with, but Plex is going to be on wave clearing duty for the other. So if it's Doinby going up against Plex, Doinby can actually just dive underneath the tower and look to kill this or at least force her back. If it's Gimgoon, though, it becomes a little bit more tricky where he may not quite be able to get onto Plex, and Plex has the opportunity to clear the waves. So this is why Doinby, I'd actually prefer to see him, I like him on this top side of the map, because it means that Morgan having that teleport should be on bot lane too.
Because if we come to a trade, look at what Plex has itemized. He's got the Morellonomicon, so against Gimgoon, it's going to be relatively effective with the lifesteal. You've also got the Varus as well, so all you Morello's lovers out there are going to be enjoying this one, because I think it's actually very much worth it, especially as Mr. Mark Z said. A lot about the burst here, and Plex is going to have a lot of that with the 2 items and the blasting one at his disposal.
I think I'd prefer to see the Zoe finish off her next item before she started on that Morello, though, because as we said, you're going to have Gimgoon off in the side lane. You're not really going to be going up against him in an awful lot of situations.
Okay.
So I think realistically looking for the burst around these objectives that FPX are going for could have worked out a lot better, but we've stuck with Plex on the Morello and it's going to have to come into use now.
In front of the Dragon Pit, he's level 15, the Trouble Bubble's a zone, but FPX are hitting away at this Dragon while Doomby is positioning himself. In comes Change to the Corruption onto Beishang. He's tanky enough for now, but Gimgoon is taking care of Morgan. In front of 5 people, he now gets dragged on in, but Chris eats him up as Dragon goes over. Gimgoon's low, but he's healthy enough here to deal with Morgan. Into the back, Beishang goes, and FPX were losing this fight until Doomby jumps in. Watch the Kassadin go. He's onto 1, he's onto 2, and he's onto missing again. Stop Jimmy Doomby Cassidy, because he's just going to take it all. Pentakill for Doomby on this Void Walker.
And it was only a matter of time, it felt, before Doimby took over this game. He hits level 16. He tears through everyone, and now he's looking towards the base.
I mean, they spied it early. They're trying to rush this Baron down. Doomby, by the time he gets to the inhibitor, should have Baron, but the death timers are so damn low. I think he gets this, he walks away, and FPX have just taken this map wholeheartedly here in game one.
And this is what I love about FPX. When they go and take the objective you think isn't the big deal, they get the Infernal Drake, they get the top inhibitor, and a Baron to boot.
6-0. Another pentakill. We've had like 5 or 6 pentakills.
Yeah, it's been a bit silly.
In the period of a week. It's been incredibly silly. He goes back and buys a Void Staff outright. Let's watch this again, because he hops in at the start while Dragon gets done.
So look, Gimgoon does a lot of the work here, where the big ultimates are used to try and take out the Aatrox, which means when Doimby does eventually join this fight, there's none of these available to actually lock him down, and that's the big crutch for a Cassidy, is how freely can you move in these fights. And in this one, Doimby's rift walking right, left, and bloody center before finishing off Plex for the pentakill.
Oh my lord. Add another stat into the mix. I think he already has like 5 pentas. That'll make it 6.
The
Level
penta,
17, yeah. He's got flash as well. He didn't even use it in that engage. Who needs flash if you're a Kassadin? Because at this point, he pulled up a full item. He's in a side wave with Baron, threatening the inner turret, while now coming up for the fight.
An item and a half ahead of his lane
Chains
opponent.
Corruption here from LWX though. Let's fight again, they say. FPX want to put the nail in the coffin. In runs Tien, but that just threatens away WE from the inner turret. Kassadin moves to the bottom lane. Doomby's going to go at it again, while the rest of FPX look towards the inhibitor.
I feel sorry for whoever has to go up against Doimby in this bottom lane. You're not going to be looking forward to a pretty sight. Although Doimby might look to join mid and see if he can flank here.
But you can't stop him. He's going to disappear. Ready? 3 people. Missing. Missing. Run. Missing. Run. Missing. Stop it. In goes Doomby into 1v4. He's already picked up one, and you know he's going to get out. There's the Permafrost, the Ren. He jumps back in. He's hopping. He's jumping. He's collapsing. As the rest of FPX just say, ha, we got the rest of it, Doomby. Don't you worry. We'll cover the bases. And FPX will slaughter Team WE in game number 1.
We tried to build them up as Team WE potentially having a chance, but Kassadin shuts that down in dramatic style.
Missing was like, I'm fine, I'm under the turret.
No, you're not. No, you're
Just
not.
jumps right back in. Well, Kassadin's success story. What do you think? The LPL through Angel, if I'm right on that one, and Doomby second time around.
And second time success. And now we're saying, hey, look, you know what? The criticism that I had of FPX prior, and a lot of other people had coming into Worlds 2019, was their late game decision making. Their mid game was their strong point, but now we're seeing them come into this and purposely picking champions that scale into the late game and beating people early to mid and then just winning anyway in the late game.
Let's bring this back to where it started. You can see there's a bit of influx of gold in the early game for WE. They had a 1k gold lead. They got first blood. They punished FPX. But the problem is with FPX is if you slip up, if you have that one error, their ability to snowball games is just so good.
And this was the criticism I had of FPX, was they were the ones making the mistakes.
Yeah.
Up until this point, it was Tien in weird spots. You'd have, Khan or Gimgoon off in these weird places as well, and it was costing them dearly. This time, though, it's a clean snowball, it's a pentakill for the Kassadin, and a celebration of Doimby and his very strange shampoo.
Yeah, I mean, it just continues going on. The dark technologies continue, right? So, with FPX, you know, I'm starting to see more of the team that came back from Worlds, right? Even though there's a difference in how they play the team, more so with the change in meta, FPX are trying to adapt. And they still technically played around bot. It was just that bot got themselves a nice time. You know, Tam Kench Faris They don't mind the dive.
I think that's the problem, though. I didn't want to see them play around bot. I wanted to see them play around mid. I wanted to see them smash Doinby's castle into the ground, make sure he never picks it again.
Off of WE, yeah.
Well, that's not the case. WE decided instead that they were going to play towards this mid lane. Or sorry, not play towards this mid lane. Focus on the bot side for Bei Xiong. Yes, they got a kill or two, but that was all turned around very quickly when it came down to it.
There's a lot to dissect in that first game, I know, and especially for the series now for WE, there's a lot of questions. We were talking about it in-game there, but for WE, obviously good performances against V5, Vici Gaming, but it is these top-tier teams like JDG, RNG, where they can't get away with the same errors. They can't get away with making sloppy mistakes like they did in that bottom side, like Bei Xiong going for the dive against Tam, Kench, and Varus, LWX, and Crisp. Because you don't get away with it with FPX. They punish and they continue to snowball. And there's nothing you can do from that point when Doinby has such a free lane because everyone else is somewhere else.
And you nailed the analysis. There's nothing else to say here. It was Doinby game. He was left to free roam. And that was the biggest problem here. And yes, once Tien was able to turn this little bit back into the favor of the bottom lane, well, that was neutralized. You had Gimgoon doing what Gimgoon does best, shutting down Morgan in the top lane, making sure he wasn't able to make the plays happen. And Team WE don't get a foothold in this game despite a good start.
Nope, but Doinby does squash them, and Doinby does get a pentakill. He'll be the MVP. That'll be right after we get back. I'm going to tell you right now, I know nothing, but I know everything at the same time. I don't really. We'll be back after this. FPX WE, see you soon.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, gold on my ring, royalty up in my veins. I'm no gold, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and
FPX punished WE in the early game and slaughter them through the rest. A team fight that was never going to go WE's way. FPX win game number 1. Welcome back to the LPL English. My name's Hysterix, joined by Dagda. Dagda, tell me who MVP is.
Look, the prophet.
No, it's not. If you get a pentakill, no matter what, they say throw him on MVP. And Doomby gets that. And granted, played the fights well, played the side lane well, and did 44% damage. That's a nice stat for you.
That's a heck of a lot of damage to be dealing. And
Yep.
yeah, this Castellan took over the game, highest level, most gold, most impact, most everything. And look, here's a highlight reel that's going to be put in every Doinby montage for the next little while.
Yeah, we're going to see this for the next year, I think. But hey, props to Tien. I mean, coming into this series, let's just take a bit of a side lane on this one. Tien was harshly criticized. This game looked a lot more complete from him. This looked a lot better. After WE got backstabbed in the early game by FPX, from there on, Tien really came through for the team.
And particularly when we're looking towards their next match of the week, that match of the week.
It is a match of the week.
It's going to be FPX and RNG.
Yeah.
Seeing them, this return to form where they are very quickly dismantling teams that are at the middle of the table, fills me with a lot more confidence for that. And as you were saying, Tien in particular, having this early game under control from him is exactly what they need against
And that's right. WE are a middle of the pack team. They are not pushovers as we run into game number 2. We're already into pick and ban. And FPX have chosen red side once again. Kled ban is specifically...
I know it's towards Doinby.
Also, fun fact, people don't know this, it's also Gimgoon. Gimgoon was a big Kled player, and it's always been used as a flex here for FPX. But yeah, that's a very rare ban.
Yeah, and it seems to be just because the Aatrox is there. They're like, look, we're going to lock this in. Please, 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 please don't pick Fiora, is what they're saying on the WE side. But FPX are focusing this bottom side of the map instead.
First pick Aatrox. What else is available? At this point, we've got a lot of picks that we have to check off that are available, and it seems like both teams have done their homework, bar the Kled. But at this point, Misfortune, a big pick for LWX, prioritized it over a lot of others. So we're moving away from the Varus Tam Kench lane.
I'm looking to see now what WE are going to go for. Jungler makes the most amount of sense. Olaf is up and available.
Yeah, that's
did
one.
slip through to the second ban phase last time, so potentially that's the game plan here again.
Can I just mention that Nautilus does not necessarily go to Crisp in the bottom lane.
True.
Gilby does play it in the mid lane, so a flex to hover around here for FPX on red side, but WE, Plex likes the Pantheon. His ability to get to the bottom lane is now enabled.
They need to lock in Elise or a Gragas here, though. If you're going for this double AD stall and you're not going to take an AP jungler, it makes it so much easier for Gimgoon to lock in this big burly tank at the top lane, pick up a whole bunch of those or armor stacks, and not worry about them whatsoever. So I'd imagine that's what they're going for here before FPX ban them away.
Oh, the Echo fills
Same
that
idea.
in nicely. Yeah, I like it. The AP point, very, very important here for WE. The Echo jungle, but he doesn't know what he's playing into yet. Might be into Doombee's Rumble, which could be a safe blind. Oh, please do it. I want to see Tien back on Elise so bad.
They're teasing you. They're teasing you.
Is Elise is
Look,
the
I
best
think
in
I
the
think they
league.
need to take jungle here anyway. I think you lock that in,
Oh,
get a
you-
good gank, good setup into this Echo, and look, Lee Sin fits that pretty well. You can kick this Echo
Okay.
about the place. Make sure he's not able to get the stun off using that W, and as well, you've also been able to CC him, so he can't use the ult.
Okay, well, look, I'll take it for now in game 2. There goes the Lee Sin. Kalista a ban here against WE. Against Geomung specifically. FPX were flexing around with the Rumble. That's going to be banned by WE, meaning, okay, we don't have many safe blinds left available. Note that Doombee does not play Zoe and has not in the past couple of years.
Yeah, so I'd be surprised to see that coming through again. More than likely going to see Doinby left to that later stage of the bracket. More than likely be Gimgoon locking himself in something here.
Oh, yeah. Either.
All these are great.
Give me Nasus, man. I tell you what, if any team's going to pull out like a curious draft, it'd be FPX.
Yeah, I really like, if they're going to go with the Poppy here, Poppy's a great
Oh.
choice. All of these people want to try and dash in that we've seen so
Yeah.
far in WE. Well, a steadfast presence will put that to stop fairly quickly.
Okay, so what's happening in the rest of the draft, Dagda? Because tonight has been an exhausting night for me. And my brain just says this draft is already so much fun. Add an Ezreal, and you got a lot more.
Okay, Ezreal works here because all they're saying to Joamong is, you're on your own, buddy. Everyone on WE is going forward. Ezreal has got to take care of himself.
No, he going forward
If
as well.
Tien comes over a wall, he's got to deal with it himself. Arcane shift away, do everything you can to escape, while the rest of WE try and pile forward. This does mean, though, WE are very heavy on this mid-game focus because Pantheon will start to fall off. Ezreal hits really hard with 2 items. Echo as well in the jungle. Won't get those items to be the
But
big burst assassin later
What
on.
did I say? What's Doombee doing? Okay, he's doing
He's locking in his
never-
ear. He's
okay.
locked in it, yeah.
Okay, so Crisp on Nautilus. I don't know. They're flexing around with the Brom there, and WE probably like, okay, Nautilus mid. But Doombee on Azir, to me, does not sell Doombee as a player.
It really doesn't. It speaks to a different facet of his playstyle now. As well, it works pretty well into what we were just saying. WE hit hard in the mid, start to be looking a little bit lackluster in the late.
Yep.
If FPX can hold on, using the likes of this Lee Sin and Misfortune to carry them through the mid game into the later stages, Azir becomes a much more of a power pick.
I remember that's what you were saying in game 1, where like FPX, it looks like we're spacing it out a lot more. FPX are slowing down a little bit as well, because they know that they have the better team macro, that they are the better team in most cases.
Now, don't forget as well that oftentimes at the start of splits, teams will start to experiment a lot more.
True.
And with coming back from Worlds, it feels like maybe FPX are starting to look at their game style and go, we need to swap things up. It's what SKT did before when they were coming off of a World Championship win. Because
Which one?
people have to, exactly, but people have to chase them. If you're figured out, well, you're never going to get the repeat. You're never going to get to beat the 3-time record that SKT held. So this is now FPX, what it looks like, trying this different style. We're going to see the bullet holes. We're going to see everything that falls apart. But when it comes to the World Championship later on, if FPX are the ones representing LPL, they've now
Well,
got an arsenal of experience at the
We've got a
moment.
very long time until
It's
we
a
get there.
long way, yeah.
If Rogue Warriors are going to Worlds, as far as I'm concerned, after
E-Star.
today.
Let's be
E-Star,
realistic.
Rogue
E-Star,
Warriors, and FPX. I don't know. Wow, that's actually so far away. But you know what? It's going to feel like tomorrow very, very soon. That's a confusing statement. Anyway, WE and FPX, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you one thing that is true. We got a very different draft here moving into game number 2. The Pantheon from Plex has been a favorite in the past. Doinby on Azir doesn't feel like a Doinby champion to me. That's not even Dark Technologies. That's just Azir. As we head onto Summoner's Rift and we look at the Pokeball that no longer has FPX's logo above it. That's right. That does look like a Pokeball. It looks like
a Pokeball.
The Champion League trophy. You beat the Elite Four, and then you verse. By the way, just while we're at it, we're not going to become LCK where we talk about Pokemon. The best Pokemon is Pearl. No, Ruby.
Look.
No,
I'm going to be honest here.
Pokemon
I haven't
Yellow.
played since like.
Oh, I can't even make up my own mind.
Sapphire, I think.
Really?
It was a long time ago.
You're an OG player. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Beishang getting cheeky here with the parallel convergence. Now, as we see this little invade with a bit of warding coming up, that's going to give some information to WE. Let's talk about the Echo Jungle because he's got Dark Harvest, and Dark Harvest is a Karthus rune or an ARAM rune. And this is an ARAM, and he's not a Karthus. So run me through it.
Well, essentially, you've got so much damage coming out from this Echo that you want to try and facilitate that even more. You're going to be getting people low with your burst combo, particularly if you're pairing it with the likes of Plex and Morgan in these scenarios. So having that rune that can start to really feed off it works well. The other thing you can go towards is the likes of the Electrocute and go for this very gank-heavy stall. But I think Beishang has realized, hey, look, I need something that's going to facilitate me scaling into the later stages. And Dark Harvest here is not very good at pushing against the likes of the Pantheon because you've got to play so respectfully.
Yeah.
If Plex can get the advantage with the help of Beishang, well, level 6 is on the cards then for this Pantheon and can really start to influence the rest of the map.
Just back to Beishang, though, we're seeing some really safe runes. Inspiration second, nothing like the precision where you can get yourself Presence of Mind for the extra mana, or even get like Coup de Grace, which, you know, as an Echo who's auto-attacking is still pretty good. But for Beishang, he opts in for this safer secondary. And to me, it's very fascinating. Gimgoon making Poppy look like Ornn, an assassin. Tien looking for an invade, though. Look at this. Aggressive. Over a ward. W will spot him. And Beishang ready to take him on.
So Plex realized, hey, look, if Beishang is going for this full clear, Tien is going to be first on the map. Moving across, he's got the wave clear. So I'm going to let Doinby push me in, which meant that in theory, Plex should be able to hover across here to help out Beishang. But because he's playing the map state more, he's not able to.
Just watching Gimgoon trade. This should be boring, but it's really not. Like, Gimgoon is smacking Morgan against a wall. And the
Just
last
Poppy
time,
things.
yeah, look, the last time we've seen Poppy, was it Doinby? No. Fun fact, by the way.
It was actually LNG because they swapped it to jungle, where they baited it for Flandre in the top.
And hey, we said the playstyle changed. FPX want to dive the top lane here. Morgan's in a lot of trouble, and he's weak. In comes Gimgoon. In comes Tien. In comes Doinby. And first blood to Poppy top. And he lives.
Gifted that kill over to Gimgoon, which was really bizarre to me. I thought Doinby was going to go in for one more whack, but instead, Poppy gets the kill, and they're trying to make sure that Gimgoon can have this great game on the solo lane and not have to worry about Morgan for quite a while.
And there's no trade here from Beishang. One scuttle for one scuttle. That first blood also nets Bammy Cinder in the top lane.
And that's surprising to me, because most times when we see Aatrox in the top lane, the enemy will go for some sort of Grievous wounds, either Executioner's Calling or the Bramble Vest, and I thought Gimgoon would go for Bramble Vest first. But instead, going for the Bammy Cinder means that he wants to get that Sunfire as soon as possible and look to proc those trades off of the new passive the Sunfire has in 10.1, where if you get the CC down, your auto attacks do more damage.
Yeah, we're just seeing a lot more damage in total from the item. I just love that there is a Doran shield now on the Aatrox top. He didn't opt in for Corrupting Potion, which is also quite unique from Morgan. He's gone for just regular consumables. Now, bit of extra stats here, going to give him a bonus, but Gimgoon comes in with a Hammer Shock, smacks him down. And long trades definitely favoring Gimgoon right now.
So Beishang at the moment is being relatively quiet in the jungle.
That he is.
Wants to hit that level 6, so then if Tien does show up, he's still got that OR button to escape. It's giving Tien a lot more pressure on the map, which is how we saw Doinby moving. And now as well, will give them pressure around this bottom side for the Dragon that is just up. FPX would love again to start picking up 1 or 2 if they're allowed, just to stop WE snowballing this aggressive early game composition and getting to Dragon Soul as quickly as possible.
And a Cloud Dragon on Lee Sin as well this early on. That 10-bet ultimate CDR just feels really, really good on Dragon's Rage. But you can see Bei Shang was opting instead towards mid lane, but this is a great stopping it back. Jomung actually eased forward. What the heck? LWX and Chris get a freebie there, and now they're just attacking missing, but damage done. Ezreal, wrong way.
This is where I wish I had Pro View, because I nearly feel like he accidentally hit the mini-map or something to arcane shift forward.
Oh, no.
But unfortunately, does cost him so much. Doesn't even bother burning the flash in that scenario. Knows he's going down.
He's dead. He was simply backing for the tier, but the bullet, the make it rain, from LWX to stop the back. Well coordinated. And a solo kill in the 2v2. I guess a duo kill, we'll call it. Puts FPX with his top lane about 1,000 ahead and control of this Dragon you were mentioning before.
They already had it. Now they just get to double down on it. Bei Shang might be looking to try and go for the steal, because can go over the wall and then use the E to get himself back out.
He's trying to be a giant here, Bei Shang. I love this skin so much. When it came out in China, I just spent all my RP. Echo main, by the way.
I'm still trying to get to level 30, to be honest.
Well, lucky we had the tutorial system over here. Makes it easier. But the pressure of a Pantheon who did teleport in will actually take this one back. So, again, when we talked about these compositions coming into it from the draft, we said, okay, FPX are just going to scale again. We're just going to get to a point where they're unbeatable. But in the meantime, Pantheon mid, the Echo in jungle. And we see the effect of it on the first Dragon.
It's also LWX and Chris had backed away, so not wanting to stick around because you got Ezreal coming back, so they wanted to get that recall off, use the gold they got from the kill, and try and punish this lane as quickly as possible before Jomong is able to get control back.
Okay, Tien, after resetting, goes to the top side. He picked up double longsword there, by the way, in comparison to Bei Shang, who now has Stalker's Blade with the Fiendish Codex on top, so no Runic Echoes yet for this jungler. But notice, folks, we've got 2.5 minutes until we see the Rift Herald in the top side. Scuttle is available. It's going to be about timing here to align it with the objective spawning up there. Gimgoon's had control of this lane for a little bit, but Morgan's caught back in some CS at this point. And Dagda, slowest game even with 2 kills. This is pretty feels good. Not for the audience, but for me.
I'm going to say for FPX as well. We already said it. Different style, different pace from FPX. Trying this Azir in the mid lane now for Doinby. Not this mid-game carry to help LWX and Crisp in the bottom lane. Instead, Doinby's going to be the one bearing that mantle.
Gimgoon has himself the steadfast presence. That trade could have gotten pretty ugly. Flash available for Morgan and the ultimate, but WE exerting their early game pressure here in the top side. Tien just backing away. They're happy to give it. They're happy to give it away. It'll be about where WE use it here in this game too.
I like that WE are picking up these early objectives.
Yep.
Now I want to see them utilize it with Plex. You have an Ezreal that really wants some help on the bottom side of the map. You could also have pressure exerted up towards the top lane onto Morgan. Well, thank you very much.
Skyfall is just going to hit a wave.
Oh, no.
That's okay. There's no one really there to follow up.
Yeah.
So Plex would have just power into the bottom lane duo if he went any further.
It was more I was hoping that he'd use this to help out somewhere. So if you can have Plex shove in the wave, then transition that towards... I really would love to see a top side where they help out Morgan and start this regular game plan we have from WE. But with them moving around, Jomong into the mid, alongside Missing, that becomes a little bit more difficult for Bei Shang to find an entrance. Although, to be fair, a lot of people just say, look, they're opting into this 1-3-1, which is also a style the comp can go for.
I love that members of FPX Doomby here because they're trying to stop the backs. Just goes back to farming in the end as well. LWX does it again, but he's probably not going to turn onto Plex. But Tien, what are you doing? Are we killing him?
They're going to try. They're waiting for this minion wave to Congo line past.
Crisp not level 6 here with the depth charge to take note of. Bottom lane from WE is rotating down. Of course, I mean Missing there. Bei Shang somewhere nearby as well. Dive time. Okay.
Oh, the W was just used by Echo on the camp as well. So if they go for this play, wouldn't have been able to stop it. But enough of a vision with missing to realize, hey, look, FPX, we don't want to go for this play.
Okay, good spot there. Beisheng does have the Runic Echoes as well, but this is still pretty dangerous. Parallel convergence onto the aggression of Tien. Tien a level behind in this jungle, by the way, as we start calling this one an LCK game with how many kills going across. Level discrepancy for LWX.
I knew we should have talked about Pokemon. I knew we should have done it.
I did, though. I started this with Pokemon. What do you expect? Gimgoon really starting to hurt in this lane, but I mean, that's Poppy against an Aatrox who rushed the Ninja Tabby. Here we go. Rift Herald bottom side. Beisheng's here as well. 3 members strong. Pantheon does not have ulti, but FPX are nowhere nearby, so this is gold over to Ezreal, over to Beisheng. But will it be the turret?
It won't be the turret. I imagine that with so many members down here, don't forget the Bulwark increases with members that are around that turret. So with the 2 plates still standing, they're going to be incredibly tanky. And with MF making her way down to the bottom side, LWX can pick up the creeps that are there.
And Tien, top side here, is going to find Morgan. World Ender and Flash, again, still there. He hasn't used it in the one-on-one against Gimgoon. Means that now he has an opportunity to. Chunks out Tien, and we'll just trade wards. So definitely LCK, which means I get time to talk about things. And you know what? You know what my page says?
What does it say?
It says it's time to talk about WE. Because we talk a lot about FPX, and, you know, people don't... people sometimes say we're biased, but we're really not. We just got a lot to say on FPX. And I'll balance that with WE. Let's talk a little bit about Beisheng. I mean, the Echo is kind of a bit of a pog. We haven't seen our first fight with it yet. We haven't really seen him do anything with it yet, but he does have a CS lead. And for Beisheng, people remember him from last year's WE 2019 Spring debut when, for WE, they lost some of their core junglers. Oh, come on. I knew Talking Story would just do this, wouldn't it? Are you joking? Beisheng has himself the ult. He has to chrono break immediately backwards. Now he's out of the fight with WE. Looking to go forward, though. Plex has joined. Morgan's teleported down. And the Poppy is here, too. It's on top of Dragon, and Gimgoon's running in.
LWX is off to the side here, but you got to be careful. Morgan can't go for this misfortune.
Beisheng still behind the Dragon, looking to steal, but it's resetting. Tien gets knocked up by Morgan, but the World Ender is cycling out here. Here comes Pantheon on top, into the Starfall. FPX have been jumped on Tien, flashes away by Gimgoon, takes care of business. In the backside, they win that fight. The bullet time used, Beisheng gets the Dragon at least, but Gimgoon's not done. Onto Jelmong, the Dredge line connects, and the hitbox goes for years to kill Jelmong.
The confidence from LWX in that fight. I would not have had that to be, or had the confidence to go for the play he went for. Sitting in the back line, Aatrox to his left-hand side, and he decides, now is when I use the bullet time. But it worked perfectly. Knew that there was no Dark Blade available for the Aatrox, didn't have the Infernal Chains, so there was nothing to disrupt the MF. And you'll see it towards the end of this fight, because it lasted quite a while. When Morgan forced out of this fight, though, LWX sets up, and Morgan isn't able to cancel that for so long that the damage comes through. WE are thwarted, and Gimgoon is going to go chase down this Ezreal along with Chris.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't flash or arcade shift in the straight line against Nautilus. That's all I'm going to say.
Look, Jelmong is struggling a little bit with the arcane shifts this game.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. Well, the first one wasn't. The first one was just silly. But the second one, you know, that was a very hard fight for FPX to win. This whole game we've been talking about how WE can exert their pressure in the first 20 minutes of this game. And that's a fight where full 5-on-5, FPX know they lose that. But good execution, even though Doomby misses his ulti, and WE are separated.
And that's why we love to watch FPX. We love to see these guys mechanically play these fights. It's the decision-making in crucial moments that defines FPX as the world champions. We saw it again in that team fight where players were stepping up in a moment where they should be the ones behind.
Missing in perfect position here on LWX. Flash is available. Cleanse there as well. Burns it a little bit late, but gets away. Some good kiting in the end as well. So Solar Flare for the Flash, always going to be worth it at the end of the day, and that gives WE some lane priority in the bottom side.
Top side is going to go over, and though because Gimgoon is pushing in this top lane, we'll be able to collect that Rift Herald and give themselves a nice little bit of an advantage, because just MF things with pushing the bullet time out in the bottom lane.
I think one of the lowest cooldowns on ultimates does go to bullet time. We're at 100 seconds.
Yeah, it's
at
crazy.
level 1. It's such an impactful ulti. And at this point in the game, 2.5k damage if you sit in all of it, so significant. TN does pick up another significant objective though. That's the Rift Herald going over to FPX. And he's down 30 CS. But he has the ability here to push Doomby in a really good position.
We said already though, TN doesn't. Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. Emperor's Divide is available though. Shoves them both back. Beishang has himself the parallel convergence on top of the chrono break. But Doomby and TN want to chase. But it's just the least in at this point as Beishang Sonic Wave. TN, he's feeling it. But not quite. Rift Herald gets the mid lane turret while FPX say, let's keep going.
Gimgoon off to the side as well. All 5 members from FPX pounce and pick up 2 turrets. You said it in the last game, Hysterics. One mistake against FPX is all it takes.
And that mistake costs them 2 turrets. They can back and reset, and it's first items galore on the board. Sunfire Cape Top Warriors with almost a Black Cleaver. And the Essence Reaver here for LWX.
I want to go back to a point we were making just before that started, though, was that Tien, in this situation, doesn't need to be ahead of Beishang. Tien's job is to help cushion the blow that WE can hit against FPX in the mid-game. Tien is doing just that by stealing away these Rift Heralds and helping with LWX.
Plus he's got 2 kills. That CS lead essentially doesn't matter because Tien's got an extra 600 gold.
Yeah, so not only is he cushioning it, he's actually hitting back with that cushion for a little bit.
Dude, that hurts. That cushion hurts. That's an IKEA cushion.
I got a nice IKEA cushion.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
got a
what you
cold
have.
slate. You paid a lot of money for that.
lot
I've
of
never,
money.
ever seen someone spend that much money on a pillow at IKEA.
It was the best decision I've ever made.
Look, it's a good pillow.
There's only a handful of things
Shout
you're
out
supposed to
to
spend
Penguin,
money on.
right? I used it when I stay at your place. You know, I've used Penguin's cushion, pillow, right? You call them pillows, don't you?
Yeah, we do call them pillows.
Okay, we're at different sides of the world. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I don't know
fair.
what happens over there. But I've used his pillow. Now, I know there's something going around. We are safe. I sanitize my body. All right, we're okay. Anyway, I'm going to dig myself into a hole if I continue with this. Gimgoon's up against 2 people here if he sticks around here. And you can see that Missing actually moving towards the bottom side. So, can he kill Gimgoon at this point, though?
It's a bit of a hard one. I still would want to see the Bramble Vest come in, just make this lane a bit easier for yourself.
Could be on the way.
It could be, but he's not going to have time before this dragon is up. Gimgoon in a position, had the teleport if you'd like to try and make a play towards topside, but I think FPX realized, hey look, we want our front line here because we're able to absorb so much damage and set up for Doinby and LWX.
And you know what's annoying here for WE? The Poppy ult is available as well, the ability to disengage once.
Plex off to the side here. Needs to be careful of the flank if you're FPX.
Rooftop Barrage comes through. Morgan has ulti as well. Gimgoon's already used his ulti. They jump in. Beishang gets the drag, and now for FPX, the bullet time to come through as well. But look at the back line. Pantheon jumps in as Doomby holds his ulti, but Morgan's found his party, and it's right onto FPX's Joe Mung. Finally gets something. A good kick to disengage as Gimgoon holds his flash, but is it too late? No. He survives. It's 1 kill against FPX.
It isn't over though. Plex is looking for more, not quite able to land the spear to slay anyone on FPX.
Atreus really tried there on Plex, and WE walking forward. Now it feels like, okay, momentum's still there. They're still in a position where FPX will lose the fights.
And this is what we were talking about. WE, when they start to hit this point, are in a great spot. You can see how Plex is able to disrupt these fights so much. Even with the Emperor's Divide, Plex is able to enter into the back line and set up for Morgan to be a dive putty. Them holding hands, look at where Morgan's positioned. Direct access to the back line alongside Plex, flash over the Emperor's Divide, and there's no more damage dealers left. Doinby isn't in a position yet. LWX was supposed to carry these fights, but because everyone's jumping on him, he can't be that carry.
And you know what? We didn't talk about this, but I love from WE, their comp has really good AoE.
Oh, yeah.
You know, from Pantheon or Atreus or Aatrox, Echo. Like, and then Ezra's like, okay, I can True Shot Barrage through everyone. And the Solar Flare is AoE as well. So.
You really want to die on this Atreus, though, don't you?
Yeah, no, he's not a heal. Well, he went up Mount Targon. So let me just say this while this is a slower game. He went up Mount Targon, and he became Pantheon, right? He got possessed. Long story short, Aatrox and him had a big fight, I think, if the law's right, or if I read it correctly. And then Pantheon went bye-bye, but he's still there, and he has Pantheon spill. What is it?
Spear.
And now he's Aatrox. No, now he's Atreus. Damn.
You were so close. But now that Atreus or Pantheon or Aatrox, whatever he might be, is taking the top lane turret. With the help of also Plex there. But Morgan now split pushing against Gimgoon again at the bottom side of the map. This is where we'll start to see WE look to split open the map. We saw it with Doinby do it in the last game with Kassadin. Plex in a similar scenario. Force out these side waves, hope to join with the teleport or that ultimate.
Just not that fed, right? Definitely not the
yeah,
Kassadin
no, not that big.
Who's got a pentakill already. Oh, maybe no, actually he had a pentakill by now, didn't he? So a very different game state here, but you're right, Plex is in a very strong position despite being 30 CS down on Doinby. WE now pushing towards the mid lane. Now, coming to what we were talking about before, the Aatrox in the side lane, Gimgoon doesn't have the Bramble Vest, so at this point, struggling to match Morgan, and WE are forcing them back.
And this is the thing, not only is a Bramble Vest or an Executioner's great against Morgan right now, we're looking at Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul is going to do so much work in these team fights and extend the period of time that WE are strong that they need to start putting these big ticket items into their inventory.
From personal experience, Ocean Soul on Ezreal is really nice to play with. The ability to stay in fights for longer and kite around when you know all you have to do is hit Q and you're like, well, I'm back with health.
FPX need to look again at how to slow down this game. They're taking fights they shouldn't in around Dragons. And now that this has happened, they're under stress now in this minute and 35 Dragon next spawns.
Really pushing in. Look at where WE are. They just push up against enemy jungle and make it hard for FPX to even contest for the red. We'll go over to LWX, but for WE, full vision control in the topside river around Baron. And they're resetting now, setting up for this Ocean Soul. And at this point, I think FPX are like, well, we're probably going to give this over. But are they? Black Cleaver on the Lee Sin, so that's something. Hello.
The option for them is there to trade, or at least try and put the trade into the head of WE for the Baron.
Yep.
It's a hard one to call here. I think that the Ocean Soul does give so much options over to WE, but the beauty is when you're on WE's side, Morgan can solo out the Dragon, you can keep pressure up towards this top lane Baron, and that's why these Ocean Souls, or well, Dragon Souls in general, are so difficult to fight against, because they're oftentimes spawning when Baron is still on the cards, and you've got to try and cover both objectives at once.
So if we're heading towards that Dragon Soul though, let's be real, what is the objective, or sorry, what is the, hang on. What is the ultimate that changes everything? I think it's Tien maybe with the kick, because he's just kicked someone into the enemy team, missing against the wall, but he's got the stone plate, he's so damn tanky. FPX put everything into him and kill him, but WE can't get into position. For FPX, the kick from Tien puts light on this Ocean Soul.
I thought they might have been able to take that fight, but Morgan was so far down in that river, couldn't get up to the fight in time, nobody able to touch LWX or Doinby, and now, unless Beishan can make the steal, FPX will have this 2-level advantage for the Echo.
Gimgoon has the ulti though. When does he use it? Onto Beishan. He doesn't send him away. The Chrono Break comes through instead. Onto the Dragon, they deny the soul, but here comes Pantheon over 4. Plex dodges away and blocks the damage from LWX, but they're free firing into him. From front to back they go. Gimgoon is unkillable, and LWX has confidence in his strut. 1 kill over to Plex. Denial of the Ocean Soul. The game goes for longer.
How could you not have confidence in your strut when FPX managed to pick off Plex at the start of that fight? WE overextend to try and get Morgan's Darkened Blade to steal the Dragon, I think they were going for, but everyone was so separated. Jomong couldn't come over the wall because there was Doinby in the pit. He couldn't arcane shift to get in a better position in case he had the likes of Gimgoon or Tien jump on him. And we're going to see this here. So Morgan goes in for the steal, I think, with the Darkened Blade. Not the best of calls, but what's Jomong? Not able to get into these fights because he's afraid of Tien getting onto him here. Doinby's still in the pit, and it means that they're able to isolate onto Plex when he ults in, and nothing left in the tank for WE.
And now the timers of what WE are looking at. Okay, Ocean Soul's delayed by another 4 minutes. Baron's up there on a composition that has an Azir with a Zhonya's Hourglass and a Blasting Wand. And the Misfortune almost has the IE. So FPX starting to hit some of these big spikes that will match WE.
And all FPX have to do is not touch the Baron. They just need to stop WE getting onto it. And if they can do so, well then they get time to scale. Doinby can get his items, Plex will fall off more. This is where FPX have an opportunity now to get control of this game and bring it back fully under their control.
And it only becomes harder for WE. The turret in the top lane goes down. Space created by Fun plus Phoenix. They're looking for Gimgoon around the side. Is this the pick? Parallel convergence will not connect. I like how it's a big pause in the middle of the bubble. That's cool. I think the center skin is the coolest. It actually makes the souls, you know, little beats. I like that. I dig that. I tried to use cool
detail as a play-by-play.
I tried to use cool language to fit in, you know. Hang on, missing. Blocked away here with a good dredge line. Teleport's going to come through. We got a full-on fight here. Parallel convergence and solar flare. Tien might be dead, but safe by the safeguard as Pantheon wants to come in. Plex can't get him because TikTok goes the clock again. Plex is dead. Just dead. Morgan will get himself a reset. Gimgoon will go down, but mid laner for top laner, it's a 1-for-1 again.
Doinby a little easier to get onto the back line.
Well, you said it in draft. Jeomong definitely arcane shifting backwards, but Tien has found himself missing once again. The stone plate used in the last trade, I believe. Tien will not get anything more, even with his kick flash available. So, we're trading. And we're slow again.
We're not touching Baron either, and again, this is what we want to do, have FPX gain time. You can see the blasting wand in the pocket of this Azir, wants to turn that into another item, and possibly a fourth if this game goes long enough, but crucially, pick up these big items before that next dragon spawns.
But you can see for WE, like, this is not, the way they're acting, this is not a bottom tier team. Like, they are trying to be proactive. It is really hard against an FPX that are on form, and today, I'll say they're on form, to push such a hard win condition against this World Championship lineup.
And again, we're seeing this Pantheon pick come into LPL, and I'm not blaming Plex for this one. I'm just not overly convinced by it. On paper, it does what you want. It pushes, it's got side lane control, it's got some great dive potential, but I've yet to see a team really get to work with all of that kit.
And it's Plex, right, in his laning phase. We talk about that Pantheon. It's like, well, on any champion, really, he is not successful. He does not come out of lane well at all. I mean, like, I wrote this down that he's got... No, maybe you did. He's got a low gold share. But the biggest point I wrote down was that Plex literally is just rinsing and repeating 2019, where he's got this set champion pool, but he's always down in gold at the 15-minute mark in lane.
The thing is, though, he still does a decent portion of his team's damage. 24.3% of his team's damage still comes. So a lot of gold efficiency comes out from Plex, which is why oftentimes we don't see him get attention. But now, that attention is turned towards this mid lane.
Parallel convergence from Bei Shang wants to make the engage, but FPX dropped their turret on the enemy's mid lane. And so WE are on the wrong side of the rift, but so are FPX.
The thing...
Whoa. What? Dredge line connects on to Jeomong. He gets bursted out. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Doomby gets a kill. Now for FPX they turn, but Doomby misses the ult. That's like me on Azir. Plexen missing, running away, but Doomby still follows up. It's still an Azir as Tien jumps in with the kick flash. Morgan is left going, what the heck just happened?
Jeomong is on Ezreal. Why am I seeing Jeomong get caught out so many times in these fights? Not playing respectfully. I know, look, Nautilus hitbox is busted. Yeah, look, we can all shout about that. But realistically, that Ezreal should not have been in that position.
He arcane shift away, this time not in a straight line, but got punished so heavily. I will say that, yeah, okay.
Why are you there?
Well, look, partly Nautilus, but you're right, partly good on Chris.
Either way, Jeomong arcane shifted into that bush, which meant he was already pretty much face-to-face with LWX, and that's just the go button for FPX. Not even, this isn't a gold lead, this isn't anything else, this is just FPX realizing, hey look, we've got a massive opportunity, and a great hook from Crisp.
So hard for WE again. I'm quite sympathetic, because against FPX like this, you say, okay, this is really hard to win, and FPX from the get-go have denied Team WE. Tien looking like he's back in form here over the series. And also the side of FPX, they're still looking to be undefeated with their World Championship lineup. Undefeated in series at the very least.
No, they lost IG.
Yeah, but that was with Khan.
Oh, sorry.
World Championship lineup. Kim Goon doesn't count.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm not as big a brain as you. I hadn't caught on to the rest of your statement. But
I do try 5 heads.
we've got FPX pushing in this mid lane. The thing that I want to note, though, is with this double Ocean coming over for FPX, this poke that Jomon could potentially put down at the start of these fights is no longer a factor. They'll be able to heal up. They'll be able to get a bunch of their mana back. So now we've just been able to take a step away.
Oh, hang on, there's parallel convergence. That
Morgan?
could be a pick here for WE. Morgan in the flank here, right. Pantheon jumps into the middle as well. But Doomby is untouched in the backline. The bullet time comes out to Plex, and he runs out. Doomby still here. Shoves back Morgan, then turns his attention. The parallel convergence will get 3 from Beisheng. Can he do it, though? No, LWX is too far ahead, and Doomby slides his way back with a full ace from Fun Plus Phoenix.
Clean ace on top of it as well. Not a single member from FPX drops, but they want to drop the turrets in the base of WE.
I mean, can they end here, Dagda? Short death timers. Plex will be coming up. But FPX just have so much shove at this point.
It'll be inhib into recall into Baron.
No. It's FPX.
Oh, they're going
It'll
for
be
it. Okay,
inhib
never mind.
into Nexus turret into game end. First Nexus turret under pressure as I throw my jacket on, and the second one will die as well. That's too quick. My jacket's not on. I'm running out with the arm, and FPX 2-0 quicker than I can put a jacket on.
That's how you want to do it. End faster than a man can put on a jacket. But that is style. Got your style just about in check.
Oh my god, Jesus,
but
what
yeah,
the hell?
There we go, FPX. We talked about it. You give a single mistake up against this team, and they're going to take everything with it.
Super punishing. I mean, that game was WE with a tempo advantage, of course, because of their comp, and the ability to really...
Still struggling there.
Oh, dear Lord. But hey, I'm going to say this. FPX with Gimgoon. I said it in game 1. I think FPX with Gimgoon looks so much better. It looks so much more comfortable. And their map is just so open. Because Gimgoon is the person that played with the most, right? It just makes sense in terms of synergy. But FPX look like world champions. And they did in this series against WE.
With a different style as well. Yes, you've got Gimgoon coming into the roster again. Yes, you've got that world championship roster. But they're not playing the same way. They do dive bot lane eventually, but it's not as this 4-man unit. Doinby's on the late game scaling champions, and they look like now they've added, as we said, another weapon to their arsenal.
They have. I mean, Azir I don't see as a Doomby type champion. I mean, champions like Zoe, Azir, he plays Rumble, which are one of the 3 safe blind picks at the moment, but I never thought he played Azir.
But this is the thing. We look at him and go, okay, we want something that's mid-game, able to push in, has good dominance in the lane. Now, Zoe kind of fits that, so I'm surprised he doesn't have it, but it's stuff like the Rise that can shove in and roam.
Yep.
Things that are like the Rumble that push in and roam. This is not what we expect from him, where this Azir is stay in lane, farm yourself up, and then look to win out in the late game team.
And he did win in the early part of the lane. Like, against a Pantheon who tried to roam, tried to get something. Plex got nothing in that early game and was behind constantly in CS. So great to see Plex trying to be active, but again, I have to, criticize as I did last year when he was on LNG. It doesn't see it like Plex is inconsistent. Plex is very inconsistent.
I think it's unfair. I think Plex is not getting help from anyone on that roster. We said it, Pantheon, okay, cool, let's go gank this Azir. Has the cleanse, we can burn that fairly early with our jungler here because we got Beisheng and the Echo. Dark Harvest procs, we can start to get him. Nobody coming towards him. Same in the last game where we got the Kassadin. That is, the second you see a Kassadin, you're like, shut this guy down.
Sure.
We're not going to let him scale up. Not a single gank, not a single bit of help. So I think Plex is a symptom more of Team WE being unable to adapt to the situation that they're in. And that's maybe because they're still trying to find the way that they work. But certainly in games like this, they should be able to focus on these lanes and go for ganks.
And it is hard again, like to give a caveat to this, it is very hard dealing with FPX when, even though with a late game composition, they're able to play out early and mid so well. And Tien was really good on his Lee Sin this time around and really punished not even Beisheng, just the rest of the map. They didn't really interact much. Like, he and Beisheng didn't even hold hands once in that game.
Yeah. Look, overall, I think FPX kind of had WE's number from the beginning. It felt like WE, when they're put on a clock, aren't able to operate. FPX realized that. They play the game the style that they should. and overall it was a clean sweep for them.
I was just looking towards the draft. I forgot to mention, I think the Poppy pick was great. I didn't see really a successful ult apart from like the standstill, you know, knock him up. But, I mean, Poppy against that team is just kind of frustrating to deal with. Like, every single moment Gimgoon jumped into a fight, he just looked for Ezreal. Oh, I can't find Ezreal. Okay, let's look for Plex. Let's look for Morgan. Let's keep him out of the fight.
Well, all he needs to do is be the front line. Once you've got Nautilus on one pillar and you've got your Poppies the other, it's much easier for Doinby and for LWX to set up for the bullet time and just Azir soldiers all over the place.
Yeah.
He did his job. He stopped the likes of Morgan getting in a lot of these late game fights, and that's all you really wanted from Gimgoon.
And then Morgan versus Gimgoon, you know, versus Gimgoon lane. Again, Gimgoon, right? Like, Morgan is an up-and-coming top laner. I think there's a lot of potential in Morgan. But when you put him against the likes of Gimgoon and, you know, like, against the Shy, they haven't versed IG, have they?
And this is the thing. We looked at Morgan coming in into Team WE, and he was the highest MVPs for a top laner coming out of the LDL.
Yep.
But you're playing against a world champion.
That's right.
This is a very different kettle of fish, and I think Morgan, you can see here, was struggling to figure out how do I actually deal with what is the brick wall of FPX.
But he was very innovative, which I like. I mean, especially in that last team fight, positioning was fantastic around the choke of vision against FPX. And that last team fight could have gone either way, purely because Beishang coming back with the 3-man parallel convergence was big. But the problem was that FPX just shut them so hard. It shut them down so hard in the early game.
And that's the thing. When I look at the Gimgoon and Khan, I feel like Khan is the knife. Khan is the danger, but Gimgoon is the brick wall. But you just don't get through him.
But a brick wall can also crack your skull. Anyway,
exactly. I know that's what I agree with you. I think that is a big thing.
All right. Sorry. Anyway, point is, Tien, MVP, well deserved. His first MVP. What is asked? What is asked? What is that?
Assists.
Ah, okay. I just saw asked. I'm just like 7 asked. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry, folks. I think I broke it. I think I broke it down. But anyway, Tien got 7 asked and 407. This is his first MVP. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You just ruined it.
It looks like fast, you know.
It does a little bit. It looks like a movie title with the 7.
Yeah. Oh, like how they did like the movie 7. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
or Faster 7. Yeah.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah. But Tien finally gets his first MVP, and it's well deserved. Tien looks like he's waked up towards spring, and after this very long break due to the virus, it looks like it's a good start, a good return for FPX in the 2020 spring split.
And it is interesting to see how they look so different with Gimgoon coming back, if they continue with this going forward, or how things start to shape up as the season continues. The big one for me, though, was how do they fare today, looking towards RNG later in the week, and by where do they look like they're capable of?
Yeah, because, hey, match of the week, by the way, is FPX versus RNG. That'll be coming up. I'm looking forward to that. That was the 2019 summer final. So an FPX like this, now this is like, okay, it's a warm-up. If you can beat WE, who we didn't even get a chance to talk about story in that series because like FPX were constantly denying them. But the WE roster who lost Xie and Mystic, it's like, okay, we got through the newbies in WE, the middle of the pack team. Now, RNG's next. Suning and RNG, by the way, they still have one more matchup. Suning's first. So as long as they beat Suning, then I expect RNG versus FPX to be good stuff.
Well, Suning are looking like a new team as well, so it's, again, Team WE finding their feet. Suning look like they're finding their feet with Juan Fong coming into the team.
Yep.
So how will they do now with that new roster?
We'll find out. That's it for today, though. We've got a short 2-series day. The Tuesdays give us a break. This is what happened. Rogue Warriors versus EDG. Go back and watch it. Rogue Warriors in both IG, the IG series and this one, have given us a really good time.
Rogue Warriors, as you said, have been so damn exciting to watch, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else they can now do as they seem to have found their footing. They're finally getting back to what was the Rogue Warriors of old.
This Rogue Warriors is going to Worlds. That's what I said before. No, but in all seriousness, this Rogue Warriors is climbing up the leaderboard. And coming up tomorrow, if you're wondering, okay, can today get any better? Yes, it can. I want Vici with Coma to start kicking butt, because Top Esports didn't look great the other day. This is their opportunity to start getting some wins on the board.
They said at top, definitely struggling, not in the same dominance that they had on the roster with the likes of Loken in that bottom lane. Vici, though, They need to start finding some wins. They need to put some W's in that column somehow, some way.
But JDG and BLG, now, once upon a time, I'd say that this is going to be such a good match, but BLG have been collapsing recently, and I'm not sure what's going on, so hoping that BLG can climb their way up. They're much like VG Gaming, except expectations are much higher because of who BLG are and because of who they got. Those are the logos. That means it's time for me to shut up. Thank you very much to Dagda. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you, sir.
Appreciate
here
it.
in Shanghai. We're probably going to have some Harbin, as you all too should. My name's Hysterics. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow.